Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Mouse of Konoha. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 8 More Than a Mouse. They may have parted acrimoniously, but now, when something more important than either of the two of them was in jeopardy and neither of them could help, the Sarutobi clan was united once more in worry and determination. Though he said nothing as he sat comfortably in the hospital seat and tried to meditate to clear his mind and settled his nerves, Sarutobi was grateful that his youngest child had returned at his summons, resigning his position as one of the guardians of the fire daimyo temporarily to be here in time for the birth of his nephew or niece. Asuma had been the one who had burst into his office, bowling over several of the guardian anbu en route in his haste, and bellowed that his elder sister had gone prematurely into labor, and he was needed at the hospital. Damn his position as Hokage. The elder Sarutobi had beaten him there, panic and steely determination galvanizing his ancient bones and sinews as he arrived at the hospital, and was swiftly escorted to the delivery suite where he immediately took up residence. He wasn't going to be there for the birth itself. Iwakoheim had never let him live down the fact he'd passed out like a Nara faced with a day full of deranked missions when little Buika-chan had entered the world. Asuma had arrived moments later and hadn't stopped moving since then, continually moving around, pacing, restless and lighting one cigarette from another. It was a habit the Sandaime had hoped he'd break over time, but right now, missing his pipe, Sarutobi was hard-pressed to resist asking for a loan. The professor hated this feeling of helplessness, knowing that of all the myriad of jutsu he knew there was nothing he could personally do to help the situation, had hated it ever since he'd had to watch his sensei and predecessor sacrifice his own life to safeguard the lives of his original squad right after bequeathing the title of Hokage to him. What made it worse was this: it was his daughter, the little girl he had once held in his hands and sworn to protect to the detriment of all else, even his own life should the situation call for it. She was suffering and there was nothing he could do. At times like these, desperate for anything to take his mind of the ceaseless worry and the gnawing little sensation in the back of his mind that was imploring him to recall something important he'd either forgotten to do or had missed, the Sandaime let his head fall a little lower in reverence and regret as he recalled the charismatic shinobi who he had proudly promoted and then agonizingly replaced for his position. "I truly marvel at your fortitude and mourn your loss, Minato-kun. To love Konoha enough to sacrifice your very soul and risk your son to misplaced wrath was something I don't know I'd have had the strength to do, even in my prime." Questions and doubts such as those were his only companion as the minutes and hours snailed by. Occasionally a nurse or medical ninja would scurry past, sometimes even into or out of the delivery room, and, though it often necessitated sitting on his hands, Sarutobi let them be, reasoning it would do no good for him to interrupt their, and possibly his daughter's, labors. Asuma, however, couldn't quite control himself as well, asking snappy questions to all and sundry who ventured too close and never satisfied with the answers, though the patriarch of the family couldn't find it within himself to ask his son to stop. There was enough bad blood between himself and Asuma-kun, blood that had festered between them since the tragic night of the Kyubi attack where dear Biwako had lost her life, leaving her children motherless and him with a hole in his heart that would never truly heal. It was the Sandaime's fondest wish that his youngest son would return to Konoha, the village of his birth, and serve her as the ninja he was, one of the 12 trusted guardians of the daimyo. And if Kami smiles over this foolish old monkey, perhaps the birth of his nephew will allow the old wounds to heal and scars to fade. The thought drew a smile to the venerable man's face, quite fortuitously, as a moment late another medical ninja appeared, having come from the room where Buika-chan lay, looking tired but relatively pleased at something. Instincts of a father, long dormant now his children had grown but never fully gone, reared up, and the Sandaime stood just as his youngest son pushed himself off the wall, his obvious nerves making him look edgy and more dangerous than even his prodigious height and stature did normally, as the kunoichi bowed deeply to her village leader before straightening up with a pleased, professional grin. "Congratulations, Hokage-sama, a healthy baby boy. Praise the ancestors." Just like that, the dead weight of worry and nervousness was lifted off his chest and blew away into smoke, much like one of Minato-kun's Rasengan techniques after the Yondaime had let it disperse on the wind, the lethal ball of chakra rendered completely harmless by its master's will. "Asuma-kun." The much taller man looked up, rather surprised as his father gestured him to proceed. "Look after your sister, I'll be along in just a minute." "But Pop, he's the family head, surely he should go first." "Hell, he's got to name the kids since Sis didn't want to finger who the father was." probably just as well for him. Though she was older than him, Asuma had always had a very soft spot for his sister and, after hearing about her falling in the family way in the line of duty, had been pretty much set to go on a one-man rampage through Kiri to strangle the stupid son of a bitch who'd curtailed Buwika-chan's career until the other guardians had talked him out of it. Surely you, I've been sitting in this damned seat too long. Go to her son, the cranky old man his father had become answered, making a show at trying to stand up as his ancient bones creaked in protest. Beware the ravages of age, my Sochi, assuming you don't get your fool head cut off before you get the chance. You've earned this by coming back to us. PFFF, I'll make it there, you senile old ape. Thanks, Pop. Despite himself, it was harder to act hard having realized what the Sandaime was offering him, to be the first one to see the new Sarutobi, hold him in his arms. If only because Buwika-chan will need some help feeding you mashed bananas when you go through your second childhood. It'll be hard enough having one kid in the house, never mind two. I will find a way to repay you for this. The dig at his age ruffled the older Sarutobi's feathers, the Hokage waving a hand at his son as though threatening to clip an ear her could barely reach anymore. Ha, you're a fine one to talk about, apes. Perhaps a few remedial sessions with Enmadana would see you right again? Asuma didn't answer save to roll his eyes and disappear through the door to where his sister lay convalescent after the trauma of her labor, not quite able to keep the smile off his face as he turned away from his father and was lost from the older man's sight. He gave them 3 minutes before he allowed himself to approach, moving with the great caution and care one would expect from an old man, but still retained a hint of his dignity and pride in his skills, the slow, graceful but slightly stiff walk of an ancient silverback slightly past his prime. The procession continued, the Hokage nodding left and right as worker and, on occasion, patients of the hospital out for walking and some exercise bowed to their leader as much as they were able to until, at last, he came to the right room number. He took a peek in through the plastic sheet at the top of the door but was unable to see anything beyond a vague smear, so, taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open gently and stepped inside, allowing it to swing soundlessly closed beside him. Never before had he seen his eldest child so exhausted and spent, but, as he beheld the tiny figure Asuma had just handed back to her arms as the fire guardian brushed a tear from his eye, never before had she looked more radiant. Stepping over quickly, the Sandaime had to bite back a sob in his throat as he placed one hand on her bedstead and leant down to kiss her softly but tenderly on the cheek, the young woman closing her eyes to avoid his scraggly beard accidentally getting caught into them. Buwika-chan. He breathed softly as he withdrew back to his full height, beaming down at her with a glow of fatherly affection surrounding him. I cannot tell you how proud I am to be here now. Your mother will look down on this day and smile. I am only sorry she's not here with us now. Despite her fatigue and the after-effects of the pain that still tingled around her system, the former Kunoichi smiled even as she rocked her newborn son, his gurgles melting through her former shielded heart. Me too, if only to see her whack you upside that oversized hat of yours for going off into wise old man mode again. Asuma looked away with a grin while the father of the two siblings merely held up a hand in acknowledgement of his flaws. But it's not my fault. I am old, damn it, that means I get to sound vague and mysterious once in a while. Especially at a time like. Anyway, guess it's certainly true now. After today you really are a Gigi. Because of those words the Sandaime's thoughts were never completed and both Buwika and Asuma, along with the newest member of their family, though he was much too interesting in trying to put his thumb in his mouth to pay the monumental event much heed, were treated to one of the rarest sights in Konoha, the sight of the Hokage, the legendary god of shinobi, suddenly slapping a hand to his suddenly ashen face, transfixed into a horrified expression as he finally remembered exactly what that little voice in the back of his head had been trying to tell him he'd forgotten in his rush to be present at the birth of his grandson. Seeing the smoky figure before him pop and disperse like a burst balloon, Kotetsu simply shook his head and frowned. Sorry, Chibi, he shrugged as the youngster looked up at him, expression torn between frustration and hopelessness as he looked up at one of his two temporary teachers. You've got the right seals, the right speed. I can't see a single thing you're doing wrong. And neither of us is perfect at this jutsu anyway. His brother chipped in, having looked up from the book he was reading with one hand while scribbling down notes on with the other, making a start on his homework now that the academy had ended for the day. Half the time mine ends up looking worse than yours do. Soon as I know what's causing it, I'll let you know. Dropping his hands and flexing his slightly stiff fingers, Naruto sighed as he picked up his discarded rucksack. Thanks, he said shortly, smarting that while Henge and Kawarimi had come to him almost naturally after repeated practice, even if his henges were still sometimes a little off, usually by having one eye a different color to the other or the hint of his whisker marks still present. The last of the basic three was still beyond him for now. Just have to practice more, I think. Still, cheers for staying out here after weapon drills. I know you'd both rather be in the village, especially cause you could tease the Ninken on the way back. The Jinchuriki's face was brightened by a smile for a minute before the expression curdled somewhat. The expression echoed on the faces of the other two as they jointly recalled exactly why, to complete their end of the bargain they'd made with the scavenging pre-academy student, both Izumo and Kotetsu could only meet him on the training fields. The one time they'd sought to introduce him to their combined families had ended in unequivocal disaster. Naruto had long known that the two Fukumiwara Kyodai, as Hana had insisted she would refer to them for as long as she was greeted with the monikers Dog Girl or She-Wolf, which, knowing how hard-headed the three of them are, will probably be forever, were not biologically related, though seeing as how the pair seemed to be virtually joined at the hip most of the time. The average civilian in the street would have been hard-pressed to realize that. The story Naruto had heard as he'd walked back with them from the training rounds one day was quite an interesting one, if a little tragic in that, as like so many recent stories involving families from Konoha, it sprang from the natural disaster that had been the Kyuubi's attack. The Hagane and Kamizuki families had always been close, something to do with a partnership between their original businesses of farming wheat and brewing, and those ties, like so many others, had been tested and grown ever stronger in the days following the Biju's attack on the village and the Yandame's sacrifice. Both families had suffered grievous loss. Izumo's father, the first shinobi in the family, had never been found in the aftermath, the lack of a body and any definite proof that her husband was gone also having a drastic effect on the young boy's mother, who had never truly emerged from the depression that had swallowed her after the black-edged letter had been delivered by a grim-faced anbu. By contrast, Kotetsu's family had been made homeless by the monster's rampage, all their land and assets flattened, and by sheer foul luck his mother injured in the frenzied evacuation, a simple slip resulting in the woman being trampled so badly by a pressing mob desperate to escape that she'd lost all feeling in her right leg and had the fingers of her left hand so badly broken they never worked since. The elder Hagane, having fought to get his son clear of the melee, had run back into the village after leaving Kotetsu safe in the evacuation bunkers within the Hokage mountain, literally fighting his way back to the village to rescue his beloved wife and drag her to safety, assisted by a few other men and women who had been slow to get away and who both Izumo and Kotetsu now knew and respected as trusted friends of their family. Almost aunts and uncles, as friendships had thrived under the great adversity of Kyuubi's unholy wrath. Even when the battle was over, the Yandame's greatest masterpiece and sacrifice enough to kill the beast forever, as far as the three of them knew at least, it had been a despairing victory. One family had been left with nothing save scorched earth to live on while the other had lost its chief breadwinner, and for Izumo, the father he looked up to and admired, there was little to be gained by tears. However, as they dried their eyes and dissected the problems before them, it occurred to both families that perhaps the way to make their burdens lighter was to combine them and walk together. For that reason, and since that day, the families of Hagane and Kamizuki had shared the same home, the same food, the same money, and the same everyday problems. The main problem was lack of money, with Kotetsu's mother crippled and Izumo's only living older relative unable to hold steady work due to her recurrent periods of weeping and lethargy, a shameful thing that Izumo tried to sweep under the carpet as her being in a black mood. The joint families subsisted only on what Kotetsu's father could bring in with his brewing, though the two boys helped out now as much as they were able to buy shifting hops and barley to negate the need to pay for deranked missions. Lack of family funds, Naruto now knew, was one of the main reasons the pair wanted to be ninja in the first place, and it was one he'd been oddly humbled by once Izumo had shrugged and mentioned it when the rest of the class were gone, pausing and demonstrating the seals for the Bushin techniques at the mouse's innocuous question. Neither of them cared much for glory, for advancement. As far as both Kotetsu and Izumo were concerned, that could all go hang in favor of a quiet administrative post somewhere with a reasonably steady income, enough to see their parents comfortably through their twilight years at the same time as let them both build for the future. It was a humble dream, but it was what they both wanted and felt they needed, so for that Naruto wouldn't begrudge them a technique like the Bushin. They were doing their best to help him learn the damn thing. The least he could do was attempt to support their desires for a peaceful existence as much as he could, even if that means lessons out here in the middle of nowhere. In truth, even Naruto felt a little shamefaced about the scenario that had driven the trio out here. He of all people should have known that just because the three students accepted him, as did the Uchiha girl Mila to a lesser extent when her clan weren't around, not everyone was quite so charitable towards him. The paranoia that Enko-sensei had tried to drill into his head had let him down, and the only warning he'd had of the fact had been an ear-splitting scream of equal parts horror and hatred. As he'd leapt backwards with Slim in his hands, Izumo had thrown himself between the mouse and his mother's blind charge. The woman, quite distraught and hopelessly lost in the past as she saw her husband's blood-stained ghost standing in the shadow of the demon vessel, and sought to take vengeance. At Kotetsu's urging, he'd quickly made himself scarce, the shame and fear pounding in his ears as the woman's shrieks faded away. Though the pain didn't lessen so quickly, he was unwelcome there. He would never be fully accepted. Though Izumo had all but prostrated himself before Naruto's feet in apology the next time the two had hooked up, and explained that his mother suffered fevers in her mind that could never be blamed on him, Naruto still could sometimes close his eyes and see the pained, pale face that pinned him to the ground with accusing eyes and the immutable message behind them: "You're not welcome, you are not one of us." It was a message that Naruto still had trouble banishing even now, though he now took pains to keep out the way of both sides of the Kamizuki and Hagane families. As much for the traumatized woman's sake as his own, the scars of such abandonment by the villagers he hoped to one day protect still ached feebly from time to time. Still, no time to mope now. With a determined effort, he thrust that skeleton back into the closet of his mind and locked the door with an almost audible click. There's work to be done, and these two need to get home. "Yeah, all I gotta do is keep working at it," he assured them breezily, slipping his rucksack over his shoulders again as he looked towards the gates of Konoha, just visible in the fading twilight. "Still, getting late, and there's a bowl of ramen just calling my name right now." Izumo chuckled, falling into step slightly behind him as Kotetsu picked up his own school things and hurried after them. "Ma, it's a shame you're not in our class at the academy. I need something to keep me awake during the lectures, and you'd probably be questioning the senseis every chance you got. If nothing else, that'd keep me up. You can never do too much trainin'," Naruto said seriously before a cheeky grin split his lips. "But if you're having trouble staying up, why don't you ask Hana-san if one of her Haimaru? They'd keep you awake." The older boy shuddered. "Yeah, but I kind of like having all my toes and fingers where they are. Those dogs nip, you know. I swear she tells them to take chunks out of me on purpose. Obviously nothing to do with the fact you keep trying to tie ribbons around their necks or slip goat's cheese into their owner's bentos," his brother commented drolly, goat's cheese being well known as a major irritant to most Inuzuka due to its pungent aroma. "You're both as bad as each other. I fully expect the two of you to be marg." He was cut off by a heavy sandal impacting on his left big toe. Naruto left to do his best to hide his snickering laughter as Kotetsu hobbled around like a drunken duck, swearing profusely under his breath as his brother shook his fist with a vindicated expression. "Do not even go there, Ko. I'd rather stick kibble down my shorts and let the Heimer go nuts, or even go for the nuts." Only Naruto's hand stopped him laughing out loud at that image as sudden visions of the Kamizuki scion speaking in a high, squeaky voice for the rest of his life bloomed up in his mind. "Then invite that wolf in girl's clothing over to meet and greet the family." Straightening up with tears of agony glimmering in his eyes as he glared at his brother, Ko eventually straightened his leg and began to walk without too much of a limp as the trio plodded towards home. As had become customary, Naruto lagged behind just in case anyone was waiting to meet them at the gates, only moving into the village properly after the two had been lost from his sight for several minutes, mind made up on his plan for the rest of the night as he looked regretfully towards the Hokage Tower for a moment. "Well, I don't like doing it," that much was true. Since his time with Mitarashi Enko had finished, he'd taken a kind of pride in his ability to think and puzzle his way through most problems, only asking for help as an absolutely last resort. "So sorry, Gigi. I think I'm going to have to keep you in the tower a little longer than you might have hoped for tonight." As he dismissed his latest secretary, one he hadn't quite got the name of yet, as the Chunin had just rotated up to manning the front desk by his office, early for the day so he could concentrate on the upcoming tasks ahead of him. The first warning Sarutobi had of his unexpected guest had been the seals on his desk burning a faint red, indicating a chakra presence was incoming. Quickly stashing a few of his items away, the Hokage straightened his hat and was half stood from his desk when he heard a quiet knock on his office door, a slight smile spreading over his face as he immediately recognized his visitor. "Come in, Naruto-kun. I must admit this is a pleasant surprise to see you in the office so late." As the door to the large office opened at the second time of asking, Naruto still having to stretch to reach it properly, it swung open to reveal the Jinchuriki in all his diminutive glory, recently glutted upon the heavenly bounty that was Ichiraku ramen, and with a bag of prawn crackers in his hand, something he knew his Gigi was quite partial to. "How'd you know it was me, Gigi?" Were you using that crystal ball of yours again? The Hokage chuckled and shook his head, gesturing for the boy to take a seat as he finished standing from his own. No, Naruto-kun, nothing as technical as that. I merely recognized your knock at the door. Much as you're improving, you don't have the strength of a full-grown genin, so it was much quieter. The boy looked from the old man to the door and back again, eyebrows raised as Sarutobi had to bite back on a second smile. Oh, to be young and so easily amazed again. Observation and rational thought, Naruto-kun, a skill more precious than any jutsu taught in Konoha, especially if applied correctly in battle. Now then, what brings you here at this hour? Is the business still going well? At that, Naruto did smile widely. He'd been afraid that his time away from the fields would have diluted his old customer base, but, to his surprise and relief, it seemed as healthy as ever. Indeed, his week-long absence appeared to have let the training grounds grow a new crop of iron for him to harvest, and Naruto-san had never been more pleased. Also, his training had, though not decreased at all, had become slightly more specified and a little more physical, and I've got the bruises to prove it. Yeah, it's all good. The Nin were glad to see me again and the training's going well. Trapping's great fun, and one of the Inuzuka said they'd teach me how to skin and cook rabbits next time we traded. The boy broke off from his reminiscing for a moment to fix the Hokage with a direct gaze. But I get feeling you had something to do with that, Gigi? And where is everyone? Naruto-kun. For his part, the aged Kage did his best to look affronted while hoping to avoid answering the second question, as he just knew any answer he gave would just unleash a further torrent of queries. Would I abuse my position and power, brief the ninja I command to do such a thing? Yes, the answer came back without hesitation, making Sarutobi hide a chuckle. Anko-chan was right. I fear Aoba-kun was unaware what a monster he was unleashing when he gave Naruto-kun that book. And I'm sure if it wasn't for the council you'd do a lot more as well. Why'd you let them boss you around, Gigi? You're Hokage, the strongest ninja we've got. Yes, Naruto-kun, but strength doesn't always mean wisdom. One of the lessons you can only learn with experience and age. The grizzled veteran spoke sagely, a pang of regret in his lined face as he was reminded once more of what it had cost him to learn such lessons. How many good men and women had to die so that others would wise up and become better ninja for it. The council advises me in my position as they have their own experiences and knowledge I myself might lack. Only by discussion and reasoned judgment can the best decisions be made for all Konoha. To believe and act otherwise would be to betray the will of fire that makes us all strong, that forges the bonds between us, our village and the people we serve, stronger than even the steel Naruto-san crafts in his forge. As always, Naruto was a little silent at the semi-speech, having heard of the will of fire and grasped its basic concept early on once he'd realized it wasn't the same as the fire that Tsuchijiji used to cook his ramen. Standing in the doorway as he was, Sarutobi had to bite back a sigh, so much like his father, if a lot more active than Minato-kun ever was. If there was ever any doubt he was your son Kushina-chan, it has long gone in my mind. He was so lost within memories for a moment that he had only caught the tail end of Naruto's question before he blinked himself back to wakefulness. Sorry, Naruto-kun, what was that? I said, the boy repeated, refraining from rolling his eyes with great difficulty, as he reminded himself that he needed the old man's help and making fun of his senior moment was probably not going to get him into Sarutobi's good books. That I'm having trouble with the Bushin. The Fukumawarai Kyodai showed me the seals and what to try, but it never comes out right. I was hoping you could help me, Gigi. I've had no luck in 3 weeks. Bushin Jutsu, Though he was set against Naruto learning jutsu prior to his enrollment into Konoha's Ninja Academy, the Hokage had decided against breaking the Jinchuriki's deal with the members of the class about to graduate. Having overseen a few of the unusual training sessions remotely via his scrying orb, he was satisfied the trio mean the boy no harm, and, in truth, it was a shrewd bit of negotiating Naruto had done to wrangle the Academy 3 for himself that Sarutobi had a fair bit of admiration for. And what kind of leader would I be if I crushed such an enterprising spirit out of the next generation? Well, I may be able to help you, Naruto-kun, but would you mind if I made a start on this lot first? He wafted a hand at the paperwork accrued on his desk, his increased time away from the office as his eldest child neared the end of her first pregnancy, giving his mortal enemy time to regroup and rebuild its numbers. I fear I made the crucial error of turning my back for a second, and it appeared there from nowhere. Fatal. Naruto shook his head sadly, looking over at the piles of parchment with something like loathing on his face. Give it an inch and it takes a mile, right, Gigi? No worries though, I got stuff here to keep me busy. He reached back and patted his rucksack as the Sandaime nodded and opened one of his desk drawers, pulling out a scroll and tossing it over. Very well then, Naruto-kun, We both have our paperwork demons to conquer. Good luck and may the best men win the battles ahead. As the old man saluted with his official stamp, Naruto, having caught the flying scroll, quickly set it up off to one side of the room and unrolled it, recognizing the basic storage seals Anko-sensei had taught him and casually unsealing the items he needed from its insides. With a small flare of chakra and a puff of smoke, a small chair, a writing desk and various sketching and writing implements appeared. Casually thumping his bag down by the side of his desk, Naruto settled himself down for a long haul, unzipping the top of his rucksack and pulling out a few of the textbooks Ayam-chan had given him, looking very grateful to be rid of the damn things forever. Not that I can blame her, these things weigh a ton. Still, complaining would get him nowhere but bored and frustrated. Flipping the maths book over to where the page marker was stuck out the top of it like a little flag, the blonde picked up a pen and began glancing over the diagrams before him, while his free hand picked up a rough sheaf of notepaper. Find angle X. Well, isn't it obvious, genius? You've drawn it on the bloody page, so you should know where it is. Honestly, holding in a sigh, Naruto found himself once again grateful that he didn't have to listen to someone actually talk about this boring stuff in a staid box of bricks and mortar. If they're asking questions like this and expecting kids to actually use mathematics rather than their brains, I'm grateful I don't go to school. Griping aside and once more making a mental note that once he went into the ninja academy he was going to fulfill his pledge to Anko-sensei and drive at least one of his teachers up the wall using both fair means and foul, Naruto nevertheless looked up the relevant theories and equations to puzzle out what the theory was and how it could be applied both to practical life and a ninja battle. Though he didn't like maths, the book did offer examples of angles and trigonometry using thrown shuriken and how rapid calculation of angles would let a ninja figure out how to throw their own weapons to deflect or ricochet correctly off their enemy's tools. With this in mind and half-formed imaginations of being able to stand in front of Tenchan, casually blocking her thrown weapons while the Pandaheim bristled with barely controlled frustrations motivating him, he plowed on diligently as his Gigi made headway in his own work, looking for all the world like a grandson carrying out homework in his grandfather's study. A scene reenacted in countless homes across Konoha and in this instance only broken when, without warning, tidings arrived of the imminent arrival of Sarutobi's first biological grandchild. Even the seals had barely enough time to glow and heat up in warning before the door was all but ripped off its hinges. Even as Sarutobi leapt to his feet with a jutsu on his lips, he realized the portal was being filled by the hulking profile of his youngest child, Asuma, looking almost wild and completely lacking his normal cigarette as he saw his father and all but shouted his news. "Pop, hospital now! Buika-chan, gone into labor!" At those words Sarutobi forgot the importance of the task he had just begun, forgot he was the most powerful ninja in all of Fire Country. In fact, in those mad moments he all but forgot about Konoha period. At once he was Sarutobi, a proud father whose child was now in danger, probably scared and likely to be in a great deal of pain. With that in mind he stood and was at his son's side in less time than it took a jounin to blink, gripping Asuma's massive bicep in one hand and pushing him roughly over the threshold of his office. Flaring his chakra and vanishing in a shunshin that overcame the residual resistance of the Yondame's chakra-dampening seals and still had enough power to blind any sensorin in Konoha that happened to be looking in the direction of the Hokage's tower at that precise moment. It was such an awe-inspiring display of force that it wasn't until several minutes after the event that a blonde-haired head dared to cautiously peek upwards over the sprawled form of the chair it had sought refuge behind and look around to see if it was safe to come out yet. Wow, Gigi's really scary when he's mad. As always when he saw the Hokage work his ninja magic, Naruto was left awed and humbled by the power such a deceivingly frail old man possessed. If nothing else, moments like those, though rare, always strove to remind Naruto just how far he had to go to make his dream of succeeding Sarutobi a reality. Slowly standing up and carefully picking up all the articles that had been scattered as he jumped up and fallen off his seat as the tall man had shouted at Gigi about someone going into labor, whatever that meant, he felt a question pop up in his mind. Why would Gigi care if someone's going to start hard work? Unable to answer his own curiosity over the strange choice of words, he put the query on the back burner for a moment as he stood up, replacing the seat where it should have been as he shook himself off and replayed the events of the last few minutes. He vaguely knew the tall man who'd shouted at the Hokage, though the name eluded him completely. All Naruto could remember was that the giant, and even for a 6-year-old who considered pretty much all adults giants, there was no doubt in Naruto's mind that the bearded man who always smelt like he'd been stood too near a barbecue or forest fire was a literal behemoth, was the son of the Sandame, and a ninja of great skill, though he didn't live in Konoha for reasons that Gigi had never told him. And he only came back recently as well, trying to bash the pieces he could see together. Naruto thought hard, wondering what had been so vital that his Gigi would just rush out like that. Guess that labor thing must have been really important. Gigi must know the person. Beardy-san sigh. It was at that point that all other thoughts in Uzumaki Naruto's head vanished in an instant as, rather than the past. He focused for a second on the present, and was very quickly made aware of several very important facts in very quick succession. He was in the Hokage's office. He was alone. Gigi hadn't left any supervision that he could see. Yippee! The time it took between him reaching this conclusion and being sat on the Hokage chair with a smug smile on his face and the Hokage hat balanced precariously on his head was measurable in less than seconds. In truth, it wasn't the first time he'd been in this position. In fact, he still had a photo from a very similar treat the Hokage had given him on his 5th birthday. But that didn't matter. He was here now, and he was going to enjoy it. Clapping his hands and rubbing them together gleefully despite the fact he had to stand up to see over the desk properly, Naruto looked over his new domain as his imagination helpfully filled in the blanks. One day he'd be here properly and everyone in Konoha would have to listen to and admire him. He'd be the one the council had to advise and he'd be able to make sure every single one of his precious people, like Tsuchijiji and Ayam-chan, all the Hasawadas and even Sarutobi-jiji as well, were properly looked after and cared for by both him and the whole ninja force of Konoha. Though they'd probably stop me passing a law that made it illegal not to eat ramen at least once a day. And if I tried to ban dango, perhaps mercifully his mind broke off at that point. Somehow he doubted the visions of a ticked-off Enko-sensei would ever get less bladder-looseningly terrifying, no matter how high in the ranks he advanced. Still, thoughts of his half-insane former sensei aside, he took a few minutes to enjoy the idea of being the Hokage, directing legions of imaginary ninja to strike down his foes with theatrical twirls of his arms and fingers, putting on his most important voice as he made decisions to ensure the prosperity of his nation, instruct the ninja of his village and occasionally order someone to fetch takeout from Ikarakas. However, like all make-believe games to children over a certain age, the magic ran out fairly quickly, the illusions fading away to nothing and leaving him alone, sighing on his Gigi's chair as he pushed the hat up out of his eyes and looked around. It's kind of lonely up here. No wonder Gigi keeps those masked guys around, but why are they always so quiet? Surely he'd want someone to talk to. The question occupied his young mind as he tentatively tested each drawer of the Hokage's desk, almost all of them locked save the upper right one. After a cautious peek, the young Jinchuriki carefully edged the wooden receptacle open inch by inch until its contents were revealed and he let out a sudden gasp of delight. He'd seen Gigi use the scrying orb before and thought it a working miracle. As he slowly lifted the little glass ball and the luxurious cushion it was sat on up as though holding a priceless treasure in his hands, Naruto realized right now it was his working miracle. Carefully setting it down on the table, Naruto tried to stop his hands from shaking with excitement as he waved his hands over the ball and waited for a picture to take shape. He tried waving over it, using all the hand seals he knew, and even, once he'd plucked his courage up, dared to give it a tentative prod with his pinky. Now out of options and inspiration, Naruto was forced to admit defeat. Must be some kind of super secret, Hokage-only trick. Damn it, I really wanted to see where Gigi was. Still, moaning and complaining were never going to help things get better and often only made them worse. With that in mind, the Uzumaki carefully picked up the ball on its little cushion and moved it gently back towards the drawer he'd sequestered it from. What happened next probably wasn't entirely Naruto's fault. He was shorter than Sarutobi by a clear 2.5 feet at least and was forced to half stand in the chair to even reach the desk. Because of that lack of height and arm span, it wasn't that surprising when one corner of the cushion caught on the lip of the drawer without him noticing. That only became apparent when he made to let go and the corner snagged, tipping the ball off its platform and into the drawer with a dull thunk. For the briefest second, before he realized with a flood of relief that the glass sphere had actually not smashed into a million pieces all over the wooden desk, Uzumaki Naruto didn't so much see his own funeral as attended in person, the visions of his Gigi raising all kinds of havoc and hellfire on his defenseless self in retribution for his broken viewing orb enough to make even him break out in a freezing sweat. Panting harshly as color finally began filtering back into his face, the young Jinchuriki let out an unrestrained sigh of relief as he saw the light overhead winking from the nearest surface of the small reflective ball as he carefully unhooked the trapped corner of the cushion before placing it gently back into the desk drawer. Trying hard not to quite literally get his fingerprints all over the crime, Naruto carefully tried to guide the orb back onto its platform. It was a difficult job as the seeing stone had an irksome tendency to roll away from the incline of the cushion, especially as he was using only the tips of his fingers to guide it, but eventually he was able to claw it upwards enough to leave it resting where he'd found it. Letting out another sigh of relief, Naruto casually pushed the drawer shut and looked to resume his hunt for entertainment before a muffled thump came from the section of wood he'd just shut and his temper flared up. "Cammy, damn it!" With an ill-tempered fit of pique, the drawer was wrenched back open and, as he'd been expected, the orb was glinting up at him insouciantly from where it had rolled off the front of the cushion this time. "You're really getting up my nose!" With a lot less delicacy than he'd used previously, Naruto grabbed the ball roughly, not caring as it almost slipped as he made to pick it up due to the fact it was a lot larger than his hand, and slapped it back down on the cushion with an air of vindictive satisfaction. "No way you're rolling off of that one." With that in mind, Naruto looked over the drawer again and reached in to tug the cushion back a touch. He didn't want to run the risk of Gigi realizing he'd actually taken the seeing orb out its box if he could help it after all, and for that it had to be put back as close as he could remember it being to the original. As his knuckles scraped the wood of the back of the desk, though, he had a sudden realization. Tapping the bottom of the desk once more for confirmation. That's strange. Once more he tapped the back and the front of the drawer, nodding as he realized beyond a doubt he was right. It sounds different at the back as it does at the front. The front gives a more hollow thunking noise, like there's something underneath it. The idea of finding a secret in the Hokage's desk was an irresistible lure to a child recently introduced to and determined to follow in the footsteps of the greatest infiltrator ever known to the ninja world. Wonder what Gigi's trying to hide? Even with his nimble fingers and creative imagination, even going too far as to carefully remove the whole drawer as far as he was able to and look underneath it to realize that there was no irregularity on the bottom of the smooth wood, it took nearly quarter of an hour before the secret was revealed. The hidden compartment, overall not really that well hidden by ninja standards, he realized, deflating his excitement at finding something really worth talking about in his Gigi's desk, was a dual-spring hidden trapdoor. Only if the two front corners of the drawer were pressed down and released simultaneously would the hidden bracket be pushed upwards, the small book lying within revealed to Naruto's expectant eyes. "Hey!" Recognizing the front cover of the brightly colored manual cemented the certainty in the Uzumaki's mind that most of the strong ninja in Konoha must have read this novel. That couldn't have been coincidence. There must be something in it they were all drawn to like moths to flame. "And I'm going to be the best Hokage someday. Wonder if it's a tradition or something? Maybe that means Kakashi's going to be Hokage soon because he's always reading this book?" Ignoring the warning on the front page as something that didn't apply to him in the same way that the rule about no civilians on the training grounds didn't, Naruto put the Ika volume on the desk and flipped open the front page, ready to read. By page 2 he was blushing furiously. Steam was all but coming out of his ears by the time he got through page 3, and he only caught the merest edge of page 4 before he slammed the book shut again, his inner worship of the strongest ninja in Konoha irrevocably tarnished for the all-time. "Arrow Gigi," Naruto whispered under his breath, almost shaking as he reviewed the Ika volume as though it was one of Anko-sensei's more dangerous and short-tempered snake summons. "And Arrow Kakashi-san as well, in fact." With the force of a sledgehammer he remembered with crystal clarity the first time he'd been introduced to this what he now knew was little more than smut captured by ink and parchment. "No wonder Ebisu-san asked me not to tell Kurenai-san about him reading it, For a few seconds a sly smirk crossed Naruto's face, a metaphorical pair of devil horns sprouting from his forehead before he chuckled and shook himself down. It was in the past. Ebisu-san seemed to be very happy with Kurenai-san. What would dredging up that unsavory episode do apart from possibly get Ebisu-san grief from his girlfriend and him in trouble with both of them? It's in the past, and actually, compared to some of the ninja out there, visions of Anko-sensei and her insatiable appetite for dango, or the Aburame clan and where they had to keep their insects was enough to make him shiver. Was reading a little book like this really that bad? Every ninja had a vice after all, and much as he didn't know much about Sarutobi's personal life, he did know that the Sandame's wife had been unfortunately passed away for a good number of years, and it was lonely in the office as he himself had decided earlier. Who was he to judge that what the Hokage was doing was wrong? Well, I could, as long it was obvious I'm making a joke. Most of the guys on the fields call me Shorty or Squirt every time I see them, heck even Hana-san and the Baka brothers do. Such reasoning and knowledge mitigating his earlier instinctive revulsion as the sight of the pornography. Naruto looked down at the cover and chuckled dryly to himself as he tapped the warning on the cover. Remembering he'd have to actually take notice of age restrictions on books in the future, before picking it up to put it back where he'd found it. Unfortunately, the springs on the trapdoor were a little stiffer going down than they were going up. Because of that, Naruto had to half stand and put some of his body weight down onto the trapdoor to get it to shut. Because of that and the rocking motion he made to get the secret compartment closed, the Jinchuriki made the chair he was stood on shift from side to side minutely. Due to that movement, the scroll that had been lent up by the right side of the Hokage's chair was dislodged and fell to the floor with a thump that made Naruto look over, concerned that he'd done something wrong by accidentally breaking something else. Though the Jinchuriki had no way of knowing it, the scroll he was currently picking up and trying to examine for signs of damage was the reason the Hokage's tower was all but deserted. Since the time of the Shodaime, one of the principles of Konoha had always been that knowledge was power and should be guarded as such. As the village that contained the Uchiha clan, masters of breaking down and learning nin and genjutsu techniques, it was agreed by both the Senju and the Uchiha during Konoha's founding that any jutsu created or stolen in such a manner was the sole property of the jutsu inventor or acquirer, except in cases where an Uchiha had stolen a jutsu created by a Konoha nin, which the first Hokage ruled as being illegal unless written permission for the copying was obtained either prior to or in the event of an accidental copying in the event of a battle, post the Sharingan observing the technique. As a result of this provision in the law, the ninja of Konoha were amongst the most inventive in all of Fire Country. As each jutsu created was property, it could and usually was sold to the village as a whole at a handsome profit for the jutsu creator. It was well known throughout Konoha that selling the jutsu their active ninja acquired throughout the course of their duties was one of the main reasons the Uchiha could afford to maintain their separate district within the village's walls. However, not even Kages were immune to the law of unintended consequences. Though the Shodaime system for obtaining new jutsu for the village was very effective and surprised even him with its yield of techniques, the downside was that each new jutsu had to be catalogued, classified and above all else guarded correctly by the Hokage himself. Though simple on paper, this was actually one of the hardest roles of the post due to the delicate balancing act between ensuring the security for each level of jutsu was strong enough that there was a minimal risk of it falling into the wrong hands, but not so paranoid that the scrolls of jutsu would prove impossible to open or decipher should the Hokage die without naming a successor or educating him in how to open each type of scroll. It was a conundrum that each of Sarutobi's predecessors had wrestled with, the Yondaime sadly not being in the job long enough to grasp the intricacies of such in-depth skills, much to Sarutobi's annoyance, as he was certain the Fuinjutsu master would have been more than capable of keeping such delicate scales balanced with ease due to his craft. But now the duty was back with the venerable third Hokage. Upon his reinstatement, Sarutobi had kept the system he had found worked for him during his earlier stint in the post, a series of seal-linked theoretical problems that varied in number and complexity depending on the skill needed to remove them from storage and unseal them. Most genin-level scrolls, usually the master copies from which the scrolls in the Academy library were updated, were often guarded by scenarios any competent Academy student should have been able to solve over a few days' hard work, while the scroll of forbidden techniques could only be broken by someone possessing the raw brains of Nara Shikaku and the experience of Sarutobi himself. That most precious of scrolls being the only one in Konoha's arsenal kept locked away by a problem devised by such a potent mental combination of ninja. It was a fine system, even strengthened now, as he often took the liberty of running his problems through the Nara clan and either accepting or altering them depending on how long it took the shadow-using clan of geniuses to break his codes. But it did have a slight drawback in that the seal and ink used to draw the problems on the scroll did eventually degrade over time, usually over 5 or so years. True to his title of professor, Sarutobi thought this a boon, as it meant that even if he should die unexpectedly, none of Konoha's documented knowledge would be lost with him, as the sacred jutsu scrolls would eventually unseal themselves over time. Until that point, however, he had a rota in his mind of which scrolls needed updating and when. His timetable and a reliable secretary always ensuring he had absolute privacy when reapplying the relevant protection to the jutsu scrolls that were coming to the end of their life. Naruto, for all his dreams and talk of becoming Hokage, had no idea that this intricate system existed and was balanced by his Jiji alone. Nor that the only reason he was able to unseal and unroll a scroll designed to teach newly promoted anbu all the new jutsu they were meant to at least have a working knowledge of was due to the fact that the security problem Sarutobi had inked on it had faded to the point where it took little more than a sharp tug to pull the seal off completely. Instead, his eyes flicked across the top of the page, noticed the first jutsu title, and he let out an exclamation of delight. Cool, a Bushin Jutsu! Hopping off the desk, he unrolled the scroll across the floor a little way, enough to read the whole of the jutsu description. Maybe this'll show me how to get this stupid technique down. He craned his neck to read before a pang of conscience struck him, gnawing like a tick bite at the back of his neck. Should he really be reading this? He'd found it by accident after all, and he was sure Gigi had said before he didn't want him learning any jutsu before he started the academy. And it's B-ranked, that means Haichunin, low jounin level. That much Enko-sensei had taught him, though as always there was some degree of overlap between each ranking and the equivalent ninja ranks. So it was a high-ranking technique, one that Gigi probably wouldn't want him to know, so the question was, should he read what was written and try to learn this? He glanced at the scroll again. Kage Bushin no Jutsu? He sat back on his haunches for a minute, turning the facts over in his head until, after some thought, he came up with a couple of relevant facts. Firstly, he made a slight error in his earlier thinking. If he remembered rightly, Gigi had actually said he didn't want anyone to teach him any jutsus before he reached the academy. Since he was learning this jutsu from a scroll, surely that didn't count as teaching, as he was doing it by himself? Such a conclusion was irrefutable by the logical processes of a 6-year-old, and Naruto felt the pangs of his conscience easing as he came to a second conclusion. Technically, the Kanpakina Henge was a B-ranked jutsu, and he could already do that. Or at least a version of it, naturally. So maybe this jutsu would work just as well if he was lucky and the kami smiled on him? And it's only the Bushin jutsu I'm having trouble with. If it wasn't a Bushin, I wouldn't learn it. In fact, with a nod the decision was made and the compromise completed, Naruto shifting to read over the jutsu instructions as he finished the thought in his head. This is the only jutsu off the scroll I'll try and learn, though seeing this, as he tilted his head at the kanji written on the parchment that he couldn't decipher, he realized he was missing something he needed to make anything from this opportunity. I'm probably going to have to take notes. Honestly, what is it with some people and big words? Naruto mentally questioned the world in general as he carefully rolled up the scroll and positioned it back where it had fallen from. He'd been tempted to try and sneak a peek at the next jutsu in the list after scribbling down a brief but relevant explanation of the Kage Bushin, but after forcibly reminding himself of his earlier promise that he'd only read up on this one because he was having trouble with Bushin, he resolutely rolled up the parchment and resealed it. He knew for a fact Gigi would notice it had been tampered with, but he had a plan, or at least the edge of a plan, of how to deal with that. It would probably need some polishing before the old man returned and started asking awkward questions. Right now, though, as he leant the thin film of paper he'd cribbed off against the side of his Gigi's chair, he had more important work to be getting on with, starting with scanning the notes he'd made on the technique. With that in mind, the Jinchuriki finished cleaning up the scene of the crime and put the dictionary he'd been forced to unseal from his scroll of school supplies back on his desk. Even though his vocabulary had improved somewhat, a lot of the words in the jutsu's description had been beyond him. Because of this lack of understanding, Naruto had simply fallen back on one of his favorite ninja training sayings, told to him by a chunin explaining the best way to prepare and set up traps in the field. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Well, if nothing else. He snorted a little as he looked down at the notes he'd translated from the scroll and rewritten into language he could understand. This is simple enough for even me to understand. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, B rank. Make solid clones from chakra. Each clone made gets equal amount of user's chakra, e.g. you make 1 clone, you and clone get half chakra, make 3 and you each get a quarter, etc. Good for training chakra control. Enko-sensei said I had too much? One hand sign, see sketch below, force chakra through this seal? Have to practice this. When clone dies, user gets clone's memories? Below these hastily scribbled and often corrected instructions was a crude drawing of the crossfinger seal used in this technique. That had been one of the things that had made Naruto open his eyes about the shadow clone jutsu. As far as he could tell, it should work well for him for a number of reasons. Everyone he'd ever bumped into on the training fields had said he had too much chakra. So if this jutsu was able to split the amount he had down into smaller parts, surely that would make chakra control training easier, right? Not only that, but he was intrigued about the notes on the sharing of memories. Though he had no idea at all about how this would work in principle, he was keen to test the theory. Though not tonight, heeding caution. He knew he'd been pushing the boat out to get this far, and he'd have bet Ryo to ramen noodles that trying to practice his new jutsu now in the Hokage's office would get him caught, and in front of a very irate old man quicker than he could blink. Konoha wasn't built in a day. The thought consoled him as he carefully folded up the paper and tucked it into a secure pocket on the inside of his jumpsuit. I've got time and I'd better take this slowly anyway. The scroll said it's possible to die from this jutsu if you try to make too many clones at once. Yes, slow and steady was definitely the way to go with this one. With that in mind, regardless of his excitement and eagerness to tackle a new jutsu, he decided instead to retake his seat and get started on a few extra maths problems. Even as he tried to wrap his mind around trigonometry and, later, the history of the elemental nations, however, he couldn't quite stop his mind from wandering back to the proverbial sheaf of gold leaf nestled securely in his pocket. Cup! There was something in his ear, a fly buzzing maybe, pressure on his shoulder, a hand gripping him. Really realistic, Dre. The thought hadn't even finished before he found himself suddenly shaken back to wakefulness, peering around blearily and trying to make sense of the large blob of darkness in the shadow around him. Wake up! He scrunched his eyes up and opened them again, feebly swatting away the grip that swallowed most of his shoulder as he sat up, groaning as his back protested at the motion, having been draped over his little desk after his tiredness had overwhelmed him due to the late hour. Moi. Understandably quite confused by the rude awakening, Naruto noticed the face peering down at him, and his tongue acted before his brain could control it, putting a name to the distinctive hairstyle. Beardy-san? The giant man snorted, standing back to his full, formidable height as the child his father had sent him to retrieve slowly came to, obviously passed out after having been left alone in the office for too long, and no doubt dreaming of the history books he'd used as an impromptu pillow. Yeah, I get that a lot. Name's Asuma Kid, Sarutobi Asuma. The fire guardian informed him, the Jinchuriki half stifling a yawn as he rolled an eye up and nodded to show he'd heard the name. You didn't half give my old man a scare just now. Sorry about leaving you here, but well. Asuma looked away, as always itching for a smoke to ease the tension and guilt that he and the Hokage had pretty much abandoned Konoha's Jinchuriki to his fate in their mad stampede to be at Buwaka-chan's side in the hospital. Something came up, you'll see when we get home. Rubbing his hands over his face and whiskers, Naruto stood up and made to move before apparently remembering something and looking down at his desk. Just better tidy this up, he explained, Asuma giving no comment as he casually shuffled paper around on the desk and, hang on. Was that a seal, kid? As a second item, a thick hardback book this time, disappeared in a puff of smoke, Naruto looked up and nodded casually. Yeah, Anko-sensei taught me how to draw basic storing seals. Can't do weapons yet though. Anko-sensei? Obviously there was a story here he hadn't heard yet, but before he could think about the implications of the special jounin teaching too much, the Jinchuriki had carried on. Keeps ripping the scroll as soon as I throw the chakra into the matrix. Right. Standing up from the desk, he cast a professional eye about and nodded, mostly to himself. That should do it. Gigi always said messy paperwork breeds faster than the neat stuff. Oh, paper. A sudden jolt ran through the boy, disturbing Asuma's thoughts and craving for another nicotine fix as Naruto turned a suddenly guilt-stricken expression his way. Yeah, this should work. Might be easier to fool someone who doesn't know me rather than the old man who does. It was a calculated gamble. But one he was definitely going to take here and now. He might not get another chance. I suppose I'd better say this now, but it was an accident. I was playing on Gigi's chair and there was a scroll there. Really? Raising an eyebrow, the Hokage's son paced around the desk in 3 strides and immediately saw what had happened, looking over at the boy with sternness grafted onto his visage. Naruto, did you open this scroll? Hi, I knocked it over and it unrolled a bit. The Jinchuriki admitted meekly, making Asuma regret his harsh tone a little as he carried on. I tried to get it to stick back together, but nothing I could do worked, and I didn't want to use glue cause I didn't know what the scroll was. Don't tell Gigi, it was an accident. Well, Asuma placed a finger on his chin, rubbing through his prickly beard as he flicked his eyes between Jinchuriki and scroll. I really should report this to Pop. He should know if anything happens to the scrolls from Konoha's library. Unfortunately for the big man, even years in a daimyo's court didn't prepare him for the force of the Jinchuriki's puppy eyes unleashed at full strength, instantly breaking through his supposed tough guy act like a fist through a rice cracker. But I guess it was our fault for leaving you here in the first place. So I reckon what the Hokage doesn't know won't hurt him until I've had a chance to explain what happened. The look of relief on Naruto's face was enough to convince Asuma that he made the right decision, though as the boy beckoned towards him, he felt his curiosity piqued. Thanks, Asuma-san, but you look at what else I found while I was here. Ambling over, the taller man watched on as he pulled the drawer out and clambered onto his father's seat. Pressing down the twin release catches, Naruto spoke the second part of the escape strategy he'd come up with to take his Gigi's mind off the open scroll. See, I do know what the book's supposed to be, but why is Gigi high, huh? Only half in surprise, he looked around to see Asuma hunched over, one hand on his thigh and the other clamped over his mouth as he took in the title of the Ika volume and immediately put 2 and 2 together. Perfect. Oh, this is just too good. I knew you couldn't be whiter than white all the time, Dad. Now I know this, you better believe me. Mischievous light caught fire in the Jounin's eyes, assimilating this knowledge and with myriad plots already in place to make his father regret this secret coming to light. Get ready to feel the burn. Naruto, the named child, let out a squeak as Asuma's brawny arm descended around his neck and gently plucked him off the seat, his other hand ruffling through his hair in a gentle knuckle scrub. I think you just became my new best friend. Come on, letting him back down the floor and shutting the drawer that kept his father's dirty little secret safe. For now, Asuma led the Jinchuriki out of the office and into the corridor, pulling the door shut and trying hard to keep the smirk off his face, activate his own shunshin to deliver his new partner to where both the new mother and grandfather were waiting. This isn't my apartment. No, it's mine, Asuma explained to his companion, lighting up a cigarette almost before the shunshin had finished whipping the air around the pair of them. This is the Sarutobi clan grounds. Pop told me to bring you here when I tracked you down. Oh, about the old man. Shifting the cigarette to one side of his lips with the ease of long practice, the Jounin looked down at the Jinchuriki. Don't mention that book he had stashed away. The shock might finally push him over the edge, and I've already been in the hospital long enough for one day. And don't try to get a copy yourself either, he cautioned, releasing a plume of smoke into the air that made Naruto wrinkle his nose, not liking the smell. Last thing you need at your age are bad habits like that. Besides, that little secret is for me and me alone to speak of, at the right time of course. Caught up in his musings and the enjoyment of his pet vice, Asuma almost missed his diminutive partner's answer. No problem, Asuma-san, I was hoping it'd be something like a super secret jutsu, or a weapon like the Nidame's Raijin, not a silly little book like that. The boy pouted, folding his arms as Asuma once more struggled to stop the grin on his face. Ah, the innocence of the young. One day, young Uzumaki, you'll realize the discovery of that book is worth more than its weight in gold. Fair point, I guess. The big man shrugged, plucking his cigarette from between his lips and exhaling once more. Go on inside, Pop's waiting for you, I'm going to finish this up. Taking the man at his word, the Jinchuriki nodded, bobbed his head respectfully, and stepped up the path towards the ajar front door of the Sarutobi clan house. Finding Sarutobi actually wasn't that difficult. All he had to do was follow the lights. Lanterns had been lit through the clan house, marking out only a single road he could go down. Following it at a brisk clip, he eventually turned into what he suspected was the main living room, speaking as he immediately recognized one of the people sat down in the room. Gigi! The old man, looking so much smaller than usual without his bulky robes and hat on, stood smoothly and spoke quietly to the child that had entered the room, bowing from the waist with apology in his voice as he spoke. Naruto-kun, firstly my apologies, he offered, voice thick with contrition as he tried to explain as best he could. I had no right to abandon you in the tower no matter how dire the news. I completely forgot I had removed the anbu for the night. However, Sarutobi gestured slightly. The other, slightly taller and more lithe figure came to her feet and looked around slowly, both arms folded over her chest as she smiled kindly at the blond boy as his surrogate grandfather finished his explanation. I trust you'll agree with me when I say there were mitigating circumstances for my sudden rush of blood to the head. Naruto's immediate thought, after wondering for a second what mitigating meant, was to ask who the woman was. The query died in his throat, however, when she turned around and gave him a kindly smile, his eyes bulging as he took in what she was carrying across her body. Arms trembling and jaw almost on the floor, he switched his gaze frantically between the woman and Sarutobi, panting as he tried to stitch a coherent sentence together. Is that the Zei? Sarutobi Konohamaru, Buika stated proudly before flicking her eyes across to her father, slight annoyance marring her features as she pursed her lips for a second. I knew I should have asked Asuma-kun to pick a name. Trust you to name your grandson after the village of all things. Despite wilting a little at his daughter's lack of gratitude, the Hokage's answer still came in a strong voice, heavy with wisdom and age. It's a fine name, one every ninja and villager is proud to uphold, he explained, half to Buika and half to Naruto, who was still staring at the baby slack-jawed, though Konohamaru was fast asleep by this time. But this is the reason I was forced to dash off, Naruto-kun. My son Asuma burst in to tell me Buika-chan was giving birth and well, it all went from there. Thankfully he was delivered without a problem, it just took a little longer than any of us were expecting. Well, excuse me for not being able to hurry along a natural miracle, his daughter snorted, though there was no malice in her tone as, free from the hospital she'd spent the past 12 or so hours in, she decided against antagonizing her father just this once. Instead, seeing the boy in front of her still barely able to comprehend what he was seeing, She moved to loosen one of the straps on her shoulder that now held the most precious thing in her life to her chest. Let's see if I can't explain a few things to the prospective future Hokage. Naruto-kun. Finally able to tear his eyes away from the tiny form before him, Naruto looked upwards in time to see the brown eyes of the mother crinkle in a smile as she unbuckled the front strap of the baby carrier and held her son in her arms. You want to hold him for a minute? For a brief second she was afraid the offer had made him black out. Certainly he staggered backwards and his eyes took on that glazed look that suggested the room was spinning around him, though fortunately he seemed to come back to himself in time to prevent her father having to step in and catch him before he keeled over. Catching his breath, the Jinchuriki swallowed hard before finally daring to speak. Me? But he's… He waved a hand at the small body, suddenly not able to meet her eye completely. What if I… You won't. Buika assured him, having had the same worries run through her own mind scant hours earlier until her maternal instinct had finally overridden her first-time nerves. He sleeps like my brother. It'd take an exploding tag in each earhole to get him to wake up now. After a long minute of indecision, Naruto glanced across at the man he considered his grandfather and, at Sarutobi's nod, he tremulously stretched out his arms, barely breathing and all but freezing in panic as he felt a small, warm something being slowly placed into them. There you go, no issue there, just support his head a little. There. His arms moved without direction from his brain. In all honesty, it was all he could do to keep breathing and standing upright as Buika stepped back a little, regarding the scene before her with a secret kind of smile as even Sarutobi found his fingers suddenly itching for a camera to capture the scene. Probably the first and last time I'll ever see the mouse look quite so scared. So desperate to keep his mind off the fact that there was a baby in his arms, a real live baby who he was responsible for and couldn't bring himself to do more than glance at from the corner of his eyes, deathly afraid that even looking would break Konohamaru's slumber, he tried to strike up something like a conversation. So how, when? Buika sniggered a little, raising an eyebrow in greeting as she saw her younger sibling slip into the room from the front door, the odor giving him away like a blaring noise. The usual way, there weren't any smoking fish descending from the clouds to present him to me. A sudden thought occurred to the woman and she hastily explained before Naruto could process her words and start asking questions. You'll find out what the usual way is when you enter the academy. Don't go asking anyone about that just yet, you're way too young. As to when, well, he arrived not too long ago, one of the reasons I'm going to bed very soon. But before that She glanced across but Sarutobi, having foreseen her question, was already nodding, allowing her to explain the situation to the young boy as long as she gave away no mission data. Well, I was a kunoichi, running deep cover and happily married in another country. But unfortunately or fortunately depending on which way you look at it, that last mission left me with a permanent reminder. At that point Buika gently stopped speaking after taking in the scene before her. Despite all that she'd said, she would have wagered, perhaps not her son's life, but certainly her brother's, that Naruto had heard at most 2 words she just said, having never once taken his wide, thunderstruck eyes from the baby he was now holding. He's so small. 100 other words flitted through his mind, but that was the only he could conclusively pin down and catch, the world around him fading to gray as he continued to watch the rhythmic movement of Konohamaru's miniature chest as the newborn slumbered on, apparently heedless that its mother no longer held him, had passed him on to another. He was surprisingly warm, and surprisingly heavy for his small size, but that didn't matter. Naruto stood still as stone until his fear began to drain away slightly, his breathing evening out as he was finally able to look at the minute person in his grip. Oddly enough, once he looked he found he had the opposite problem of a moment ago, unable to tear his gaze away as he watched the infant sleep. Even the voice that came from behind him barely able to make him glance upwards, Asuma approaching noiselessly for such a large man. Heh, got me too, kid, first time I held my nephew. The bearded giant informed the Jinchuriki, stooping down to slowly prise the babe away from the older boy, Konohamaru so small that Asuma could hold him snugly into the palm of one hand. Reminded me of why it was worth it to wear this metal plate. His free hand tapped his forehead protector as Naruto watched, drinking in his words. Pop told you about the will of fire, right? Naruto nodded, not trusting himself through a suddenly tight throat. Fortunately seeing this, the eldest Sarutobi carried on where his son had left off. This is what it means, Naruto-kun. A shinobi of the leaf is never stronger than when he fights to protect what is dearest to him. The ninja, all ninja, of Konoha that I command consider themselves and their own lives worth nothing when compared to their teammates and the villagers of this village. I have heard of and witnessed heroism, unseen in the shadows and unsung by all, of ninja who gave their lives when all seemed lost to ensure their friends lived to fight another day. A sudden ghost of a memory walked in Naruto's mind again, tears prickling the corner of his eyes as he recalled that he too had heard of such a thing once. Exemplary suicide. She took her own life, but because of that, she helped save a lot of people from slavery and misery. Was that her will of fire, flaring out in one last explosion rather than guttering to nothingness because her squad was dead? Even as his mind was occupied, Naruto heard his Gigi speak again, and, with a great effort, reeled his mind back in enough to listen. It is for this reason, this will of fire, that Konoha had endured as it has through these turbulent times of war and peace. Even now we are considered the strongest of the hidden villages not because of the techniques we know or the bloodlines we possess, but because of our strength when we stand together. Alone a ninja may die when faced with a stronger opponent, but together, even genin can topple a Kage. Remember that, Naruto-kun. The boy blinked, looking up at the old man as the Kage finished his pseudo-lecture, seeing that the moment of closeness between the Jinchuriki and his newly born grandson had resonated deeply with a youngster who had never known a family of his own. Minato-kun, forgive me. I should have fought harder to have taken him and myself years ago. Banishing such thoughts as. He ended his lesson. United a tree will stand until the end of days, divided. The old man shook his head sadly. It will fall within a day. It was another lesson Naruto would never forget. Even as he allowed Buika to take back her son as Konohamaru began to mumble nonsensically and thrash about a bit in his arms, and he allowed himself to be led away to one of the Sarutobi compound's guest bedrooms. His mind lingered on what Gigi had said, as he drew the covers up around himself and bade Asuma a good night. Before sleep claimed him, he thought hard to himself. The leaf is only as strong as its shinobi, as its Hokage. The Hokage is only as strong as the other shinobi around him. Reflexively his right hand moved up to press into the jacket pocket that contained his earlier notes. As he heard the parchment crinkle softly under his fingers, he felt new steel forge itself into the core of his being. When I become Hokage, I'll need good ninjas with me. I'll need to look after little ones like Konohamaru. I'd be useless if I didn't or couldn't protect them. I'll need to be as strong as I can be to take Gigi's place, though with a bit of luck. He gave a final press and allowed himself a gleeful smile as he heard the paper crunch softly one more time before his eyes drifted shut, and he allowed himself to fall into slumber. This'll help me get there double quick. Believe it. Because of those words still ringing in his ears and the will of fire they had ignited within him. The desire to train and better himself, not for himself, but for the rest of the Leaf. Some 9 weeks later, 3 academy students found themselves doing swift double takes when they heard their unofficial student give a call and, as the cloud of smoke dispersed, found themselves looking at 2 mice where before there was only one. Obviously this development had taken Naruto as much by surprise as it had them if the way the boy was gawking at his doppelganger was anything to go by. Hey, Abushin, I did it! Did ya see, I can do it, I did Bush! Ah, rats! His celebration had been, while not premature, at least a little too exuberant. With all his mad capering, he had accidentally landed squarely on one of the Bushin's feet, and the impact had burst the chakra construct to smoke, leaving the all but 7-year-old to fume as he folded his arms. And I had it right as well. You did, Code told him in no uncertain terms. While the Bushin hadn't existed long enough for him to get a good look at, he was almost certain it had been passable, even for Mizun-sensei, and he was a harsh taskmaster even at the best of times. So then, that's your 3 off of us, damn! He swore softly, looking over at his 2 companions as he broke into a crooked, slightly abashed smile. I just realized, pretty much everyone in our class has just been owned by someone who's not even in the academy yet. But he's got pretty much the whole ninja corps on his side, Izumo pointed out, breaking off from his glaring contest with one of the Haimaru as their owner gave a disdainful sniff at his reasoning. Can't get much better tutors than all of them put together. Rate he's going, I doubt he'll even go to the academy. Sarutobi-sama will probably just plunk the hat on his head as soon as he's old enough. Rather him than anyone else I could mention or name. Anna cut in frostily, matching Izumo's glare with her own as she continued to speak. At least the mouse has some manners and a decent head on his shoulders. And how would you know that, she beast? What are you comparing him against? The rest of your clan. Everyone known they're all combat nutters at the best of times. There's a reason people don't go into the woods on a full moon, you know. The Inuzuka scion snarled, baring her teeth at the insult to her family as she stood to her full height and took a menacing step forwards. Rather that than someone who's so full of hot air he'd pop the second he took a kunai to the skull. I always thought my mother was being a little harsh when she said academy standards for entry were too lax, but having spent 3 years with you, it took a skill not granted to everyone to make that word sound like a curse rather than a statement, as she lasered Izuma with her most heated glare. I'm beginning to think she might have a point. As he watched his brother spring to his feet, face mottled red and what little chakra he could mold flaring to life in a weak display of killing intent, Ko just about refrained from slapping a hand over his face as he sighed. Every damn time, what I wouldn't give for just 1 day of peace and Ugh, you too. A new voice cut in over the squabbling duo, Naruto remembering something Anko-sensei had once called out to Kurenai-san and her partner that, though he didn't quite understand, it fully seemed appropriate for the situation. For Kami's sake, just get a room, start swapping spit and get it over with. Oh Kami, tempted though he was to laugh, Ko knew, as he saw both Hana and Izuma whiten before turning their heads to regard the mouse more fully, the Inuzuka recovering slightly faster and starting to flush in rage, that he had seconds at best to stop this turning into a bloodbath. Perhaps I should be careful what I wish for in the future, Naruto, he whispered, seeing both the other students ready to pounce even as the youngster seemed to belatedly notice the danger he was in and step back a pace. Run! His warning came not a split second too soon. Hurling himself to the side, Ko watched the 2 taller figures sprint after the diminutive one, screaming all kinds of curses and promises of bloody murder, as Naruto seemed to hare away cackling at his joke. Sighing once more, the Hagane picked himself up and moved to learn against a nearby tree, knowing it'd be a fool's errand to try and outrun an Inuzuka out for blood like Hana was, even if she didn't have her Ninken with her. Guess that makes us the smart one, right boys? He asked the Haimaru aloud, reaching down to offer a hand to the closest of the triplets as they too watched their mistress fade into the distance. Though if those two were to get together, how long would you give them before it all ended in tears? Seeing the 3 puppies whine and rub their chins into the floor once and for all proved to Kotetsu that, despite what others might have claimed, there were at least some Ninken who were smarter than most humans. Yep, he agreed amicably, stroking the closest gray-haired head between the ears. That's what I thought. Perfect. Smiling as much as he could with the mother of all Stitch pinging in his side and at least 2 of his friends on his tail and out for revenge, Naruto reviewed his plan and found it had come up roses. Forget the Bushin, I'll use Kage Bushin from now on. Just as well I got it to dispel so quickly, they never noticed the difference. Right then, realizing where he was by dint of long practice in the training areas, Naruto suddenly veered left and hopped over a tree root, a sudden thump and curse from behind him telling him at least one of his pursuers hadn't been so vigilant in watching their footing. All that's left now is to ditch these 2 and I'll away free as a mouse down his hole. Chapter 9 The Mouse Will Peel. It took Uzumaki Naruto nearly 5.5 weeks of solid practice, at least an hour and a half every night as he slightly neglected his other training, even going so far as to occasionally slip away from the Ichirakus early, to finally complete the Shadow Clone Jutsu for the first time and generate fully formed Bunshin that didn't appear as pale and sickly as ghosts. It took him just less than 5.5 seconds after that happy event to determine once and for all that Kage Bunshin was the all-time greatest jutsu in the world. Ever. Blowing as he made to clear away the smoke, Naruto found he couldn't wait this time. He had finally had an epiphany after nights of ceaseless toil just earlier this week, ironically enough when he'd actually seen himself practicing the hand seal for the jutsu in front of his bathroom mirror. Immediately after this, of course, he'd had to almost physically stop himself slamming his head into the sink for being too boneheadedly blinkered and dumb. It was a ninja technique. Of course they weren't going to write down exactly how to do it on paper. Look underneath the underneath. When whoever wrote the scroll talked about focusing chakra through the seal, he didn't mean it literally through the seal. He meant through the shape the seal makes. That was the answer, and it was in front of me the whole time. I just didn't see it. Still, the blonde couldn't believe it had taken him so long to crack the code after nights of simply sitting there, trying to force the jutsu to work as he threw attempt after attempt at the wall fruitlessly, saying the words with his hands in the right place, only to be met with smoke, or, more recently, ethereal-looking sickly things that might have been clones but looked more like diseased ghosts that, perhaps, mercifully, dispersed into vapor at the merest edge of wind. Last night had been different. After his sudden sight into the problem and understanding how the seal, unique to the jutsu as far as he could see, was so crucial to getting it right simply due to the crude caricature it made, the clones had become more solid, more like him, and what he guessed a real regular Bunshin should look like. However, even as the clones looked more healthy, the opposite was true of him. The scroll had warned this jutsu drained chakra, and he could now well believe it, exhausted worse than a session with the green shouty man. No, Gaisan, his name is Gaisan. You can't get away with calling people nicknames like that anymore, except Panda-chan and Gigi of course, after a mere 15 attempts. So today he decided he wasn't holding anything back, it was all or nothing on his first go. Grabbing hold of as much chakra as he could feel within his compact frame, Naruto had roughly guided it as best he could through his hand seal and called aloud the jutsu name. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The smoke the attempt had kicked up was an encouraging sign for a beginner. Though Naruto knew most jounin and higher ninja could do almost all their jutsu repertoire without even a hint of telltale chakra smoke, itself generated by using too much chakra in the jutsu and the body venting the excess, he figured he'd deal with that issue when he had the basics down. Pointless learning to run before he could even crawl in this case. Instead, he wafted the silvery substance aside impatiently, peering through the mist and feeling his heartbeat quicken, and he saw something loom out of the shade, a silhouette of a person, or at least, what might be a person. Oh no, come on, did I do something wrong? This guy looks nothing like. Though his thought was indeed correct. The shape didn't appear to match up to anything like the Jinchuriki's own. The reason why became immediately apparent when the remainder of the smoke cleared and Naruto blinked. The gesture reciprocated in two more pairs of periwinkle blue eyes as the new duo of blondes beheld their creator with the same sort of odd stupefaction he bestowed on them. Subconsciously stepping apart, the two newly created Bunshin formed into a sort of equidistant triangle with their creator, all three blonde figures staring between each other before the original, noticing the building silence, made a brave stab at conversation. Wow, so? He almost stuttered to a halt as the two clones looked over at him, but he forced himself to carry on regardless. So you guys, you're real? The other two clones swapped a look before tentatively the one on his left nodded. Yeah, I think so. The Bunshin began as it brought up a finger and pressed the end of its own nose lightly. His nose, Naruto realized as he beheld the odd gesture. So, you're the original, right? Yep, the real Naruto stated proudly, hands on his hips before his triumphant grin faded slightly and he faced the two clones again. But don't worry, I read of that scroll that you guys are completely free of me. Why can do what you want, even make your own jutsus if you want to. Really? The other clone perked up at this information. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to explain, he was forced to close it again amid the agonizing sensation of cold on his teeth that had come about from the clone's sudden, excited kawarimi. As he sucked his tongue to try and get the spit back in his mouth, the original turned on the spot and glared at the clone as it leapt about in jubilant celebration. Cool! You baka! Fortunately, the clone on the right was able to carry on where the original had left off, rushing forwards and slapping his counterpart around the head softly, much like Enko-sensei had but without the force. Don't do too much of it or you'll pop. Once you run out of chakra, that's it, unlike him over there who can just go back to bed or eat a cup of ramen to perk back up again. A little disgruntled by the clone's dismissive tone, Naruto finally got his tongue back in working order and stood up for himself, against himself. Hey, team! The pointing clone whipped to face him, looking insulted. Don't point to me in that tone of voice. I created you with my jutsu, you're only here because of me. Somewhat incensed by this reasoning, the clone drew in a breath to answer before his companion, now recovered from the cuff to the ear, placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head as the irate Bunshin glanced at him before speaking to his progenitor. Boss, how could he look at you with his voice? Even as Naruto tried to rewind his memory at the odd question, the clone had done it for him. You should have said don't point, it's rude, or mind your tone with me, baka. That would have made more sense. Wincing as he realized the clone was right and pride stinging from being beaten in an argument with what was essentially another version of him, the original Jinchuriki merely waved a fist for a second before dropping it and hauling the conversation back on track. Don't get smart, anyway. He took a step forwards towards the two clones he'd made, long overdue excitement bubbling through him as he realized he'd finally cracked it. A big step forwards on the road to becoming Hokage. Please not. Fight about it, we should be celebrating. This is a B-rank jutsu. With this and the special henge I can do, that makes two of them. The clone he'd recently reprimanded smiled at the thought, but the other merely looked surly, folding his arms with a huff. Whoop-de-doo, great. You got the jutsu right and made us, so what happens when the jutsu ends and we go pop? I like being me. I don't want it to end just because I can't gather chakra like you can. Caught slightly on the back foot by the sudden question and painful reminder of the imminent end of his newly created clones, Naruto reached back and scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, thinking of something to say. Don't think this one was covered in the training grounds. What do you say to a clone when you both know it's going to run out of juice eventually? Well, I don't actually know what'll happen when you burst, he admitted shamefacedly, the clone merely scoffing and turning away even as he tried to make light of the situation. Hey, I didn't make the jutsu. I was just trying it out to make sure I could get it to work. And anyway, he pointed at the clone. You are me, so what are you mad at? That made the clone look around again, this time shock and something like disbelief on his face as he beheld his creator and fought to keep from snorting in contempt. I'm you, oh get real, that's like saying he complained, jerking a thumb at his companion clone. Is me. We're separate beings. But we both came from him. The other clone pointed out, quavering but not backing down from the expression of betrayal the other Bunshin shot his way. We're made of his chakra, and when we pop, as you put it, our memories should go back to the original. So if you think about it, you don't actually pop and die like a normal person, you and me will just merge back. Whose side are you on? The first clone snapped back, waving a fist in his doppelganger's face. That baka over there's getting the best deal out of all this, and what are we getting? Nothing but a last hurrah and smoky death. Doesn't seem fair to me. We should. Quite what the two clones should do was never quite revealed as Naruto, pushed beyond the limits of his patience, darted across the room and lashed out with his fist, the two-finger jab into the clone's neck enough to break the Bunshin's shell and disperse the clone. Blinking as he felt the vague memory of existence from another point of view infiltrate his head, the Jinchuriki blinked the chakra wisps from his eyes and stood up, shaking his head. Whoa, that was weird. He glanced at his remaining Bunshin he was grateful to notice, looking slightly perturbed but not altogether perturbed by his brethren's untimely demise. Hell, well, I think the memory transfer works from this technique at least. Sorry you had to see that though. After a second's thought the Bunshin shook its head, wafting a hand towards where his creator stood. No need, he had it coming. He should have known that moaning about how unfair life is just doesn't slice it in the ninja world. A smirk slipped over the face Naruto knew so well. We, or actually you, can really be a whiny brat at times, you know? Naruto blinked for a minute before firing up at the unfair accusation. Hey, don't go lumping me in why that. But you said he was you, though don't worry, I'm a part of you as well and I thought he was annoying too. The clone pointed out succinctly, neatly trumping the Jinchuriki's ace and pressing his advantage before Naruto could recover. But apart from that, we now know the memory thing the scroll mentioned seems to work, so what should we work on next, boss? The title seemed to spark Naruto's interest, the Jinchuriki stroking his chin with one hand as he considered for a brief moment the idea of a whole squad of clones looking to him with that one word on their lips. Boss? He repeated dreamily. Yeah, I could live with that, but apart from all that. He quickly dispersed such dreams of acclaim as he realized his sole remaining clone was looking impatient, and beyond that, might not have all that much time remaining before he too popped like his predecessor. Still no convinced on the memory thing yet. I was here all the time you two were, so the guy can't be counted as solid proof. Before we do anything else, I say we get on with some more experiments. At this the clone brightened. Want to see if the idea for climbing the walls is easier with two of us, half the chakra and all that? Tempting though the idea of that was, Naruto forcibly restrained himself. Remember, patience and strategy go further than all the rushing in the world. This technique's a lot more in-depth than even my henge. I don't want to run the risk of getting it wrong, least of all because Gigi might find out if I do. No, not at first. He steeled himself as his clone's face fell and made to explain his reasoning. We'd better start off on something less taxing, like how long you can stay here for a start. And what happens if you eat or drink something? Does it just go right through? And I still want to see if the memory transfer thing works. If it does, I've got a few ideas that might make this jutsu the best thing since Ayam-chan talked her father into having that special Hokage-sized ramen bowl made for me. After a little further convincing, Naruto went to bed a little later than he'd anticipated, though he found sleep hard to come by as he tossed and turned through the balmy Saturday night as he looked back over the evening with pride and excitement. An hour and a quarter, give or take. That long, a priceless, golden time for him to have another person in his life, someone who, while not a friend in the strictest sense of the word, was nevertheless a helping hand in both his work and home life, someone to talk to even if he was in effect talking to himself. Wrapping himself up in his covers, the mouse looked out to the moon he could see through a crack in his curtains and fought hard to stop a smile emerging. I did it, I really did it all on my own. Because of that I can start doing all kinds of things I could never dream of doing when it was just me. I can't wait until tomorrow. As impatient as he was for the next day to dawn, however, not even Jinchuriki were immune to the soft, insistent caress of sleep, and eventually, even Naruto was lulled away, though even as his eyelids fluttered closed for the last time that night, nothing would wipe the gleeful smile from his face. The next morning was, to the majority of Konoha, a complete and utter washout. Thick black clouds had let droplets of water like shiny coins fall to the dusty streets in a glittering rain, and swiftly turn them to miniature rivers. The summer thunderstorm, unexpected in violence if not timing, as the last few weeks had been dry, arid and balmy, perfect conditions for cooking up a storm such as this, threatening to overwhelm the village's storm drainage systems at times. Only the swift action of a nearby, and very soggy, anbu unit with a member affiliated with Suiton Chakra was able to stop the contents of several shops in the lower end of town quite literally floating away down the river. It was a day when people stayed inside. Children huffed that Kami had stopped them enjoying the day off school in the great outdoors, and every ninja on the patrol roster cursed their bad luck at having to be outside right in the thick of it. For one particular resident of the village, however, already marked apart as much by his impact on many of the villagers' minds as well as the 6 marks on his cheeks, the rain streaking down his window and thunder booming overhead were quite welcome, in fact almost soothing, as he sat at his table and scribbled another thing down on the list he'd spent most of the morning writing. There was just something soothing about candlelight that Naruto had never really been able to explain, even to himself, having had a bad experience in his first year of owning his own apartment in a storm similar to this, when the power had gone out due to a lightning strike in the mountains at Konoha's back and left him at home suddenly in the dark. He now always kept a well-hidden stock of thick white wax candles under the kitchen sink, with 1 or 2 stashed in other odd locations in case unexpected visitors showed up to crash the party and smash anything he owned. Having woken later than usual to hear thunder growling above him, the Uzumaki had quickly rolled out of bed and darted into the kitchen, flashing a glance out his bedroom window and seeing the spots of rain present, allowing him to determine he had about an hour at most before it really started coming down, and he'd have to sit in the dark to avoid the risk of his lights blowing out. He'd quickly boiled enough water for several cups of his cheapest ramen, gulped them down quickly, then systematically gone around his home and unplugged everything that could feasibly be damaged by an untimely thunderbolt before settling himself back on the kitchen table with a block of paper and striking a match to light his first candle. It was a harder struggle than he'd thought it would be. Yes, could go on and send several copies of him running amok in his apartment, but, at the same time, he knew that the Hokage might well be watching him in the near future just like he always had, and if the old man discovered he had somehow got his hands on a kinjutsu, of all things he'd be in for at best a round of awkward questions, and at worst, he might not let me see Buika-chan and Konohamaru again. The thought of that happening, though he hadn't seen the Sandame's eldest daughter for a few weeks recently due to his study of the Kage Shinjutsu amongst other things, was enough to make him shiver and hastily fight down the urge to go wild with his new toy. Instead, he picked up his pen and carefully wrote a title to his new self-imposed list of ideas of what to do with his potential new friends, clones, things to do. Not particularly original, but it does the job. Remember the kiss principle. Not one to forget a lesson easily, well, at least not one that had been punctuated by sharp words and blows to the head at any rate. Naruto nodded at his work and put the pen down for a minute, trying to clear his thoughts as his eyes rolled languidly between the candle flickering on the table and the darkness of the sky outside. Wondering if he had time to put the kettle on for another cup of ramen to feed both his stomach and his muse. Right, so I know I can do it. I made 2 bunchin last night, but 2 is too many. Ideally I only want 1 for the time being, because if I read the scroll right, it should have half my chakra and therefore last longer than one that only had a third. That point was common sense, and quite bluntly the first thing any decent ninja should do when he learned anything new, picking up his pen. Naruto scratched down his first goal with a wry smile on his lips, hoping that it wouldn't take him as long to refine the jutsu as it had to learn it. 1. Practice. Want only 1 at a time. So, that was the first thing. The second was equally as obvious but harder to put into words. He knew what Kage Bunshin were thanks in no small part to Anko-sensei and knew a little bit about what they were capable of. The problem was, since Anko-sensei was a much better ninja than he was ever going to be for at least the next decade or so, he had no concrete evidence as to what his shadow clones were going to be like. He knew they'd pop if he punched them, had proved it last night in fact, so obviously taijutsu training was out the window unless he either held back ridiculously or wore so much padding it would have made the spar pointless anyway. Anathema for someone who'd been taught as he had to hit hard, fast and first. So, can't hit them, or cut them open either for that matter. The sudden realization made him grimace. Bang went his idea of studying human anatomy in more depth if he couldn't have a bunshin or two lay down its ethereal life in the name of science. So, what can they do for me? Throw stuff, yeah, that'd work. I don't pop, I bruise instead. What else? The crawl up the wall trick. Maybe, after I've done some more STR. Aha, brilliant! As always finding comfort in his routine, he hastily scribbled down the second and third items on the list. 2. Use for dodging practice and stretching. 3. Crawl up the wall. 4. Can they use disguise? The fourth point popped into his head almost as though it had been there all along and had just waited for his hand to start moving before slipping in unnoticed. Staring down at the words he'd written, the Jinchuriki felt a slow smile spread over his face. Sitting back in his seat and looking up at the ceiling, blocking out the rain, the thunder, and the occasional flash of lightning, mind already racing away down the paths that lay before him, now he'd shoved the mental boulder that had been blocking them off away into the slippery slope that led to the oblivion of being forgotten entirely. That was it, just like the actual technique itself had been. So simple he almost hadn't seen it when it was all but biting him on the nose to be noticed. Why hadn't he thought of it before? His main worry about this technique in the first place had been someone, most likely the Sandame, wondering why he was seeing a lot more of his surrogate grandson than he was used to, putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with one blonde too many. But the old man would have a hard job if his clones didn't even look like him and appeared to be completely different people. It was perfect, almost too perfect. He knew he woke up before pretty much anyone else in Konoha who wasn't obsessed with youth and spandex. He had to suddenly bite back a shudder. Somehow that just sounded so very, very wrong. Ugh. No, come on, remembers the mission here. No getting distracted by the green. Gai-san, get his name right. Unfortunately, it seemed the image of the eccentric ninja was as boisterous and hard to ignore as the real thing. It took a long minute of concentrated mental thought and doodling on the corner of the page to banish the unwanted figment from his imagination, and even when he thought the battle was won, he could almost swear he heard a faint cry of Yash from somewhere in the distance. Is he really out there training now? He'd have liked to think that even Gai-san had enough sense to stay indoors on a day like this, but it was unlikely that even a downpour this torrential was enough to dampen the green beast's youthful flames of eternal youth. Oh no, they've infected me. The energy, the youthfulness, the insanity. I can feel them burning. Make it stop, make it stop. It was worse than he thought. Only the last-ditch resort of a cup of his top-of-the-range ramen selection and a cup of very fresh milk, brought over to him by the Sandame the last time the Hokage had visited, was enough to finally quash the influence on his young, fragile, impressionable mind before too much damage was done, I hope. Quick, finish the broth before it rekindles. Ah, that's the stuff. Replete as the taste of his one true love washed over his tongue and down his throat, the Jinchuriki relaxed and breathed out slowly. That had been a close shave and no mistake. Chucking the empty carton casually towards the sink, the youngster settled back down in his seat and reread what he'd written, casting a critical eye over it, and scribbling down a 5th point, deciding that would be his next task to have a crack at when he was done with this idea. After that he quickly thought about it, thought some more, and decided that with all the hard work out of the way, he smirked mischievously and rounded his list off to a nice round half-dozen points. 6. Learn skills, meet interesting people, and have fun, an essential ingredient for all young children to have, regardless of whether they want to be Hokage or not. Naruto nodded sagely as he heard Buika say those words at the same time as dangle a gaudy blue toy over the table Konohamaru was laid on, the 6-week-old child gurgling happily as he tried to catch the waving plastic toy with his short, podgy arms. And we'll start that one. With his typical foxy smirk back in place, he turned the page and started the engine on his already overactive imagination, putting realistic names to unfamiliar faces just as Anko-sensei had taught him, by coming up with a few extra masks for my bunshin to wear while they're out and about. How does Totoro sound? Deftly tucking the latest novel back on the shelf it had come from and tucking her long hair back behind her ear, Shiho sighed with a touch of annoyance as she placed her hands at the small of her back and pushed hard, wincing at the sudden popping noise. She'd never been the most athletic kunoichi to graduate from the Ninja Academy, nor one of the most gifted academically, come to that, but what she did have was a good, firm head on her shoulders, a logical and ordered mind, diligence, patience, and above all else, a knack for remembering all the tiny little things that most other people tended to dismiss as unimportant. The latter of these she was convinced came from her father's side of the family, the man having been a librarian for the better part of the 50 years he'd been blessed with on Kami-sama's Earth, with a solitary mention of serving above and beyond the call of duty during the QB assault, where he'd risked his life staying in the library and checking the seals that held the precious ninjutsu scrolls weren't damaged by the malevolent chakra that radiated from the beast like warmth from a fire. His only distinction for all those years of toil. Shiho had been helping him in the quiet, dusty place almost since before she could remember, and was now convinced her talent for noticing patterns in blocks of texts and cipher streams had stemmed from the necessity of memorizing the layout of the library and being able to identify and replace a scroll in its proper location years before she'd even set foot in the civilian school. Those qualities more than anything else had gotten her to the status of genin, and thanks to her jounin sensei pulling a couple of strings with the TNI department, and an interview with its former head that all seemed to be a bit of blur to her now, probably on purpose knowing how secretive they all are all the time, a probationary period as a chunin within the code-breaking division of the department. She'd been as surprised as anyone when she'd actually tested high enough to even attend the Shinobi Academy, absolutely shocked when she somehow scraped through both the genin exams and, though her team had failed the past 2 chunin exams as the first and second phases respectively, her modest talents had been noticed by someone higher up the food chain, and because of that she'd been uprooted out of this musty old tomb of scrolls and parchment, and replaced in a slightly newer, more expensive-looking building surrounded by ciphers and code. Still, my new grade's not confirmed yet and won't be for the foreseeable future. Rubbing her eyes underneath her glasses, the temporary chunin sighed. Even though she liked the old library and remembered many fond years of playing hide-and-seek with her father between the teetering piles of books, it wasn't the first place she'd run to when she'd been granted a day off by her superiors. And knowing how tight-lipped they are, it could be months before they give me that vest, and probably months after that before they remember to tell me about it. Still, can't deny the pay's good, enough to tempt Dad out of the office and into a nice restaurant with Mum occasionally. The memory of that event, throwing a roll of bills onto the table and then having to help both her father and her mother pick something half-decent to wear that night, was enough to make her grin and have to stifle a chuckle, just about regaining her composure and smoothing out her expression as a tiny chime sounded from the library entrance. A customer, at this time of day. That was relatively unusual. Curious, Shiho jogged lightly back to the entrance of the library and poked her head around the end of a bookshelf, raising a delicate blonde eyebrow at the sight before her as the customer, seemingly bemused by the sight of so many books in the general library, waited patiently by the front desk, looking at the bell in front of him and apparently in 2 minds as to whether he should ring it or not. Deciding to make the decision for him, and since she couldn't sense anything like a threat from him despite the fact he was broader in the shoulder than both her and her father stood side by side, Shiho cleared her throat and as he turned to face her, lightly slipped behind the counter, peering over it with a polite smile on her lips as the tall man swung ponderously around to regard her. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Konoha General Library. Anything in particular you're looking for?" There was silence for a minute, though Shiho didn't press the issue. He appeared to be trying to say something and it looked like hard work. "Card," he eventually managed to mumble, his voice quite surprisingly soft for such a big man. "Ka-san said I needed a card to take the pictures out." "Pictures?" Oh, the sudden realization forced her to stifle a sudden gasp. That's what he means. "Well, your Ka-san's right. You'll need a library card to remove books from the library. Luckily." She reached under the counter and fished around for a minute for the right form. "If you fill this out, you'll be able to take up to 3 books out at any one time. You won't be able to take out any ninja scrolls, though," she warned him in her gentlest tone, knowing without even having to look that this hulk of a man wasn't a shinobi. "But that's probably just as well. They're really boring, no pictures or anything, even I get bored reading them." She chuckled at her own lame joke, a little relieved to see him smile as well, the expression awkward and shy on his moon-like face as he looked down at the small square of paper in front of her and cocked his head, apparently trying to read it upside down. He squinted, much like she did when a particular kanji in a cipher sequence was giving her trouble. She realized, oh, this must be a struggle for him. "My writing's no good, and some of the pretty patterns don't make sense. Don't worry, I can help you fill it out." Shiho's kind heart had gotten her and her team into more than a few scrapes over the years, but she'd never been able to bury it completely, no matter how many times she recanted the laws of the shinobi to herself. It was at times like this, able to reach out aid a less fortunate human being, she was eternally grateful that that organ had been able to make it through her ninja career thus far without shattering completely. "Now, what's your name?" "Toroto, Ootoko Toroto." Shiho's pen paused inches from the form and she looked up with a quizzical expression, not sure if he wasn't playing a joke on her or not. Really? Your name is Big Man? 'S what I'm called on fields. He looked out of the doorway, out towards the fields of Konoha where Shiho realized he probably worked. Probably the reason he's here as well. After the storm we had at the weekend, it's too wet to plow or so. Anyway, I've heard stranger, and I can't deny it fits him. Okay, Ootoko-san, she said pleasantly, filling in the first line of the form at the same time as idly wondering if this was Kami-sama hearing her desire for something to do and getting his jollies out of granting her wish in such an obstinate way. Where do you live? Is it in Konoha? Seeing him shake his head slowly, she bit back a groan. This was going to be a long day. She wasn't wrong. It did take a long time to complete what should have been a 2-minute job. But as she watched the sight of a man who could have broken her in half as easily as she snapped a dry rice cracker sat contentedly on one of the library benches with a small comic book in his hand, reading at his own pace and occasionally laughing quietly at something drawn in the cartoons, she realized with a quiet sigh it was worth it. Ootoko-san was a gentle giant, a man who must have known on some instinctual level that he wasn't quite the same as everyone else but didn't want, or seem able to, complain about his circumstances. I can't decide if he's blessed or cursed, Shiho thought to herself as she folded his request for a library card into a neat envelope to be posted to the civilian administration. She'd already stamped it for validation. All that was needed now was for the actual card to be printed. Yes, he's not intelligent, but because of that he's also not vengeful, or greedy, or anything else really. He's just a man who wants to look at pictures. Actually, a sudden thought occurred to her, if he likes them so much. Ootoko-san. The farmer, or farmhand, looked up at his name, watching but not reacting as the slight librarian came slid onto the bench opposite him. You like looking at the cartoons, don't you? Encouraged by his slow, languid nod, Shiho crossed her fingers under the table and went on. Well, not far from here there's a place with pictures a lot like these but much bigger, if you want to see them. I can't remember exactly where it is, you'd have to ask for directions, but I thought it might be something you'd like to know about. His massive face brightened and he leant forwards, as eager to hear as a puppy was for a chocolate drop, and Shiho, after fighting down the sudden irrational urge to pat him on the head, a thick thatch of brown hair covering the crown of the mighty skull, spoke again, giving the outline of directions towards the painting and art suppliers some 7 or 8 streets away. A few minutes later, when this was done, she could quite happily say, as she bowed the massive worker out of her and her father's domain after reminding him that his library card would be available from the next week or so, that she'd done her good deed for the day. Perhaps fortunately for that little illusion, Shiho was unable to see through walls like the Hyuga were able to, and therefore missed the sight of Ootoko Torodo ducking down into a side alley that ran down the side of the library and re-emerging the other side wearing a completely new and separate mask, the small childlike form clapping its hands in glee as it made to explore an option that had never occurred to it, or its creator. Arts, huh? Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and while I'm undercover if I say my mask has some hobbies he should at least be sort of good at them. The Bunshin mused as it lingered in the mouth of the alleyway for a minute, grateful that the street was mostly deserted as the skies above still threatened rain as it mused on the issue, and wondered idly if its creator was having as much luck on the fields as he was in the village. Getting hold of the library card Naruto had declared as being his first major goal as knowledge is power had gone relatively smoothly. You never know, I could be a wandering artist, just moving into town to set up store and, on the side, start feeding information back to the leaf. Possibly a bit far-fetched, but I've heard worse, or at least Sensei told me about worse. Now then, decision made and problem solved, the Bunshin started to think as it meandered down the street, Shiho's directions clear in its mind as it started to clamber over the next mental wall in its path. What's my name this time? Later that night, when Naruto returned with a big, triumphant grin on his face as he realized and proved without a shadow clone of a doubt that he would remember everything his clones did. Why else would he have suddenly received a memory of someone filling out a form for him in Konoha while he was halfway up a tree in Training Ground 17 otherwise? He was completely unsurprised to see that on his kitchen table, the notepad of his masks had been turned over one page, hiding Ootoko Torodo from view and showing the bare bones of another character. A new mask one of his Bunshin had used to hold a conversation with the artists of the Ink Swirl store. Just like she said, Naruto saw his clone's work, read it, and smiled as he realized that, with this, life in Konoha had just gotten a whole lot easier for him. People might not like him, hell they might outright hate him in several cases, but as long as they never knew it was him they were talking to, then he was just another face in the crowd, something a lot more priceless than standing aloof and alone for whatever reason. I can teach Uzumaki Naruto to be someone else. Well, you did just that, and I'll be forever grateful to you for it, thanks, Anko-sensei. Seeing the unusual sight before her, Naruto actually twirling his chopsticks in the ramen rather than scarfing the tasty broth down, Ayam felt it pertinent to ask the pressing question. Naruto-kun. He looked up at his name. Is anything the matter? You're very quiet tonight? He tried to hold it in, she could see that. But nothing got past her trained eye and she kept her gaze at just the right level, mostly the sympathetic curiosity that he was so denied by virtually everyone else in the village, but backed up by just a hint of insistent steel, that eventually he had to give way. With a little sigh, the Uzumaki put his chopsticks inside his bowl and leant forwards on the bar, chin on his fist and something big on his mind before he seemed to make his mind up about something. Rolling his eyes up at his adoptive Nei-chan, Naruto let out a second sigh and come out with the request he'd been mulling over in his head all night. I am Nichan, can you and Tsuchijiji teach me how to cook? That was a bolt from the blue and no mistake. Blinking, the serving girl stood back up behind her bar and looked down at the younger child she considered her sibling in all but blood as she cocked her head and made to shed a little more light on the situation. Cooking, Naruto-chan? You wanted to be a ninja, didn't you? What's changed? Oh no, Ayam-chan, I want to be a ninja still, but one of my senseis said a ninja should have loads of skills. Like if I was in an enemy country I could pretend to be a chef till I could get out of there. I never thought of that, though she could only vaguely remember the woman, a chunin if she remembered right, who had been around the young would-be ninja some months ago. From what she could remember, that sort of thing sounded like something she'd say. And Gigi said he didn't want me to learn any jutsu until I was in the academy, so I thought I could learn some other skills like cooking. I already started, got a library card about 3 weeks ago, tried drawing but wasn't much good at it, but I'm getting better. Oh. He brightened even more as remembered something else that had brought him crashing to a halt out in the fields only a week ago. The disguised clone he had sent out with little more than a shopping list and a couple of Rio notes had dispelled and left him with the memories of coming home with a new obligation every Thursday night, and a new mask to write up in his book of alter egos. And I found someone to teach me how to play a few instruments. Only tried a few so far, but I like the koto best. That threw her for a loop, and no mistake, no matter how much she railed against it, and cursed her own spinelessness every time she heard someone bad-mouthing the little blonde, and forced herself to serve them with a smile on her face. I am knew enough about the facts of life and market forces that kept her father's ramen bar alive to know that the number of people in the village who'd have given Naruto the time of day were probably few enough to count on both her hands. The idea that someone, anyone, would willingly want to teach him an in-depth skill such as that. She hastily caught herself, not realizing she'd been speaking out loud until she saw her customer's curious gaze. That's great, Naruto-kun, but who's teaching you? And why? Believe me, unseen by the boy, Ayam's hand clenched under the bar of her stall. If they're teaching you wrong, all the demons in Makai won't stop me beating a path to their door and then beating them into next week. Oh, I learn at the music shop about 4 or 5 streets that way. He explained freely, wafting a hand over his shoulder in a vague display of directions as he went on. Down a little back street, called Bells and Whistles, imaginative, huh? Ayam duly failed to wrestle down a smirk and, emboldened, Naruto went on. But yeah, the old guy who runs it's a bit cranky, kept rapping my fingers every time I played a wrong note, but he's good and I'm learning a lot from him. Before you say anything, I'm pretty sure he doesn't like me. Well, he glared when I walked past anyway, but... He looked around furtively before beckoning her closer, Ayam leaning over the bar to listen as he whispered the last words of his explanation. When I go for lessons, I make sure he doesn't know it's me he's teaching. The confusion must have shown on her face because before she could even ask, Naruto had begun his explanation, glancing over his shoulder towards the street as he spoke with a strange, almost regretful voice that appeared far too old for a child his age to speak with. It's like Anko-sensei said, Ayam-chan. People don't like me and I don't know why, but there's nothing I can do about it until I become Hokage and they all have to respect me. There was the determination she knew so well, the azure fire in his eyes that would burn through all obstacles until he reached his dream, though that will diminish slightly as he let out a slight sigh. Until then, though, the only thing I can do is pretend to be someone else, a different person or a mask, so they'll treat me normally. Why would they act funny around me if they don't know it's me they're talking to? Like the old man at the shop, Yudazuka-san, if I'm remembering right. He just about recalled the name of the gruff old musician before the more familiar knowledge of that particular mask came back to him, and he reeled off the false persona his bunshin had scribbled down some weeks previously, and he had refined since then. He thinks he's teaching Baraku Arahashi, a higher student at the civilian academy who just failed shinobi selection and wants to impress his parents because he feels guilty about it, to play the koto, and his student is paying him using some of his pocket money. Reasoning this through with wide eyes and a nearly slack jaw, Ayam rationalized the situation against her own moral code and found one immediate flaw in her little Anai-chan's logic. But Nara-chan, that's deceitful. Yep. To her horror, he even looked a little smug as he nodded and took a long draught of the cooled ramen broth before continuing, his massive grin only increasing in size as he went on. That's what being a ninja's all about. Sensei said something like the way of the shinobi is to lie, or be deceived. That word you just said, so I'm just getting the practice in when I can. And if I learn something else out of the bargain, that's just a bonus. If I was in an enemy country, I'd be learning a lot more than how to pluck a few strings to play a tune, I can tell you. Ayam opened her mouth to answer this, then closed it again as she thought hard for a minute. Overall, was Naruto doing anything really wrong in the grand scheme of things? Yes, he was lying after a fashion and pretending to be someone who didn't really exist, but overall, was that any worse than what the vast majority of the villagers put him through? No. In fact, in a lot of cases what he's doing is nothing compared to some of the stories I've heard, and they're just the ones Dad told me about. Though she knew some of Naruto's plight, Ayam was aware that her father sought to protect her from as much of it as he could, his body the shield between her and the unpleasant face of Konoha as a whole, but he couldn't hide the full scale of the truth. More than once Tucci had shifted his entire supply chain despite the costs of the ingredients rising, and Ayam would have staked her apron that such a dramatic shift in policy had come from stories the chef had heard about how those stores he had abandoned had treated Naruto in the past. Realizing she had a pair of curious blue eyes on her, the waitress broke off her introspection and smiled, leaning over the counter to ruffle the boy's sunshine hair. Well, then you just carry on. It's a neat way of thumbing your nose at those old sticks in the mud who can't see you like me and Tucson do. Just promise me one thing, Nara-chan. Hi. Ayam giggled at his sudden expression of what he must have thought was complete seriousness. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way any face he made was ever going to be anything other than cute in her eyes. Even when he's pouting, I still want to hug him to death. Promise me you'll never try to use a fake face around here. Naruto all but reeling in shock as his older Nae-chan went on. Tucson and I know you all too well for that, Nara-chan. You'll never have to wear a mask around us. Got it? It took him a moment to reply, trying hard to swallow down the lump in his throat as he couldn't quite meet Ayam's chocolate eyes before somehow dredging up a smile that hopefully dazzled her into missing just quite how much her words actually meant. He scratched the back of his neck and beamed. Yeah, I know, Ayam-chan, you and Gigi have always been good to me, anyway. He sniffed as though trying to track down his next bowl of ramen by scent alone, quite by coincidence making sure his nose wasn't going to run with sudden unshed tears as he looked around. Mind if I talk to Gigi about learning to cook? Thanks, Nae-chan. When you say that, I know it's not a lie. Sure. The waitress laughed as she cleared her customer's bowl out from under him before heading to the back of the stand, speaking over her shoulder as she did so. Wait there, Nara-chan. I'll go get the old man and see what he's got to say about the whole thing. No need to thank me, Anai-san. It's nothing but the truth. So then, up to his elbows in soapy water, Naruto looked over as best he could, seeing Tucci lifting some of his ingredient tins up to the top shelves of the cramped backroom of the ramen store, the ones he couldn't even reach unless he stood on the countertop, something that neither of the Ichirakus wanted in case he fell and did himself a mischief. What's this my little girl tells me about you wanting to cut up vegetables rather than enemy ninja Naruto-kun? Huffing a sigh of annoyance as Ayam merely smirked slightly under his sardonic eye, the Jinchuriki answered slowly as he pulled another scuffed pot into the sink he was working at. Not like that, Gigi. I just want you to show me how to cook things, not anything fancy or pricey, just things I can live on when I can't get ramen. Nascent proximity alarm bells starting pinging in his mind, and he ducked just in time to avoid his Nae-chan swiping her hand gently through his thick blonde hair. Ayam chuckling as she flipped her washcloth over her shoulder and started to dry the well-scrubbed pots he had piling on the side of the sink and washboard. You little blonde kappa, you'd live on ramen if you had the chance, wouldn't you? Naruto didn't even miss a beat. Of course, wouldn't everyone? Recognizing he was a truly hopeless case, the chef's daughter simply sighed and shook her head, letting her father take over as Tucci finished cataloging everything and realized all the stock was present and accounted for. Just as well. Last thing I felt like doing after a rush day like today was running to the late-night markets. Kami-sama must have been tipping me a wink today when Nara-chan showed up for pot cleaning duty. Well, as glad as my business is to hear that, Naruto, I'm afraid I Can't teach you how to make ramen, it's an old recipe, he explained hastily as the boy looked over, thunderstruck at this announcement. One that's been in the family a very long time, and let's face it, Naruto-kun, it's all that keeps this old shack from falling down around me and Ayam-chan's ears, and even then only 'cause you're too stingy to pay for proper repairs and keep doing it yourself. Ayam muttered under her breath, once more reliving the worry she always felt when she saw her father taking his life in his hands and clambering around on the restaurant roof trying to track down and fix another minor leak before it flooded them out again. Fortunately, not hearing his daughter's grumbles, Tucci carried on his explanation. So I'm afraid I can't part with that little secret, Naruto-kun, but don't worry, there's lots of other things I can make that taste just as good as ramen. Naruto swirled this idea around in his head for a moment, much like his hands made eddies in the dishwater still present in the sink as he pondered the matter. Overall, it made a lot of sense, really. Tuchijiji teaching him how to make his signature dish would be like Sandaimjiji handing over the Hokage's hat to him now and bidding him good luck in the post. Yeah, he could do it, but if he did and I started making my own ramen, he'd lose money because I might not come here as often. One of the benefits of his little business, and its associated training, itself only begun due to the sage advice of the ramen chef some years ago, he remembered with a start, was that he was a lot more perceptive to the impact of decisions on all parties concerned. Give something to get something was a lesson even he could relate to, and, in all honesty, what did he have that Tuchijiji would want enough to part with his secret ramen recipes? Nothing. In fact, even when I become Hokage, I bet I won't have anything that would make him change his mind. Oh well, never mind, at least the Chiraku ramen's not going anywhere for when I get peckish. No problem, Gigi, I can understand that. He nodded as he reached the conclusion in his mind and carried on with the washing. Besides, I wouldn't make a very convincing spy chef if all I could make was ramen, would I? You won't have to buy any ingredients either, I got enough saved up for lessons. Is that so? Tucci mused, one eye still on the back of the smallest person in the back room of his stand as he considered the matter. Naruto had grown up so much, even in some ways growing old before his time, that he wasn't all that surprised he'd so quickly gotten over the disappointment of not being able to learn how to make his favorite meal, but to offer to pay for it all. Just as long as you're not selling yourself short, Naruto-kun, it'd be pointless for you to learn how to cook if you can't afford to feed yourself afterwards, wouldn't it? The question made the youngster giggle for a second before he shook his head. No worries there, Tuchijiji. The old man'll look out for me if I run short as long as I tell him it's for ninja training. In fact, if I start cooking things for him, maybe he'll increase my allowance. He doesn't always get a chance to get out his office for lunch. Now that would be interesting. Another way to get some more cash perhaps, if my clone does the cooking while I'm out in the fields. Putting that thought onto the back burner for a minute, Naruto reeled his mind back in to catch the tail end of what Ayam was saying. Sorry, Nei-chan, didn't get that. I said, the girl repeated herself, hands on hips and with a slightly exaggerated frown of her face as she, like most young ladies her age, wasn't fond of being ignored. If that doesn't work, you could always come up with new recipes and sell them to the Akimichi clan. If it tastes good, they'll buy how to make it off you. Really? Yep, Ayam assured him, giving a knowledgeable nod as her father had let her sit in on the last time a representative of the Rotund clan had petitioned the ramen chef to part with his recipes for a very respectable price. Tucci had politely refused, of course, but offered the Akimichi a discount should they ever request his services at a function or clan gathering. A bonus that sweetened the pot for the large man who departed with a respectful bow and the rent money Tucci owed on the stand. They love their food, do the Akimichi, even more than you do your ramen. Impossible, the Jinchuriki thought, but decided not to speak, instead hearing his older sister figure out. So if you cook something that impresses them, they'll buy the recipe and add it to their clan cookbook. If it's really good, they might give you a yearly stipend to keep it. Really? Naruto repeated himself, fantastical imaginations of him sitting on a pile of money coins as he stirred a pot full of delicious treats that the Akimichi were stampeding over each other to get hold of. Wow, okay then, let's get cracking on that and make some money. Chortling at his enthusiasm, Tucci took one last look around as his daughter swabbed down the sink Naruto had just emptied and decided that all he saw was good. Excellent, time to go home and put my feet up after a long old day. Hold your horses, Naruto-kun. Glad as I am that you're raring to go, you can't just jump into cookery feet first and hope for the best, not unless you want to end up scraping soot and tar off the bottom of your cooking woks at least, he advised, holding up a finger as Ayam locked the back door of their stand. Unlike the Hasawadas who lived above their property, the Ichiraka father and daughter merely rented their stand and lived about a 10-minute walk from it. in one of the less expensive but still comfortable regions of Konoha's residential areas. I'll try and come up with a timetable or something like that, but it'll be likely to change and chances are you'll have to do most of your cooking at the weekend. That all right for you? No problem, Tsuchijiji. Naruto assured him with a crisp salute, the gesture forcing Ayam to hold back on her sisterly glomping instincts due to its inherent cuteness. I don't do much at weekends anyway, except maybe some work out of Ayam-chan's old workbooks. Anything else is a welcome break from them. Very true, Naruto-chan. The waitress assured him with a shudder as she too remembered the long hours of drudgery that homework represented before brightening up. Still, while you're slipping away from them, we'll be able to get you initiated in the Holy Order of Ordained Ninja Chefs. You won't have any trouble shopping for ingredients, right? That question made Naruto have to hide a sudden smirk. While originally it had been a problem, he now found slipping on a minute mask before he went outside as easy and as natural as a normal person did pulling on a pair of shoes. With this in mind, he looked his adoptive sister square in the face with his wide, guileless eyes and shook his head appealingly. Nope, not an issue for me, Ayam-chan. They'll never see me coming. That assurance and confidence, together with the victory symbol he flashed up in time with his brilliant grin, was enough to break through the ramen girl's self-control, and in an eye blink Naruto found himself caught in the most dreaded technique of the school of ramen fu, the inescapable feminine glomp of doom. The sight of the little mouse flailing around in Ayam's arms as he clawed desperately at the air in his thrashings to be free was enough to make Tucci roar with laughter, his mirth seeming only to tighten his daughter's hold as she nuzzled her cheek into the younger child's hair. You are so cute. We could grate you up and use you as the sprinkles they put on ice cream. It'd be a bestseller and we'd make a fortune. How much do you reckon he'd be worth, Dad? Just about smothering his mirth, Tucci managed to shake his head and place his finger on his chin, looking serious as he gave a measured answer. Alive or dead? Seeing his daughter's raised eyebrow, he nodded at where Naruto's struggles for freedom were noticeably slackening off due to her constricting grip. Ayam leapt back with a gasp as Naruto heaved down a breath of sorely needed air and stood up, panting after coming so close to being crushed by kindness. Ordained ninja chef. He managed to rasp as Ayam looked at the floor abashed. But I can't help it, he's too adorable when he makes a face like that. Feeling his ribs start to expand back to their normal position, he gave a shaky thumbs up and smiled again, the ramen waitress brightening as she realized he didn't hold the hug against her. Well, if that's the sort of thing I'll be learning. He stood to his full height and stretched off, just about holding off a wince as he slipped an arm around his adopted sister's shoulders and gave her father a victory pose. Bring on my first lesson in shinobi cooking and the art of ramen fu. It was true what Enko-sensei had said. He realized as he struggled vainly against the sudden vice grip that had seized him around the middle and made sure he couldn't get away. In the field, almost making it out the way of an attack usually meant that you were simply bleeding out rather than immediately dead. Not that the situation here was quite this serious. Luckily for him, his suspicions had been aroused by the slight look of expectation on Maruta's face after the weaponsmith had gestured for him to go upstairs. Had only gotten stronger, as he'd realized he couldn't hear the rhythmic thunks of steel against wood that would have indicated Tenten-chan being outside practicing with her beloved weapons and had blown into full life just as he'd stepped into the Hasawada's apartment above their shop. And heard the quick, light patter of feet running towards him from the back. He'd leapt to the side out of instinct but not fast enough. Tenten had been able to get half a grip on his closest arm and from there, due to him being off balance, had yanked him into a constrictive grip that she didn't look to be releasing any time soon. Instead looking over his shoulder at where Kishi was regarding the pair of children with amusement. Look, Ka-san, I caught a mouse, the girl stated proudly before carrying on. Now I can take him to school tomorrow and chop him to bits. Rather unsurprisingly, this idea didn't find much favor with the aforementioned mouse as Naruto redoubled his efforts to break her hold. I don't want to be chopped to bits, he declared, grabbing both her hands with his own and trying to prise them apart at the same time as pleading for Kishi's help with his eyes. I like all my bits where they are. I want to keep them all attached to me. Sorry, mouse, sensei's order. Finally giving up on breaking her strong grip, Naruto instead fell back on his old standby of fighting filthy, and a second later Tenten stumbled backwards, giggling from where he'd reached over his shoulder and tickled the sides of her neck, the only place on her body that attack affected her apart from her feet. As she reeled, Naruto managed to wrestle down a breath of air and recollect himself enough to ask the burgeoning question. Now I'm out of range for the imminent dicing. He favored his former orphan with a nasty glare, though true to form Tenten merely stuck her tongue out at him, able to act like a bit more of a brat than her 8 years would have had people believe, as the younger child being present was a convenient excuse for such immature behavior. Why's your sensei got against mice? We're doing a dissection tomorrow. The bun-haired girl replied with a knowing smile, Kishi looking up from setting the table and recalling that part of her own school days with a slight smirk. Oh, what Maruta-kun wouldn't give to take back that day. He had to be excused from the lesson for crying after tapping his mouse on the back of the head. Then again, he's always loved animals. So sensei's bringing in loadsome mice and we get to chop them up. You. Thinking of this for a minute made Naruto feel slightly queasy. Why'd you want to do that? Tenten opened her mouth to answer, then closed it as she realized she didn't have an immediately convincing reason before. Thankfully, her father came to the rescue. 2 reasons, Naruto. The thick-set Smith grated heavily as he pushed the door shut behind him at the same time as ruffled Tenten's hair buns with his free hand. Though she was a little too big for him to pick up as easily as he had in earlier years, nothing he said or would ever want to say would stop her greeting him with a hug. Every time his working day was done. Firstly, it's important to see how different things are in real life compared to what you read in books, and second, the former ninja caught himself for a minute before. After seeing his wife's permissive nod, he sighed and walked over to the settee. Both children followed him with intense curiosity in their gaze, Tenten jumping onto her father's knee as the older man sat down heavily and smiled at her, slipping an arm around his daughter's shoulder. Well, the second reason is one you're not supposed to know until after you try out for the Ninja Academy. But since I know you're both going to end up there anyway, it can't hurt to tip you off a little, he assured them with a cheerful smile, Naruto nodding as he knew that his friend would be eligible for selection next year while he himself would have to wait until the year after that. Still, at least I get 3 or so years with Panda-chan in the academy before she passes out. This little exercise, as well as lots of others the teachers will spring on you, Ten-chan, is designed to see if you've got what it takes to be a ninja. I've never sugarcoated it for you, Haim, or you either, Naruto-kun, however much I've wanted to. Ninja kill, it's the main, or one of the main tenets of the job you sign up for when you put on that headband. What'll happen tomorrow will probably be your first exposure to death, or, if not, certainly your first in killing a living thing. The sensei will give you live mice. It's up to you to pinch the life out of them before you start carving them up. As he'd expected, a little silence fell over the 2 assembled children after this admission, Naruto in particular looking pensive as Tenten looked up at him, brown, expressive eyes worried as she chewed her lip before speaking. But we don't have to hurt the mice, do we, Daddy? No, in fact it's best if you don't, Maruta assured her gently, trying to coax her around for her unofficial test tomorrow. Just a small squeeze on the back of the neck, they won't feel a thing. It's not nice, but it is one of those things you have to get used to, Pandaheim. He suddenly grinned, Tenten squeaking in mock dismay as he suddenly pulled her down and blew a raspberry through the material of her shirt covering her stomach. Especially if you want to be a top kunoichi like Tsunade of the Sannin. Stop it. No, Daddy, the girl pleaded, beating on the back of his head with a pair of tiny fists. Help, Ruto. Smirking, the named child merely folded his arms and looked away, ignoring his friend's tormented squealing. Sorry, Tenheim, you were gonna chop me up earlier. As her father sat back up and gave his daughter some air, the girl turned a flushed, angry face his way but ultimately couldn't hold the expression, instead snickering as she pulled herself upright using Maruta's broad shoulder for leverage and slipped back to the floor. I wouldn't chop you up, Ruto-kun, she assured him sweetly, Naruto risking a peek over his shoulder before turning back around, apparently unconvinced. Don't be a mean mouse. I have to know what a mouse looks like inside. Out, or I'll fail the test at the end of the summer. We've only got a few months left to practice and I know Suliki-sensei's going to question us about anatomy. Unusually, to Tenten at least, Naruto didn't turn around at her wheedling explanations. The sudden, prickly idea that she might have actually hurt him with her jest about cutting him to pieces was slowly creeping over her like a stifling blanket in the middle of a thunderstorm as she slowly inched closer. Such a suspicion, however, was a long way from the truth. Instead, the reason Naruto had frozen so still was because of her last works rather than her first ones, from the inside out. That's just what. A sudden hand on his shoulder derailed his train of thought, and he looked around to see the concerned and slightly hurt face of his oldest friend regarding him with close concern and possibly a little shame etched into her expression. Ten-chan, what's wrong? She began, twisting her fingers in the material of her shirt the same way she always had when she'd been apprehensive about something during their stint together in the orphanage. You're not upset, are you, Naruto-kun? You know I was joking when I said about taking you into school and... The Panda-chan. At that cheeky benediction and the smile that spread over his face like a sunrise, the Hasawada scion felt her spirits lift in relief as she realized he hadn't taken her words to heart at all. You know me, I don't get upset about little things like that. I was just thinking. No wonder it went quiet. Kishi chipped in from the sidelines, only snickering softly at Naruto sticking his tongue out in response before turning back to her daughter and carrying on. I was just thinking about tomorrow. If that dissection thing was a ninja test like you said, Maruta-san, I need to be there and take if I'm gonna be the next Hokage. But both his head and his expression dropped as he scratched the back of his head ruefully. I don't go to school, so how am I gonna sneak in to get there? And if I'm right, I really need to get in there tomorrow. Once I know what I'm doing it'll be easier, but I need someone to show me what to do before I just run in and have a bash at it. Unknown to the introspective Jinchuriki, his question had caused the two adults of the household to look up simultaneously and share a meaningful glance. Having been married for a good number of years, Kishi could read her husband's mind at times like this as easily as a Sharingan could predict the taijutsu of an academy student, and, as Maruta stood up and soundlessly excused himself, she took matters into her own hands to distract the two children so she could determine exactly where his train of thought was leading. Well, never mind that now, Whiskers. Both of you get sat down or you'll miss your show. Jolting with shock as they both saw the time from the old clock that hung from the solid wood beam that acted as a marker between the living room and the kitchen of the apartment, the duo jumped onto the settee as soon as Naruto flicked on the switch that, after a minute of humming, allowed the ancient television set to crackle into life and let both Tenten and her Jinchuriki friend breath out a sigh of relief. Lucky. We only missed the opening credits. Wonder what the Nikos will be up against. This week, Naruto whispered, arranging the cushions at his back into a more comfortable pattern as he curled up on the end of the settee. Hope it's not that white-haired monkey guy. He always reminds me of Gigi too much. Tenten tried and failed to hold in a giggle at this idea, going so far as to slap him softly on the shoulder for his cheek. Ruto, you shouldn't talk about Sandame-sama like that, even if his clan does have a contract with the monkeys. They do? Tenten somehow managed to give him a look that spoke volumes of shock at the same time as keeping her eyes glued to the screen in front of her. Yeah, they told us about that in school. Sandame-sama fights with his partner the Monkey King Enma a lot. Didn't he ever tell you that? Naruto shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed with his older guardian before a sudden thought and the reason behind such omissions came to him. No, we don't talk about him much and I don't see him as often as I used to, he admitted before looking more pensive. I suppose he doesn't like talking about it really. I know he was called the god of shinobi when he was fighting, but I guess he just wants to forget about that kind of thing now he's older and running the village. Tenten mulled this over for a minute before nodding, dismissing the concern. Well, that makes some sense. He must be really busy trying to look after all of Konoha on his own. You have no idea, Pandaheim. Remembering a few instances where he'd been drafted in to help unearth the Sandame from beneath the resident paperwork mountain that appeared to have half buried him behind his ornate desk made Naruto smile and shake with laughter, though fortunately Tenten didn't see it as she went on. But no insulting him, he's gonna be our boss someday. Only until I take the hat off him. Naruto muttered darkly, though fortunately Tenten didn't hear him as the episode of their weekly show began in earnest and the two children were mesmerized for a priceless half hour. More than long enough for the two elder Hasawadas to hold a hushed conversation in the kitchen, plotting a plan of attack for tomorrow and picking the perfect time to present it to the other two who were to play the pivotal roles in it. The perfect time arrived, quite serendipitously, just as Naruto was gearing up to leave. The mouse already had a few plates in his hands and looked to be moving towards the sink when he was stopped, rather surprisingly in his opinion, by Maruta himself. No need, Naruto-kun, I'll handle this tonight. Something's up. Alarm bells started trilling as Naruto knew for a fact that Maruta was as fond of washing up as he was of algebra. Kishikoi has something she needs to speak to you and Panda about. Ah, that explains it. Letting out a silent breath of relief as he realized he wasn't in trouble at all, the Jinchuriki allowed the smith to take away the plates he'd collected and sat back down at the table, as always swinging his legs and eagerly awaiting the day when he'd be tall enough to sit in one of the chairs Maruta-san's own father had carved and have his feet still touching the floor. Taking her cue, Kishi stood to her full, if slightly petite height and addressed both her daughter and her guest. Okay, Naruto-kun, Tenshinwi, your daddy and I that is. Kishi favored her adopted daughter with a graceful motherly smile as the budding weapon master beamed in gratitude. Had a bit of a head-to-head while you two were watching your little cartoons. And what we decided was this. Naruto-kun, your idea that you shouldn't miss tomorrow's little experiment just because you don't attend the academy is very true. So luckily for you I have some family in a little village towards the borders of the Land of Fire, and their middle son is about your age and wanted to be a ninja at one time. A semi-devious smirk flitted across Kishi's lips as Naruto, having leapt to a slight guess about what was coming next due to his training with the ninja of Konoha, felt his eyes bulge in astonishment. No way, they'd never. I think I was overdue a visit from my little nephew, and it simply wouldn't do for him to miss school at all. Run home and get enough things to tide you over a night, Rotokun. Ten-chan, you're having a sleepover. A few seconds after this bombshell announcement was dropped and detonated, the fallout was easily seen in the form of two hyperactively excited youngsters all but bouncing off the walls and each other in unadulterated glee. Smile almost bisecting her head, Tenten managed to recollect herself enough to reach out and snag her smaller friend the same way she had at the start of the afternoon, clinging on like a ninken on a bone as Naruto's momentum all but spanned the pair of the off their feet. Naruto, this is the best! She shrieked. She'd wanted a sleepover for Aegis, having heard what one was off some of the other girls from her class. For her mother to make one up on the spot just proved beyond a doubt that she was the best mother in the world. We're gonna have so much fun, and even school in the morning's not so much of a hassle now. I sure hope not, Pandaheim. Such was his ecstatic vindication in one of his schemes coming up trumps not only without a hitch, but also with an added bonus for once, was enough to make him forget the taboo and address Tenten by the pet name she hated above all others. Just wait there a second, I gotta run home and get a few things. Including, Kishi had to raise her voice to make sure she was heard, both children looking over as she held up an instructive finger. Some clothes for tomorrow that aren't bright orange. I know you're good at dressing up like you do, Naruto-kun, but for this you might need a little help, so Maruto-kun will go along with you to make sure you get the right things, won't you, Koi? Hi, the disembodied answer floated back from the kitchen. Just as soon as I've beaten these dirty dishes into the sink, back I say, into the hot water with you. As Tenten broke down into snickers at the sounds of her father, usually strong and unbending as the iron he forged, almost being upstaged by unclean crockery, Naruto, remembering past experiences in both the back of Ichiraku Ramen and more recently, helping clear up in the aftermath of his first few cooking experiments, was slightly more sympathetic to Maruta's plight. There followed from the kitchen a heavy splash. The sound of something fragile coming into rapid contact with the hard floor and a plethora of words the Jinchuriki knew were Tenryou on the training ground, but, judging by the look on Kishi's face, was fairly certain she hadn't wanted Tenten to hear just yet. Probably just as well Maruta-san's getting out the house for a while, the mouse reasoned as he watched the matriarch of the Hasawada household roll up her sleeves, eyes fixed on the kitchen door. I doubt he'd find this sleepover as much fun when he's the one sleeping down in his forge. True to her benevolent nature, especially when her little girl was involved, Kishi allowed both her young charges to stay up slightly later than usual and even indulge in a little late-night snack. Maruta, on the other hand, was denied any tasty treats and exiled to bed early in disgrace for breaking yet another dish out of her rapidly dwindling china set, much to the muffled sniggering of both his daughter and his guest. However, all times, even the most fun ones, must come to an end, and to that end, just before the clock struck 9 and Naruto had demonstrated his nightly stretching regime to both Tenten and her mother, both children were scrubbed clean with teeth brushed, pajamas on and, in Naruto's case, cute little sleeping cap pressing down his unruly hair, and presented with a final problem. Only one futon. Knowing how awkward this might be, Naruto took a careful step backwards from the door that led to Tenten's little bedroom. If it helps I can sleep. Nonsense. Kishi swept his rambling arguments away with the broom of common sense. This is quite large enough for the two of you, you'll just have to top and tail. Now. Stepping past the children, she casually pulled the blanket out from where it was tucked under the bottom of the futon, and in the same moment grabbed one of the pillows Tenten used and placed it at the foot of the bed, beckoning Naruto forwards as she did so. See, this is where you sleep, and Tenchan, you're in the top. It's perfectly safe, as long as you two behave yourselves, okay? Hi. Neither child missed the underlying order in that sentence and chorused the appropriate response, Naruto sliding himself under the covers as Tenten slipped into place at the top, her feet level with Naruto's knees as the bed was slightly too short to keep the two of them fully apart. Seeing the two of them settled in, Kishi smiled and paced to the head of the bed, Tenten snuggling down in her covers and scrunching up her face as she felt her mother's lips brush her forehead. Night, Ka-san. Good night, Tenchan. Get plenty of sleep, you have school in the morning. Naruto nodded at this, already feeling tendrils of sleep coiling around his mind as he'd stayed up later than usual, and combined with his early mornings, was finding himself lulled easily to slumber. A shadow overhead blocked out the light suddenly, made him open his eyes and squint. He froze, paralyzed in shock as he felt Kishi do to him what she had just done to her daughter, the scent of her faint perfume heavy in his nose as he heard her murmured words just before she turned out the light. "Same to you, Mouse-chan. Have sweet dreams and be ready for the morning." He didn't answer or nod, or even blink. His rictus paralysis was unbroken as the contact of her lips, completely alien to him, replayed over and over again in his mind, each repeat stirring up a hot, wet, sloshing feeling in the pit of his stomach as he relived, just for the briefest, most glorious of instants, what it must have felt like to have a mother's love. It was a sensation so overwhelmingly powerful, so basically required by all functioning human beings, that it nearly drove him to tears and broke him as no amount of hate or disrespect had ever been able to. In the darkness, Tenten hadn't been able to see the expressions that were writ large on her younger friend's face, nor the fact he was having to swallow hard to keep his unpleasant tummy flutterings below the esophagus and out of his eyes. She was concerned, however, that he hadn't spoken immediately after her mother had left. Usually he was a complete chatterbox who had to be gagged to stop himself talking when he had the chance, as far as she knew, so this silence in the dark room was quite disturbing for her. Wetting dry lips, she decided to venture forth into the unknown and have a stab at conversation herself. "Naruto? What's up, Whiskers?" There was silence for a moment, and she began to believe he drifted off to sleep almost immediately before, in a voice that sounded almost tremulous to her, she heard him speak. "You know," he swallowed thickly, unable to carry on without a brief pause. "You're really lucky, Tenten-chan, you know that?" Knowing what he was driving at and feeling a sudden cold bite of guilt from deep inside her because of it, Tenten answered as best she could at the same time as making the offer that she had before in the past more than once. "Hi, I know I'm real lucky, but you see this place isn't that small, Whiskers, and you could stay in my room till—" "No." His voice wasn't hurried, or a shriek of denial, but it was a lot flatter than she remembered, and for some reason that hurt just as much as outright denial. "I'm grateful for you, Skin, but I can't say yes. There's not enough room up here, Tenchan. Maruta-san and Kishio-san couldn't look after me and you at the same time." "I know, and that really bites." Tenten pouted, not quite knowing what the word meant but having heard it on the playground a few days before and feeling it somehow fitted into this situation quite nicely. "Still, you're here now and don't you forget it." Wriggling around, she hunched her body up and pressed down at where she guessed the right spot was, feeling a jolt at contact as the soles of her feet pressed into Naruto's, making the boy shiver. "We gotta get some sleep and be ready for the morning." "Oh, I'll be ready, Panda-chan." Naruto teased slightly, forcing back his confusion and slight discomfort as the unfamiliar sensations of having an adult who cared for him, rather than instructed him as a ninja would, receded slightly. "I get up real early every day." There was a huff from the other end of the covers. "Well, you better not get me up in the morning. I need my beauty sleep." Presented with a gift like that, Naruto just couldn't help himself. "You're telling me, oof." A soft, squashy something beamed him full in the face and he hastily rolled over and grabbed for his own weapon, and Tenten, having sat up and swung with all the might her 8-year-old frame possessed, recocked her makeshift missile for a second swing. You asked for it, Mouse." She hissed venomously, lashing out again at where she guessed the smaller form was now cowering under the covers, using his own pillow for protection against her clubbing blows. Pillow fight. It was quite astonishing to watch in a way, Tenten mused as she watched her supposed cousin hand in the slip her Ka-san had drafted to their class tutor. Naruto's performance had been all but flawless as far as any of her family could see. Had she not seen him enter the bathroom looking like Naruto, she might have attacked Masashi when he strolled out of there some 15 minutes later, disguise in place, and almost able to see eye to eye with her due to the special shoes Naruto had brought with him sealed in his scroll. He hadn't so much absorbed the tidbits of information her mother had told him about the boy Tenten could only vaguely remember being introduced to as her cousin over a year ago, as devoured them alive, spitting out the bits he needed as and when he needed to repeat them. Even now, as he shot a cheerful wave and beaming smile at the teacher who looked after Tenten's class, she couldn't help but marvel at both his seamless transition into a new person, and his bottle for even trying to pull the stunt he was making happen with her assistance. "I'd never be able to pull this off. I'd have been a giggling mess before I even stepped through the classroom door." "Very well, class." The firm tones of the middle-aged woman, herself a former chunin who liked to occasionally pepper up a boring lesson by doing ninja-type things such as throw a flash tag onto the floor and give lines to any students who didn't hit the deck quickly enough. "Higiri Masashi will be joining us for today and today only. Make sure you treat him with the respect he's due as a guest of Konoha. A chorus of desultory hiss rang out along with a few curious glances towards the newcomer before, with a clap of her hands, the sensei focused their attention back on her. Well, now the excitement's over. Bad news, I'm afraid, Kidowinks. Durso sensei's off ill, so your taijutsu lessons are put off until tomorrow, so you've got me all day, she declared with a cheerful wink, the sight of their little faces falling to the floor enough to invoke hilarity and pride equally. Sensei always said if you can make them hate you more than they hate the enemy, you're halfway to having a decent team. Ah, how the will of fire spreads. So, apart from the little treat we've got coming up for you this afternoon, this morning will be a revision class to get you up to speed for next month's final exam. And if any of you lot have forgotten anything from my classes, using the barest hint of killing intent, Saliki made sure her class sat up straight and gave her their full attention as she favored them with a smile that may have made even the Shinigami think about coming back at a more opportune time. Kami-sama spread his mercy on you, for I have none, and, even if I did, wouldn't anyway. Contrary to his original belief, Naruto actually found the school environment relatively interesting, though he guessed a lot of that was due to the novelty value, and he could feel some of that wearing away as the morning wore on. Most of the other children around him were concentrating on their own studies as the sensei wrote down problems on the board for them to solve. Most of them he could grapple with given enough time to concentrate on recalling the information that had been written down in IM's textbooks, and seeing as he had been seated next to Tenten and was at the end of the row, there was no one sat next to him he could really talk to other than the Hasawada girl. Just as well, really, otherwise this would get really boring. Ruto-kun, Tenten whispered out the corner of her mouth, hidden by her writing hand as she crouched low in her seat, pretending to scrutinize her paper. You okay? You can do all these problems, right? Yeah, I think so, he whispered back in kind, careful not to move his head just like Anko-sensei had taught him. A few problems, but I don't think she'll mark me. Tenten nodded minutely before she, along with the rest of the class and Naruto, sat upright as another sudden clap from their teacher. Right, 10 minutes until we break for lunch, and I'm bored of watching you little monkeys scribbling. Pop quiz time. There was another collective groan from the class that merely seemed to spur on the sensei on, leading to her rubbing her hands in badly disguised glee. So then, you? She pointed out a girl from the front of the calls, all her friends immediately backing away as though told she was carrying something extremely disgusting and contagious, as the long nail on Saliki's finger speared her with the question of truth. Give me the name of the first Hokage, what clan he belonged to, and what abilities he had that made him famous. This round of rapid-fire question and answer piqued Naruto's interest far more than the dry, dusty sounds of a couple of dozen pens scratching on parchment. He smiled a little as he watched the sensei pick out people at random as targets for her questions, each one retiring relieved or disappointed as they gave correct or false information. This continued for a time until, to his sudden horror, he found himself firmly in the firing line, eye to light green eye with Saliki and Tenten wincing at the sight of him. And how about a word from our guest just before we break to eat? Masashi, ninja missions are graded in the following order: D, C, B, A, and S. Any idea why this is? You, was his less than intelligent answer to this for the first part as he scrambled for a solution. Damn it, this mask doesn't want to be a ninja anymore, so I can't make it look too obvious. Aha, that'll do. Going with the old advice of if it's too late to be serious, be playful, he sat up straighter in his seat and answered. Is to do with how cool the mission is. Does it go dull, cool, brill, awesome, and stylish? He would have used another S-word Anko-sensei had inadvertently taught him, but doubted it would have gone down quite so well, not with so many virgin ears present. Saliki, for her part, looked slightly stunned for a minute before, to the surprise of most of the class, she broke out in a wide smile, just about teetering on the edge of a laugh for a moment, as she regarded the boy before her with new, somewhat appraising eyes. Not quite Masashi-sen, but damn, from what I remember about being on ops, it might as well be just that. Kishi-sen said you weren't training to be a ninja, that true? Yep, afraid so. The black-haired child assured her with a nod. Well, Masashi might not be, but me, no way I'm missing out. Shame, Saliki commented before being cut off by the bell and almost stampeded by a horde of pre-ninja academy students desperate for freedom and fresh air. Retreating to her desk, the sensei kept an eye on the temporary child, watching as he headed to the bright sunshine with his cousin. Pity about that. If nothing else, he'd be amusing for any Jounin sensei to send into the mission room. I want a new assignment pronto and make it stylish. I can just imagine how well that would go down. Coming back into the cooler classroom, having quickly eaten the bento he had helped Kishi make for him in the morning, Admittedly, he hadn't done much more than season the salad she used, but it was better than nothing. Naruto felt a sensation similar to the one that had assailed him last night as he saw the sets of tools laid out neatly on the desks and a see-through box of what looked like white mice present on the sensei's desk, the little creatures within all running over each other in a vain attempt to escape. For some reason it was a bit of a struggle to walk up the steps to retake his seat, but he managed it, his trepidation easing as he realized he wasn't the only one feeling the heat. Almost all the rest of the class, some of whom he'd had a lot of fun with over the break kicking a small ball around the dusty playground, were looking at between the surgical tools on their tables and the mice running around on their sensei's desk with expressions somewhere between disgust, solemn determination, and, in a few cases that made him shiver involuntarily, enthusiasm. "Okay, you lot, settle down and I'll explain," Saliki called above the clamor, every bottom finding its seat as she carried on. "As you know, this is the dissection lesson. After a demonstration by me, I will call your names in alphabetical order, and you will come to the desk, pick up a mouse, kill it and take it back to your desk. Watch and I will demonstrate the best way to do this. It is unpleasant and if it distresses you I'm on hand to carry out the deed, but it's best to carry it out yourself. Now, if you take the mouse like so." Reaching into the box she deftly caught a small, furry body with ease, the mouse wriggling frantically before Saliki's sharp fingers whipped up and pressed the back of its neck, causing its little jet-black eyes to bulge slightly before it fell limp and ceased moving. Standing up and looking more somber now, the sensei addressed her class. "Not nice, not particularly pretty, but a necessary evil," she intoned in a severe voice, looking at each of the students in her class as she did so, apparently singling a few of them out as she continued. "For those of you who wish to become shinobi, killing something as small as this mouse is merely the first step, the very first, of a long and dark path that you should never seek to follow to the end. Killing, all killing, whether the victim is animal or human, is something that must be done but should never be relished or enjoyed. A ninja who follows the path of the shinobi that far can no longer be called a shinobi, or even a human being. He's just a murderous beast that needs to be put down for the good of us all. Most of you are too young to even begin to understand what I'm saying." She sighed, a shadow of regret crossing her face as she realized that it was true and that by the blood of these little test specimens she was staining the souls of her class, not even into double-digit age, with the first few drops of blood that many would shed in the name of Konoha. And I'm hoping that will remain the case for a long time. Until then, though, make sure you have eyes on me while I go through dissecting this one, then come and get your own. As the class leant forwards to observe, Saliki banished the last of her own concerns and cleared her mind, laying the flaccid corpse out on the small tile before her before reaching for a scalpel and explaining what the children should do as she made the first incision. "Was that always the way?" Seeing the slightly haggard expressions on the faces, one real, one a fake composed of makeup and putty, of both children, she knew Kishi had to fight back a sigh. Does every mother see her child, and all the others, grow up so fast and wonder where all the time went? It appeared that she wasn't alone in this duty, as several of the other mothers assembled outside the school gates, especially those whom she knew had older children who'd already graduated, seemed to be making an extra fuss of their progeny as they left the academy grounds. Kishi was slightly more reserved, not out of frigidity like the Hyugas she could see standing a little apart from the rest of the parental scrum, as though afraid their pristine white clothing would be contaminated by associating with the commoners, but because she hadn't been blind to what had happened the previous night and didn't want to run the risk of embarrassing or scaring Naruto again. Least of all in a public place when he was using his quite considerable talents in disguise to hide in plain sight. "Hi, Ka-san." As she'd expected, Tenten's voice was slightly more subdued than usual, as she'd been expecting. "It wasn't as. I didn't like it much." "Good," Kishi replied, surprising not just her daughter but also, from the way he jumped slightly, Naruto as well. "Murudakoi told me that his sensei once said the day killing is easy is the day a shinobi should hand in his headband and call it a day. It's a lesson I hope neither of you ever have to learn." She smiled serenely at her daughter, who was starting to brighten up in the aftermath of the dissection, though she was still a little upset that she had a small smear of mouse blood on a corner of her workbook that simply wouldn't come out. "And Masashi-kun, what about you?" Apparently caught slightly on the hop by the question, the disguised Jinchuriki glanced around at his best friend's mother before kowtowing on to what she was asking. "Oh, well, I agree with Tenchan. It was interesting, but I didn't like, putting the mouse down. The teacher was right though, best not to look at it, or try to think about it too." He tailed off, suddenly looking past both Kishi and Tenten with eyes that both could feel burning even through the colored glass he wore to mask their distinctive shade. Even as they turned to see what had both caught his attention and sparked his ire, Naruto had stalked past them with his intent focused on the injustice he could see and was determined to put right. Obviously none of the gaggle of girls had thought he was addressing them. It was only after he'd stormed forwards, grabbed the ringleader roughly by her shoulder, and spun her around to face him that he finally engaged their attention. "Ow! That hurt, why?" The other child, about the same age Naruto was himself but for the purposes of his mask, a year younger, whined petulantly before yelping in shock as the taller body stuck his face very close to hers and hissed a venomous breath directly into her eyes. "What in Makai's name do you think you're doing?" Completely unused to such forthrightness, both the girl and her pair of flanking cronies seemed taken aback, stuttering and stammering as Naruto merely took another step forwards, sending them scuttling backwards away from the kneeling figure behind them. "Looks to me," he said slowly, menace permeating every word as he kept up his pacing. "Slow, steady, don't break eye contact. Show them no fear and they'll usually back down even if they outnumber you." Thankful for that little snippet of psychology, a ninja with blonde hair, Yamanara, if he remembered rightly, had slipped him on the training grounds. Naruto continued his implacable advance. "Like you were having a bit of fun." The sarcasm rolling off his tongue was all but tangible. "With that girl there, I might try it myself, with you three." "But we—" The girl before him tried to rally, looking right and left for the support of her friends and, seeing they were still there if not actively backing up, drew a sliver of comfort from them. "Would you hit a lady, you brute? You're no lady." Naruto shook his head, cold and deliberate ice in his voice as he darted forwards a pace, and almost sending her toppling to the floor in shock as she stumbled over her own feet. "You're a bully, a coward, and you need to take your bratty little friends out of here before I lose my temper. And no, I wouldn't hit you, you're not worth my time. But the longer I look at you, the more tempted I am to take you over my knee and do something you Kasen should have done a long time ago. And if he doesn't, I will." A new voice said from behind him. Tenten, standing up tall and glaring at the delinquent trio, warlike expression easily backed up by her imposing height. "Get lost!" The ringleader of the group looked like she wanted to open her mouth to argue more, but the sight of an adult, one who she knew was on at least speaking terms with her own mother, looming up behind the two interlopers like the aspect of the Shinigami and fixing her with a piercing glare knocked the last nail into the coffin of her ideas and made her stare at the floor as Kishi went on. "I suggest you do just that, Ami-san." The girl flinched. Time had been when the Hasawada had called her Chan. It looked like that wouldn't be happening for the foreseeable future. "And I shall be having words with your parents when I see them next, mark my words." With that promise swirling around in her ears, Ami had no choice. With the other two girls who'd said they'd help her get her own back on the stupid brat whose bag she tripped over at lunch, making her spill her homemade rice balls, she ducked her head submissively and departed as silently as she could, feeling a trio of hard eyes on her back all the way until she was lost from sight. As the last of the three shorter figures disappeared out of the academy gates, Naruto let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding, grateful that none of the three bullies had taken him up on his offer. Despite his talk, he wasn't sure that he could have followed up on his boasts that he could have hit a girl, even an obnoxious one like that Ami had been. "Well, that's that then." A hand touched him on the shoulder, and he looked around to see Tenten smiling at him. "Yeah, wait to tell him, cousin," she exclaimed enthusiastically, having gotten into the habit of calling the disguised boy her cousin rather than his adopted name in case she forgot it. "That was a good thing you did." "Maybe, but there's no reason it should have got that far." As a victim of negligence, Naruto was loath to see it displayed to other people. In fact, how is? With that question in mind, he turned on his heel to see Kishi helping the hairy child pick up her scattered things. "Are you okay?" The girl flinched, a sight that made Naruto's heart contract painfully before she mustered the courage to glance up and look into his camouflaged eyes. Green eyes peeking out from a curtain of unusual pink hair, the smaller girl managed to meet his gaze and give a shy sort of smile. "Hi, thank you, senpai." Heart clenching again, though not out of pain this time, Naruto had to fight the urge to scratch at the back of his neck, instead shrugging awkwardly as Kishi, noticing the rising tension as Naruto was unused to positive attention of any description, simply smiled at the girl as she answered the Uzumaki's question. "I think she'll any right as rain. You spotted them early enough. Good eyes, Masashi-kun. I'll tell your mother you might well make a ninja yet." "I'd like that, but—" Getting back into character as he still looked at the girl he'd saved, slighter taller than he would have been had he not been wearing heeled shoes, he gave a slight shrug. Dad needs me to take over the merchant caravans when he wants to step down as family head, and it'd be a struggle for even a Kage to juggle ninja missions and plot a course to Suna at the same time as haggling a decent price for tea leaves out of the land of tea. Still, smiled back in place as he realized that this time someone saw him as the good guy rather than something unpleasant they'd just trodden in. Naruto decided he was going to take the chance to play this for all it was worth. It's nice to rescue a pretty princess once in a while. The supposedly younger child he'd rescued promptly turned as pink as her hair, trying to hide her expression behind her recently recovered rucksack, fortunately to spare her blushes before they ventured any further down the color chart of human cheeks. A loud voice carried over to the foursome and a woman arrived on the scene, looking a little out of breath as the kimono she wore was spattered with dust and dirt. "Oh, Gomen." She bowed in apology, the shade of her hair telling all present that this was without doubt a close relation, most likely the mother of the girl Naruto had spotted. "The markets were very busy today and I couldn't get away. I hope Sakura-chan wasn't any bother." Seizing the reins of the conversation, Kishi merely bowed back and smiled. "None at all. In fact, she was just getting acquainted with these two, Tenten, Masashi-kun." Both bowed as their older relative pointed them out before giving a slightly regretful sigh. "Though unfortunately Masashi will have to be leaving shortly, this was his only real day out in Konoha." His repeated practice on the training fields coming into play, Naruto noticed that Sakura, as he now knew the pink-haired student was called, looked slightly crestfallen at the thought of him leaving. Seeing this, and not liking seeing someone who'd given him thanks, of all things, left down in the dumps, he took steps to rectify it. Striding forwards as bold as brass, it was harder to say if Sakura or her mother were more shocked when he threw an arm around her neck and drew her close, grinning broadly and speaking to the world at large. "Don't worry, Sakura-chan, you'll see me again, I'm sure." He then dropped his voice to whisper out the corner of his mouth. "And if those brats try anything like that again, you just tell them Hideyori Masashi will find out where they live and has a very heavy smacking hand, okay?" There was a shiver to the side of him that sent a tingle right through his body, and he heard Sakura stifle a giggle before giving a soft "Hi, thank you again." Then all he knew was discomfort as someone grabbed his ear in a firm but not painful grip and slowly prized him away from his new best friend. From the corner of his eye he saw Kishi's face marred with an expression somewhere between humor and exasperation. "Masashi, desist. Every time I see you, you act more like your father." "Really?" "Thanks, Soba-chan. That's not a good thing." Kishi groaned, massaging her eyes with her hand as she released the boy before making a shooing motion with her hand. "Tenchan, just take him home before he makes any more of a scene." Chuckling slightly at the sight of the Jinchuriki deflating somewhat, Tenten eagerly joined in the game, hooking her arm through her friend's as she began half leading, half dragging him away as Kishi began talking to the unfamiliar woman, her daughter's eyes not leaving the departing form on Masashi, reviewing the last few minutes as she saw how he had browbeaten the three girls with little more than a threatening posture and a dirty look. And he doesn't want to even be a ninja. Sakura hadn't given much thought about what she was going to do after school, much like most other children her age, but she was smarter than most, knowing she was an only child and likely to remain one. That didn't leave her many options for the future, most likely either marry someone who could keep both her and her family in comfort or find a job that could support them all on her own. And there was only one real occupation that could do that. Being backed into a corner like that by Ami, someone who was stronger than her if she was honest with herself, was not an auspicious start to that particular career branch. So what can I do about it? I know there are a few people in my class who belong to ninja clans. Could one of them help me at all? What about that blonde girl, with the long hair? Is she a ninja child? I'll have to ask about that. Maybe she'll know what being a ninja's all about. Hey! A sudden indignant voice was heard just outside the academy grounds, the girl her savior had left with piping up at a thought. What do you mean you don't like saving pretty princesses? What about me? Well, two things, Tenchan. First, you don't often need rescuing, you look after yourself. Masashi's answer made her feel even worse about herself before the second part made her chuckle to herself. And I rescue princesses, not Pan. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Too right, you shouldn't. Now mush, you're carrying me home, and if you drop me once I'll make sure you'll be able to tell if my dad or yours has a harder hand. Mimi, I thought pandas were meant to be soft and cuddly. Ow. Not this one, Baka. This one's got paws of steel and her father's forge worth of weapons to back her up. Now lead on, peasant, this princess wants to go home to dinner. Okay, this time I'm definitely getting up this wall, believe it. Looking up from where he was carefully bundling up the latest mouse carcass in the stained newspaper he'd scavenged from a bin near his apartment, and wondering just how much the local pet shop had taken from his accrued funds over the past 6 weeks as he purchased a steady supply of dissection subjects through a variety of aliases, Naruto sighed. Despite it being necessary, he still didn't find it any easier to actually euthanize the mice he brought prior to repeating the lesson he'd had at the academy so month and a half ago. Due to his talk with the Sandame and Anko-sensei, to say nothing of his own experimental transformation and its painful results, he knew that this gruesome method was the only safe way he would ever be able to use his henge to its full potential. Just as well I don't have the same problems with humans as I do animals. Suppressing a shiver at the macabre thought, the real Naruto looked down at the result of his work, getting slowly more confident that he could at some point in the near future attempt the transformation and actually become his namesake. After all, it takes a mouse to become a mouse. Even if it's risky, no one ever got to be Hokage without taking a few gambles. With that in mind and knowing he'd done all he could with this particular mouse, his experience with the creatures now so great that he could almost visualize what he was going to see before he started cutting with his improvised tools, in this case a sheared kunai and a few broken or malformed senbon needles. Naruto made to place the little ball of paper into his bin when yet another soft thump issued from the living room and his voice echoed through to him. "Right, this time for sure." Shaking his head, the original raised his voice and called out some advice to his hard-headed creation. "For Kami's sake, just use your hands and knees, too many falls and you'll pop." "No way," the clone argued back, fighting its corner. "I'm going up this wall on my hands and feet if it's the last thing I ever do." "You carry on like that, and it will be the last thing you ever do," Naruto reasoned, pushing the embalmed mouse body to the bottom of the bin and standing up to wash his hands. "And if you break a leg falling off that wall, don't come running to me." The clone didn't answer, something Naruto was quite grateful for as he flicked on the switch for his kettle, ready for some tea. In the length of time he'd had his new jutsu, almost a third of a year as Konohamaru as nearing 4 months old now, the oblivious Jinchuriki was certain that due to one of its unforeseen side effects, there was no one in his village with more experience than him in arguing with himself. The basic reason for this experience was that, though every clone he produced looked exactly like him physically, each one seemed to have a slightly different personality, and that personality was influenced by whatever emotions he'd been feeling at the exact moment he made the clone. That was the reason the first duo of clones he'd ever made had turned out so radically different. One had inherited his fear at trying the technique, the other his excitement at hopefully getting it right this time. So far he'd had angry clones, a memory of a villager spitting at him just as he got home, happy clones, just got back from Ichiraku's, depressed clones, raining too much to go onto the training fields. Gigi never liked it if he went out in a storm, and, as the soft thumps from the lounge continued and were punctuated by repeated declarations of his intent to succeed, the most common type, the hard-headed clone. Usually created due to his excitement at using a jutsu that should have been far beyond him. Though, truth be told, if these guys are the most common mood I'm in, that's not a bad thing, and really it wasn't overall. Okay, the clones that inherited this particular mindset were loud and had a tendency to dive right in rather than trying to think something through, but on the other hand they either did what they were determined to do or dispelled themselves trying. Unless he was actively using them for some purpose or other, often his flexibility training or to double-check his disguise was up to par prior to slipping out for the day, Naruto generally just let them get on with what they wanted to do, as long as, seeing another blonde head poke itself around the door and sniff deeply. The original growled softly as he curled an arm protectively around the item he just added the boiled water to. "They're not wanting to eat my ramen." "Something smells good." "Yes it does, and it's mine," Naruto assured his clone forcibly, turning the other cheek to its miffed pout and folded arms. "You can't eat it anyway. When you dispel it'll just land on the floor in a squidgy mess. And last time that happened it took me hours to get the stains out the settee cushions." "I can still taste it though," the clone pointed out before noticing the still unclean dissection tools on the table. "Ugh, shouldn't you have washed up first?" "I was hungry." The creator shrugged, stirring the noodles around in their cup before shrugging. "Still, I'll get them washed as soon as I've had this." Not able to stomach the sight of someone else, even it was in reality him, scoffing down precious ramen he himself was forbidden from, the clone looked away as Naruto sat down and snapped a pair of chopsticks, ready to eat. So, trying to block out the smell of the heavenly ramen, the clone tried a different conversation track. "Got any further with that transformation thingy yet, or are you going to have to do a bit more slicing first?" "1 or 2 more," Naruto answered, poking the ramen broth and waiting for it to cool slightly before he took his first bite. I'm pretty sure I've got as close an idea as I can manage in what I'm supposed to be turning into, inside as well as out, but I need a couple of extras before I really feel 100% confident. As he'd half expected, the confident clone merely pooh-poohed his concern. You should just go for it. And turn myself inside out if it goes wrong? Naruto shook his head and shivered simultaneously, the image almost enough to put him off his ramen, almost. No thanks, I'll need all my limbs attached and in the right place to be Hokage. The clone stuck its tongue out. Wimp. Naruto looked up sharply at this before falling quiet as a sudden gleam flashed in the clone's eye. Watch this. Even before his doppelganger's hand started moving, Naruto knew what was going to happen and made a desperate attempt to stop it. No, wait, don't. In his heart of hearts he'd known it was already too late to stop even before he spoke, but he had to at least try. Even as the smoke exploded from the henge attempt, Naruto closed his eyes and tried to brace himself for what he was expecting to see when he opened them again. Fighting down his rising nausea and panic, he dared sneak a peek in time to see the white chakra smoke disperse and reveal what looked to be a bare kitchen. Well, that's not as bad as I was expecting, no blood or guts to scrub away anyway. Something skittered onto the floor and he leant over in his seat to see what was making the noise. It was as close as Uzumaki Naruto had ever come to dropping a cup of priceless ramen as his jaw dropped and his eye bulged at the tiny rodent in front of him. Mouse and boy regarded one another for a moment before, with a second explosion of smoke, the clone reappeared, one hand on his head and appearing to shake himself down as he regained his bearings. Whoa, that was weird, hey boss? Belatedly noticing his creator's slack lips and vacant expression, the clone cocked his head as he tried to spark some life into the flesh and blood version of himself. Boss, what's up? Pretty kick-ass henge, don't you think? The answer was a ghostly whisper the clone had to strain to hear. You're a clone. Yeah? Only a vast effort of will held back the sweat drop threatening to erupt from the back of the Bunshin's head. What, you didn't think I'd stay as a mouse forever, did you? You're a clone, Naruto repeated, feeling his eyes squeeze shut as once more he found himself battered in the face with a fact that should have been obvious. You're a clone. Baka, I'm a moron. You're made of chakra. That means you don't have bones, you don't have organs, nothing to rearrange. Of course you can use henge easier than I can, there's nothing for you to have to think about reforming when you're in the mouse form. Dear Kami-sama, this is it, this is what I need. Suddenly frenetic, Naruto all but leapt from his table to grab the startled Bunshin by the shoulders. Quick, I need you to dispel. I need to know what the transformation actually felt like for you. What was it like at that height? Enko-sensei said the Kanpakina henge was easier with practice. The first few times were always the hardest, but I don't have the luxury of messing it up. If it's not right first time, I turn into a puddle of goo. This could be it. I can't transform, but if you guys do and I get you memories of doing it, the technique should be easy. The clone finished for him, excitement to match his own gleaming in its eyes before it snapped to attention with a salute. Right boss, I'm on it, good luck. With that and a puff of smoke it dispelled itself, Naruto staggering as the memories of the world shrinking around him and falling away at a rapid rate of knots confused his brain for a second before he managed to disambiguate the memories and recall them effectively. Right, so that's the felling. I'll need a few more clones to try it before I even try, but for now it'll do. So, my clones can do henge as well and they can henge into anything, any living thing? Every answer, it seemed, just brought about more questions that solidified in Naruto's mind exactly why Kage Bunshin was the greatest technique in the world. But either way, the possibilities, henge mice running around, infiltrating buildings without people even knowing I was there, then when the moment's right, pop! Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, now here's my best friend Mr. Fist and his pal Madam Black Eye, or notes, explosive tags, hidden in the walls by mice, or cockroaches. By this point it was probably just as well that Naruto didn't have many house guests, as glazed eyes and virtual salivation was not terribly good manners, but right now he just didn't care, mind rushing a mile a minute as he considered the possibilities. Can they use other ninja techniques? Or will they be invisible, like Gigi said I was in a henge? How much do they weigh? I've never tried to pick up a shadow clone. Could I use them as weapons in a pinch if they henge right? I'd always have available weapons. Oh my Kami-sama. Only the kitchen wall stopped his falling to his knees as this sank in, the enormity of his potential discovery, brought about by the actions of a particularly stubborn piece of his mind given enough chakra to do what it wanted and a chance to show off. This is going to be huge. The last thing he wanted to do was upset anyone, but, by the same token, he'd had this date in his diary for quite some time, and wasn't going to miss it for anything. However, as none of his 3 targets knew what to look for should he try to disguise himself, this was a delicate situation, and what he was doing now was about the best compromise he could come up with. Because of that, and the long-held academy tradition that most ninja graduates got the latter half of the day off to celebrate with family or their new teammates prior to being assigned to their squads, Naruto was reasonably confident that his taking a day away from the training grounds would be worth the hassle, and, as he saw one of the targets he was after emerge from the gates, he knew he'd make the right decision. Least of all as none of her clan look like they're around. Mind you, all Inuzukas are independent, I guess. Hana-san. The voice came just before a concerto of whines from her partners, though before she could question why the Haimaru appeared to be mugging a kid she'd never seen before, she caught a whiff of his scent herself and felt her eyebrows rise. Nice going. Seeing his eyes flash up to her new headband, proud insignia gleaming in the metal plate, Hana felt herself flush slightly as she saw her partners, now grown slightly and entering the leggy stage of their puppyhood, crowding around the henged Uzumaki, the boy himself fussing the 3 ninken and apparently unconcerned as he was covered in shed fur. Chuckling slightly as one of the trio leapt up, elongated limbs now enough to enable the Haimaru to put his paws on Naruto's shoulders had the boy been hinged to his correct height, Hana called them off with a soft whistle. Okay, playtime's over. And who looks more disappointed, him or the ninken? Thanks for the support, Naruto-chan, but graduation was yesterday. I know, but there was a big crowd then, and some of the others on the fields told me that you guys only got a half day when you were put into teams, so I thought I'd be best off seeing you 3. So who was? He tailed off, hardly daring to believe what he was seeing on the Inuzuka's face. As far as he knew, Hana only ever looked down like that with a frown pulling down on her cheek tattoos when 1, or at most 2, other people were involved. They didn't? He breathed, starting to grin despite himself as her scowl only deepened. The Fukumawarai. Yes, both of them. She hissed venomously, the Haimaru also whimpering as they caught on to their mistress's depression. Why me? What did I do to offend the kami enough to be lumbered with that pair? We could be asking the same thing. Another voice cut in from behind her, Ko emerging from the school looking disgruntled as he scratched behind his headband, his brother just behind him waving off another girl who looked to have also graduated and was receiving a congratulatory hug from the new genin. You weren't our first pick either. Hana scowled, but before she could speak it was actually Izumo, hurrying to catch up, who made the next point, even if he looked bewildered as he said it. Apparently the teachers said we had excellent teamwork. Proof is anywhere needed that they don't take their jobs seriously. Good teamwork. He scoffed even as he raised a hand in greeting to Naruto, recognizing the disguised boy as, in all honesty, who else did Hana know that age who wasn't her brother, while the other hand, apparently without him realizing it, went down to fuss the closest ninken behind the ears. The closest we've ever come to teamwork was being in detention together, usually because of something you did. Oh, of course, blame me for everything, Baka. Yeah, saves time overall. Hana snarled at this before a sudden call from Naruto made both quarrelsome teens look over. Well, it looks to me like he instructors had it bang on the money. You 3 have perfect teamwork, don't you boys? Yes, you do. As always, the Haimaru all but fell into his hands, whining softly as Naruto simultaneously fussed them and grinned at their owner. Hana attempted to look disappointed in their abject capitulation, but, seeing the contentment on her partners' faces, simply couldn't hold it, instead giving a gruff snort as she turned to her new teammates and, reluctantly, spoke again. What do you want to eat? Huh? Sighing in disgust at this less than intellectual answer, Hana produced a roll of bills from one of her pockets as she elaborated. Old Inuzuka tradition, a new pack always comes together over a meal. I don't particularly like either of you, but I'll be damned before I break tradition. So, where are we eating? Apparently taken quite aback by this forthright display of trust, Naruto had to conceal a snicker as he watched his 2 older male friends look at each other. It was quite funny, really, seeing how this slight change to their normal pattern of fallout, argue and make up somewhat threw 2/3 of the trio completely for a loop. He was half afraid Hana wouldn't get an answer, a fear she seemed to share, as well as after a few seconds she dropped her arm and made to put the money away before Izumo, seizing the initiative and not wanting to let a free meal slip away, blurted out. Sushi, Recollecting himself, he tried to sound casual. I mean, I'm partial to sushi every now and then, and it's raw so you can't complain too much, carnivore. Hana glowered at the insult, but seeing as there hadn't been any real malice behind it, instead shrugged and nodded. Fine, not really tried it myself, but I'll give anything a go once, you know. The perfect place. Kotetsu intervened. Why did he say that? He knows I hate most sushi, but it's for the team, I guess. Ready for once to simply put up and shut up for the sake of preserving both team unity and his sanity, he made to lead on. It's a small place by the guy there's like an uncle to us. Likes animals as well now I think about it. You and M.O. You and Kid? Naruto was tempted to say yes, but seeing the three before him and realizing this was a chance for them to get to know each other better and get used to being in a squad together, he gently shook his head, a faint voice in his ears as he spoke. Protect the pack, Kid. That must mean all packs, even those who've only just started out. Sorry, can't. Love to but can't. Gigi needs to see me about something and I don't want to be late. He might ban me from going to the training grounds. Where else am I going to find a new lot of gullible academy students to mug for simple jutsu if he does that? Bah, get out of here, you little rat. Never one to enjoy being needled on his former follies, Izumo swatted at the younger child's hair, though Naruto easily skipped out of range. I'd even take being on a team with Hana-chan if it means I never have to see your ugly little face again. Who are you trying to kid? You'd want to be with her anyway. Naruto's words were tossed over his shoulder as he ran away, his last move released before Izumo could counterattack. Why else would you call her Hana-chan? With that and a last fleeting snicker, he vanished around a corner and was gone. Oh crap, I did not just say that. He dared sneak a glance from the corner of his eye and, judging by the looks he saw on both faces there, he was forced to swallow a bitter pill. I guess I must have done. Right, damage control, play it cool and never mention this ever happened ever again. Plan set and in motion, the Kamizuki scion merely stood up and brushed himself down before turning to his new teammates and acting as though nothing had happened. Pesky little pest. He only says things to wind people up, I'm sure, he muttered before slapping on a friendly grin and pointing down the road. So then, we were getting sushi, right? Receiving the required nods, Izumo took the lead and set off, trailed by the others and silently grateful that Hana hadn't mentioned anything about or taken offense at his slip of the tongue, at the same time as wonder why the Inuzuka had remained silent about such things. Oh man. Rushing over yet another small clearing and plunging into the trees, Naruto cast half a glance behind him and shuddered. If anything, the blackened sky seemed to be spreading faster than spilt oil, the thunderheads that made up the mighty storm that was coming already rumbling out a warning to all that stood in their path. If I'm not back in the village before that lot breaks, I'm gonna be a drowned mouse. In all honesty, it was his fault he was in this predicament, having been tipped off by Kurenai-sensei that the preliminary training sessions for Jounin selection were being carried out on Training Ground 29 over the whole of this week. The last time he'd crossed paths with the red-eyed genjutsu mistress, Naruto had let the trials continue and resolved to plunder the assorted scrap from the place on the Friday of that week. It had worked up to a point. There was so much scrap in his backpack that he was almost certain Muruta-san could outfit half of Konoha's shinobi force. But the downside of finding himself ankle-deep in such a treasure trove was that he'd not kept an eye on the sky and therefore had been caught out when the few gray clouds he'd seen in the morning had turned ominous and black towards the mid-afternoon. Even then he'd stayed as long as he dared, not wanting to run the risk of losing anything that might rust in a storm and sealing away what he could, before turning on his heels and tearing back to the village, cutting across other training areas and cursing that he didn't know this section of the training grounds as well as he did the others, least of all when he was running through them pell-mell as he was now. Naruto knew, had been briefed by the gate guards in fact, that all training ground eventually led to Konoha. No matter which direction a ninja took in any of them, he was eventually bound to stumble across one of the dirt paths that linked them all and could easily follow that back to Konoha if he read the signs present along the path. Though not obvious to the naked eye, the signs could be read by any ninja, or would-be ninja, native to Konoha, and Naruto was making the most of them, sprinting as fast as he could back to the village to try and outrun the wind and the rain. Go, just keep going. Even as sweat, warm, irritating and itchy, clung to his scalp and his breath came in fits and pants, he forced his legs to work harder. I can nearly, in fact no I can see that walls. The sight of the massive wooden monoliths made his heart soar and seemed to drop 10 stone from his legs, allowing him another burst of speed. That's nearly home. Worst come to worst, just crawl up the damn thing and apologize to the anbu at the top. This was a good plan in theory, and had he had slightly better chakra control and more time it would have worked. As things stood, however, due to his rush to claw his way to safety, only the fortuitous arrival of a curious anbu who casually tossed him over a shoulder and ran up the solid oak beams with no issue saved him from a potential soaking. After thanking the ninja elite with a smile, a salute and promise for free trading any time, Naruto turned on the wall and made to move against the wind that was now howling in from the west before something caught his eye from his elevated perch. Delaying for just a minute, the Jinchuriki squinted and watched as the light flickered, disappeared and then came back on. Looks like someone's sending a signal, but from inside the village? Who'd see it? Whoa, an exceptionally powerful gust almost launched him off the parapet, and he quickly dashed down the stairs, his eyes still on the erratic light until he was sure he had a decent fix on it, all the time making up his mind. On the one hand it was unusual, and in a ninja village unusual meant a potential risk that should be checked out. On the other it was going to bucket down with rain pretty soon and he wanted to avoid getting wet if he could help it, so he could just let it slide. Weighing things up in his mind as the air around him became ever more oppressive with the autumn storm threatening to break and sky ever more murky, Naruto muttered a quiet curse word to himself, made his mind up and unknowingly took another step along the path that might one day lead to his ultimate goal being realized. Aha, perfect! The sudden shout made the ninja team look up in time to see a particularly disgruntled-looking mouse heading their way, prompting one of them to chuckle slightly. Well, this is a surprise. Looks like the mice are invading our fair village from the training grounds. Hope the infestation won't get too serious. Yeah, laugh it up, Naruto told the snickering trio before slipping his pack off his shoulders, for once grateful that he'd popped in to see the Hokage in the morning rather than waiting until he finished hunting scrap for the day. Good luck had dropped these three right into his hands and surely one of them would have what he needed. Listen, once-in-a-lifetime deal here, pick of the lot, anything you want for all three of you. I just need one thing from the lot of you. A few minutes later all three ninja, a pair of Chunin with a Jounin mentor attached to try and prepare them for the Jounin exam they'd both signed up for, had full pouches courtesy of Naruto's recent jaunt into Training Ground 29 and the Jounin was handing the requested item over to the Pre-Genin with a stern warning. Now I'm giving you this and expecting you to be careful with it, he said in a severe tone of voice, Naruto doing his best to look attentive as his eyes all but devoured his prize. Use no more than a single one of these in a day and no extra food if you do, okay? Hi, I'll remember. Satisfied, the Jounin placed the little pellet in the trader's hand and stood up tall, making to depart with a final warning. Good, Hokage-sama will hear of it if you don't. Naruto merely nodded and bowed as the team left, though inside he was grinning like a fool as he held up the little parcel in his palm before storing it securely in his palm. Oh yes, I'll be careful, all right. Memories of the indignity he'd gone through just a few nights ago had been enough to plant seeds of revenge in his mind, and this little gem was the key to make it all happen. I have all the information, and with this, all the pieces I need. Bite my head off and make me walk home in the rain, would you? Well then, he straightened, casting a vicious grin over his shoulder to one particular section of Konoha before heading out for his daily rounds. Best you prepare yourselves. This mouse bites back. Chapter 10: A Mouse of Tiles. As he knocked on the door and settled back in a way that avoided the slight creak of the wooden decking beneath his feet, Chusa glanced around at the sturdy but plain wooden door before him and wondered if it would look more authentic with a pair of antlers or two adorning it before he straightened up, hearing faint footsteps approaching. As warm light spilled onto the standing area, the head of the Akimichi clan bowed deeply and held both hands out before him. The gift he had brought for the occasion nestled snugly within them as he spoke the time-honored greeting. Nara-san, it is an honor to be invited to your clan house. It is a pleasure to receive you, Akimichi-san. The tall, dark-haired woman answered with a formal bow before, as both straightened up, they simultaneously smiled and she stepped forwards into the large man's compassionate embrace. It's good to see you again, Chuzukun. How is Chime-chan these days? Hanging on, Yoshino-chan. Just under 2 years to go and she's already counting the days until little Chuji-kun can attend the academy. The gentle giant chuckled, releasing the matriarch of the Nara clan from his brawny arms and looked her up and down, snickering slightly at her shuddering expression. I trust you've not been bitten by the same bug. Yoshino groaned again. Oh, but of course, she lamented, looking up at the shaking Akimichi and trying unsuccessfully to cut off his mirth with a dirty look. About 2 years from now I'll be tipping Shika out of bed to attend the Shinobi Academy rather than the civilian one. You have no idea how embarrassing parents' evenings are when all the senseis have to say is he could do better if he actually tried. Chusa merely chuckled again, waving the smaller woman before him back into the warmth of her house rather than force her to suffer the bitter wind that was swirling through Konoha as a whole. Though the teeth of winter had yet to bite, it wouldn't be long until the first true snows fell on the leaf. But as my old grandfather used to say, the day a Nara, or at least a Nara man. He corrected himself at the last minute, still slightly fearful of the temper that had earned the woman who had become Yoshino Nara a reputation second only to the hot-blooded Heiberano during their combined stints at the academy together. Actually tries at anything is the day Kami-sama descends from the higher kingdom to pass judgment on us all. You bear a great burden, Yoshino-chan. Only your effort at whipping them all into shape stops the end of days dawning on us all. Flatterer, the Nara woman accused, though there was no denying the slight edge of a smirk that quirked her lips at his praise as she turned to escort him to the main playroom. Anyone who wonders why the Akimichi always end up with the most beautiful of women as their brides has obviously never heard your silver tongues speak. Either that or they haven't figured out what else our silver tongues are skilled at. Chusa commented mildly, somehow keeping his expression as blank as it would be for the majority of the rest of the night as Yoshino froze and turned slowly towards her guest, a look of outraged shock mingled with embarrassment on her face as her quick mind easily dissected the double meaning in his words. Chusa timed it to perfection, just waiting for her to draw breath to speak before finishing. Our skills in the kitchen are only made possible by such a refined sense of taste. Why, Yoshino-chan? Not even he could keep his face straight that long, not at the sight of the Nara matriarch's face slowly mottling to puce as she realized she'd been taken for a ride by the deceptively quick-witted Akimichi. You're looking quite flushed. A little too much coal on the fire this evening? Try as she might to take offense at her husband's former teammate, Yoshino found she could do little more than launch a soft punch into his shoulder, an attack about as effective as a mayfly bull rushing one of her clan's deer. Chusa for his part merely chuckled again before holding up one hand and inclining his head in apology, the jilted woman eventually capitulating after making him sweat for a few seconds more. Bah, any more remarks like that it'll be you on that fire, Akimichi Chusa, and no one in your clan would condemn me, Chime-chan least of all. No, she wouldn't. In fact, if anything, she'd probably give you a hand, thinking about his own dearly beloved wife, left alone for the evening with his son and the other youngsters of the clan while he attended the most importantly monthly gathering of the 6 noble clans of Konoha. A soft, slow smile of fondness crept over the huge man's face as he looked up again and almost superimposed the image of his own Chimeheim over the woman who had claimed Shikaku Nara as her own, and despite how much he might curse you as a troublesome woman, Inoichi and I both know he'd walk barefoot through Makai if it would make you smile. True, but don't you go giving her any ideas now, Yoshinoheim. She's already looking for ways to cut down on our heating costs, and the last thing I need is her trying to find out if it's possible to literally burn calories. Chusa warned half-jokingly. Still, am I the last one to arrive? If so, I'm sorry, but some important clan business came up. Renegotiating some of the licenses for our stall stands took a lot longer than I was expecting. Yoshino nodded at this, a world-weary sigh escaping her lips as she stepped into the alcove of a nearby doorway, allowing the rotund ninja to pass by unimpeded on his way to the meeting room. Hi, it's always the way. I think Shikaku was up for all of, 3 extra minutes trying to wrangle a decent sum out of the hospital for our dear antlers. Lazy baka, she swore gently under her breath, fixing the corridor Chusa was walking down with a firm grim stare, as though her eyes alone could lacerate her slothful husband even at this distance. If it weren't for the fact I need his brains to keep our clan in the black, I'd have tied one of his legs to one of Mado Guy's and asked the green beast to set a 3-legged speed record a long time ago. Such a thought, and such a mental image, made the Akimichi patriarch snort out loud in mirth, stopping in the hallway and sniggering helplessly. Priceless. Oh, that was a classic. Marino Ibiki himself could learn new tricks from Yoshino-chan. Bowing once more to excuse himself, Chusa headed down hallways that he remembered from his academy days, brought over when Shikaku had invited his friends over to do typical kid stuff such as watch clouds, stay up later than their parents knew, and, when they'd gotten a little older, sneak glances at unseemly magazines they'd conned, or Inoichi had possessed, older people to buy for them. Good days, some of them at least. Like most ninja, Chusa had regrets and had lost many friends. Of his year in the academy, the vast majority who still drew breath were behind the door he could see just up ahead of him, bright light filtering out from its underside and muted snatches of conversation filtering into his ears as banished the memories of long-deceased friends and focused himself on happier times. The times such as tonight when he pushed the door to the Nara guest room open and, seeing the other 5 pairs of eyes swivel to fix on him, raised both hand and voice in greeting. Evening all. Sorry I'm late, but if it hadn't been for Chimeheim using her dainty size 4s, I'd probably still be hibernating now. As Inoichi, who was closest to the door, met his old comrade with a firm handshake at the same time as relieved him of the bottle of fine-quality matured mead the Akimichi clan head had brought with him to the gathering, it fell to the only female member of the 6 clan heads present to break the silence with a gruff laugh. balancing her chair on its rear two legs as she leant backwards to see the new arrival upside down. Ha! I knew Chime was tough, but I didn't know she was that strong. Seeing the Akimichi's face darken as he realized what was likely coming next, the leader of the House of Dogs shot him a perpendicular wink before she finished. She'd need legs like Gamabunta-sama for you to notice her kicking. Snorting dismissively, Chusa casually cuffed the smaller woman on the back of her head as he moved past her to his designated seat, taking care not to tread on her Ninken partner as he did so, as he doubted the slumbering form of Kurama would react kindly to having his tail accidentally flattened by an Akimichi sandal. And unless you want to find out what it feels like to be kicked by a leg the size of Gamabunta-sama's, I'd keep those jaws of yours locked, he reminded her, sitting down in his seat and shooting her a nasty glare before giving a smirk. Know your place, puppy-chan. As expected, that little comment made the Inuzuka's lip curl into a disgruntled snarl, but she resisted the urge to feed the little glass jar by the side of her with some of her hard-earned ryo. Out of all the clan heads, Tsum was well known as the one with the worst mouth, and, as Yoshino had a very low tolerance for swearing, always had to make sure she brought a well-stocked money pouch for the swear jar the Nara leader's wife thoughtfully provided to cover her inevitable slip-ups as the night wore on. It wasn't her fault she was the youngest of the clan heads, being about 2 years younger than the next baby of the group in Noichi. She hadn't even been part of their academy year, but as there was no one her own age some could really connect to, she had sort of been adopted into the circle of the others, first as the unofficial little sister figure, then as war had broken out, and she and her Ninken had thrown themselves bodily into the thick of the fighting and baptized themselves in blood and fire as had the rest of her friends, as a peer who was known and respected as being as hard-drinking and hard-swearing as the rest of the clan heads. Though can I lose the puppy label? Can I hell? If you're not careful, my place will be on top of your cooling corpse, teeth in your throat and kanai running red. The Inuzuka groused, ducking out the way as the Akimichi chuckled at her pseudo-threat and leant forwards, seeking to ruffle her already wild hair. Ah, quit it. I want to at least start the game before I have to feed Yoshino's ryo-eating monster. That comment brought a chuckle from the other end of the table, Inoichi looking over as he helped his former teammate bring a thin green cloth to the table. Heh, bad news for you then, Tsum-chan. I think Kinisakoi might be taking a leaf out of Yoshino-chan's book sometime soon. Hands. Even as she leant back to allow the Yamanaka clan head to throw the playing cloth over the table, Tsum found herself groaning. Oh, Kami-sama, that's all I need. Another clan trying to suck the last dregs of my clan's reserves out the coffers. She fixed the grinning Yamanaka with a piercing eye. Is it too much to ask that at least one of you could stand up to your better half once in a while? I could understand the human sloth over there. Chikaka merely inclined his head at the pseudo-insulting nickname as Tsum went on. But I thought you had a bit more of a spine than that, Pansy-chan. The Yamanaka clan head winced, face flushing as a smattering of snickers at his expense filtered throughout the room before he faced his accuser and looked her dead in the eye, unless, Inoichi ground out through clenched teeth, reminded once more of his own hated nickname from their school days. Why, it wasn't my fault my clan owned a flower shop chain. What was I supposed to do? It's hard enough to be a macho teenager when you come into school every day quite literally smelling of roses. You want to spend the next 24 hours trapped in your own mind with me recounting every single deranked mission you've ever been on with perfect recall and an emphasis on the embarrassing bits. I'd leave that particular name in the greenhouse if I were you, Tsum-chan. The Inuzuka held her hand up, deciding against needling the Yamanaka clan head just in case she needed an ally as the night wore on. Hi, no offense meant, Inokuin. Memory of the Yamanaka's other nickname brought another, safer avenue of conversation to Tsum's mind. Speaking of which, how is that little blonde harridan of yours? Still raising the dead at all hours of the morning, or has she grown out of that phase yet? I'm only lucky I've got Hana-chan to thrash Kiba-kun around if he wants a bit of exercise. Chuckling, Inoichi nodded gratefully. She has, praised the Kami. He sighed, shaking his head as he remembered the apple of his eye, now hopefully wrapped up in a bundle of nice warm blankets at home with her mother, before looking across and casting an envious glance at their host for the evening. Something I doubt you've ever had a problem with, Shika. The elder Nara nodded, opening the drawer at the side of the table he was sat at. True, one thing Yoshinoheim's grateful for is that the children in this household don't tend to wake up early. Well, not the Nara children at least. Stifling that line of thought before anyone could see it being drawn on his face and give away the plans he had for later in the night, Shikaka moved on. We were more likely to be worried that Shikamura had passed away in his sleep rather than being woken up by him. Demanding to watch the early morning cartoons that made Chusa snort with mirth, the Akimichi turning in his seat to regard the other two guests to the evening's events. Very true, little Chuji is getting rather partial to a weekend breakfast in front of the television set. What about you, Shibi-san? Any luck with that electrical problems you were having? Dark glasses flashing as he turned in his seat, the Aburame clan head merely shook his head before speaking in his quiet but still forceful voice. No, there has been no progress. The electromagnetic field generated by the device is uncomfortable for the Kikeichu, and it is therefore not possible for members of my clan to abide prolonged exposure to such devices. For that reason our shinobi children will never know the power of this new technology. There was the slightest hint of a pause, a movement so delicate none but an Aburame could have made it, and still remained innocuous, as Shibi shifted the entire axis of the conversation to the man sat one seat to his right. Much like your own will not, am I correct, Hayashi-san? The Hyuga lord for his part merely nodded slightly, the enlarged veins around his eyes glittering slightly in the overhead light, as he skillfully poured fine rice wine from a crystal decanter into a selection of half a dozen dishes. They will not, the elders, and I will not permit it. The most traditional and straight-laced of the clan heads intoned, as always so serious and mature that it was virtually impossible for most of his peers to remember that he was younger than both Shibi and Shuza. Though only by a few months. There is nothing on this new medium that can't be taught from scrolls and ink, added to the fact that to install more electrical supplies to the entire Hyuga compound would be a serious expense that would take months to recoup. For once I am in agreement with the elder advisors. Having finally ensured that each of the saucers were filled with precisely identical amounts of alcohol, Hayashi stood and reached over the table to distribute them over the table with little respect for correct decorum, this being the singular night a month where he, perhaps more so than the other clan heads, was able to shuck off the responsibilities of his household and wear a friendlier face than the one he was usually forced to don around. Konoha. There's little point, and anyway, we couldn't really afford it if we wanted to. As if by magic, Shikaku's eyes were drawn to the face of Hayashi's long-term sparring partner, and the fraction of his mind not involved in contemplating how best to bring up the most important piece of business he had to discuss with his friends this evening simultaneously chuckled and braced itself. 3, 2, 1. Ah, that you could, you cheapskate old waxwork. Even in the face of the trademarked Byakugan stare of disdain, Some merely flashed her fangs toothily as she knocked back a generous measure of the sake he'd poured. Just get your clan to go without washing their hair for a day, or, Kami-sama forbid it, 2 on the trot. The saving in water alone would be enough to install a telly in every house in Konoha. Heck, add to that how much you'd save in cosmetics, and you could probably hire a full kabuki show any time you felt like it. Bristling at the shot to his clan's collective pride, and with more than a few choice words about the Inazuka's rumored bathing habits already on his lips, Hayashi studiously ignored the sight of most of the other clan heads suppressing smirks at Sim's jibe and opened his mouth to deliver a cutting riposte before he was cut off by the kitchen door opening. Glancing up, he saw Yoshino enter the main room and stand to the side with her head bowed. He glimpsed the figure appearing in the doorway behind her and, even before the traditional requirement was halfway out of the Nara woman's mouth, he and the rest of the ninja present had stood to attention in the presence of their leader. All rise for Hokage-sama. Glancing around the table before him as he pulled the ornate hat off his head, Sarutobi didn't even try to stop the smile that wormed its way over his face. I see you all here now, and in you do I see your fathers and mothers, and their fathers and mothers too in some cases. Truly age is the double-edged sword that cuts all ninja, even as our bodies wither our memories remain, Kami-sama willing to nourish us in our twilight years. Quitting his thought before he could get too deep into his contemplations and ruin the atmosphere, Sarutobi merely inclined his head politely at his escort, held in his mirth at the small blush that appeared on Yoshino's cheeks. Still got it. There's life in this old monkey yet. And beckoned to the other half-dozen ninja at the table, favoring them with an expression of almost grandfatherly affection. My thanks, please be seated. He waited until they had all done so before bowing to Shikaku, grateful for the entry into his clan house. My apologies to drop in like this uninvited, Shikaku-kun, but I couldn't get a message sent at any time. Paperwork, you know how it is. Nodding even as he stood to provide easy access to the 7th chair at the table, Shikaku answered the village's leader. Very true, Hokage-sama. Nothing could be worse than getting your wife to write it all down while you dictate. Yoshino finished for him, her expression almost toxically sweet as she smirked at her husband at the same time as aired one of his baskets of dirty laundry in front of his friends. There I am hunched over by candlelight scribbling like a possessed librarian, while you're up on the roof with a glass of deer's milk in your hand, watching the clouds and shouting down the figures to me. There was a smattering of general hilarity at this admission, even the scars on the side of the Nara patriarch's face going crimson as he cringed under the harsh reminder and put a mental note in his diary that his beloved wife was owed some pampering the next time he had some time free in his diary. Sarutobi for his part merely shook his head while smiling, remembering Yoshino from when she'd been an academy student and grateful to see that marriage to the laid-back Nara hadn't dampened her will of fire at all as he settled at the table seat, graciously accepted a saucer of sake from Hayashi and turned to look over the other 6 players of the game tonight. How the monthly meeting of the clan heads quite came about no one was really that sure. Even Sarutobi, with his long memory, would never have been able to quite put his finger on the date the first meeting was called with any degree of certainty. All that was known now, even by the venerable Hokage himself, was that this night, held in rotation throughout the 6 of the 7 major clan houses throughout Konoha, served 2 very important purposes. It allowed free discussion of strictly ninja or clan-affiliated business without any civilians around to overhear what could be sensitive information, and perhaps more importantly, it was night where the clan heads could, as much as they were able to, let off a bit of steam, remember old comrades and friends, and generally have a small celebration over a few rounds of whatever game they all felt like playing and several cups of sake. Of course, like all ninja meetings and habits, the attendance roll had waxed and waned over the years as clans rose or fell in prominence, and even Konoha herself had been called to war, negating the hosting of such potentially frivolous and high-priority target events while battles raged far from the home front. But for the past few years the standard 6 clan heads had mostly heeded the call, helped by the fact that all had known, fought and bled alongside each other in the trenched. Heck, 3 of the current clan heads together made up one of Konoha's most successful 3-man teams. Regardless that only 6 usually attended, however, there was always an extra chair put out at the table. This tradition Sarutobi did remember the start of. Both he and the other 2 members of his genin squad reduced to tears of laughter at the mental image of their sensei, the great Naidame Hokage, sitting on a large upturned flower pot in the Yamanaka clan house until a more suitable alternative could be found after he dropped in unexpectedly, and the mind-walking clan found themselves caught uncomfortably short for seating. The peripheral 7th chair was therefore always present around the table, primarily in case any unexpected guests showed up for the night, but also as a show of, if not solidarity, then at least acceptance that the one noble clan who never graced the meeting was present in spirit if not in body. The Uchiha clan, as decreed by the tenets laid down during the formation of Konoha itself, lived by their own volition alone and isolated within their compound, and not a single one of their clan heads had ever attended an informal meeting such as this one, preferring instead to state their business officially in the timetabled council meetings. The official reason for such isolationism, according to the Sharingan wielders, was that as they ran Konoha's police force they had to appear incorruptible at all times and, though no offense was meant in any way to the other clans, potentially rolling out of a fellow ninja's clan house 3 sheets to the wind at some ungodly hour of the morning may have put a few doubts in the minds of those they were supposed to protect about their supposed unimpeachability. The unofficial reason, voiced by Akimichi Chuza's father when he'd had a good few tankards of mead in his belly, was that the Uchiha clan had so much wood up their collective backside that Shodame-sama could have grown a second Konoha if they all bent over at once. Needless to say, though much less tactful, the second of these explanations was often considered to be the more accurate of the 2. However, right now such things were far removed from everyone's mind. If the Uchiha wanted to be sticks in the mud, who was anyone here to tell them otherwise? No, better to forget the clan of red-eyed egotists for the night and shuffle the mahjong tiles for the first game. Though slightly old-fashioned, this game had always been popular with the Nara clan for the simple reason it was impossible for the members of the deer-breeding clan to cheat by counting cards. Not that they ever would at all, thinking it too troublesome to bother. But the lack of options made everyone else feel slightly more at ease as Shikaku, after some 15 minutes of general banter, greeting and soft leg-pulling between the reunited shinobi, stood and almost reverently removed an old but sturdy wooden box from the top of the kitchen shelves, the material as polished and glossy as it had been the day it had been made, a gift for the former head of his clan created by the Shodame in thanks for the Nara lending their strength and brains to Konoha in its infancy. The top of the Mokutan box was held shut by a relatively simple little sliding puzzle that every Nara child, as a rite of passage within the clan, had to break without aid to access the carved puzzle pieces within. Shikaku himself could recall sitting at the puzzle for no more than half an hour before it confessed its secrets to him, the feat noted with interest amongst the then others, now ancestors of his clan. Though I doubt Shikamaru would take even that long, least of all if he had some outside help with his new best friend. Doing his best to forget that horrible night in its entirety, Shikaku turned back to the table and set the box down, fingers flicking through the correct sequence of the puzzle without him even needing to look at it, as one of the other clan heads, seeing this as his last chance, stood up to excuse himself for a minute to the traditional round of catcalls. "Well, just before this all kicks off," Inoichi claimed as he came to his feet, looking towards the door. "Let me go and get the biological necessities out of the way." Even Hayashi couldn't quite hold in his smile at that one. As much as blonde hair and pale blue eyes were part of the Yamanaka heritage, so too did it appear that low bladder tolerance was a clan trait. "Ha, and you're supposed to be an infiltration specialist?" Some nettled the retreating clan head as she pulled her chair in to let him move past. "No wonder your clan came up with those fancy mind-invading techniques. Living in someone else's body for a while would be the only way you'd sit through a meeting in an enemy country without that shriveled pea of yours bursting." Despite himself, Inoichi smirked at her ribald humor, looking over his shoulder as he put his hand on the door. "I'll remind you of that when the play reaches a critical point, and you're there with a belly full of sake and water. Mind you, I suppose desperate times are the only times you ever cross your legs like a proper lady, Tsum-chan." Grinning at her grimace and rude gesture, the head of the Yamanaka clan pulled the kitchen door open and made to find his way to the nearest lavatory, the same pattern that had repeated itself for several years at a variety of clan houses throughout the years, a relatively comfortable, rhythmic pattern that represented an anchor of stability for the eldest and most powerful of the Jounin in Konoha in the turbulent world that all shinobi lived in. However, as Inoichi pulled the door open and a fluffy blonde head suddenly thrust itself into his eyeline from above with a very loud, boisterous greeting of "Boo!" the anchor was shifted violently, and the resultant turbulence sparked a chain of events that would still be talked about by the clan heads years down the line. Inoichi let out a noise that he would insist to his dying day was a manly shout of alarm, as opposed to the girly shriek of terror everyone else seemed to remember, and backpedaled frantically from the grinning apparition, palming for a kunai as he did so. However, in his quite understandable haste to get away from the source of the fright, he failed to show the same care and attention to detail his former teammate had, and accidentally brought his foot down squarely on the tip of Kuramaru's tail. The Ninken, for his part, had been dozing quietly under the table, taking the opportunity away from the Inuzuka kennels to catch up on his sleep away from his pack. Such a slumber, however, was rapidly disturbed by Inoichi's shoe, and as a result the Ninken leapt up to defend himself with an ear-splitting yelp. However, due to a discrepancy between the height of the table and the height of Kuramaru, the Ninken ended up virtually concussing himself on the underside of the hard wooden beams. The impact of the leaping dog made the entire table jump. Unfortunately for Hayashi, who had been taking a sip of sake at the time, the sudden movement of the table jarred his elbow. As a result of this, half the sake in his saucer shot straight up his nose, the rest ruined a pristine kimono beyond repair, and only the sudden thump on the back from the Hokage managed to stop the Hyuga clan head choking to death on his beverage. Inoichi was already off balance and stumbling. The fact that Kuramaru pulled the rug from under his feet as he whipped his tail back to himself was the final straw for his balance. Fortunately, Chusa had been half-stood in reaction to his friend's shout of alarm and was able to field the falling form of the Yamanaka clan head, though the impact of his friend into his stomach knocked them both down into Chusa's seat. Finally, at the epicenter of this maelstrom, a single figure remained mostly unruffled by the bedlam that had erupted all around him. The host of the evening let out a long sigh, muttered a quick troublesome under his breath, and eventually steeled himself to look up at the child now clinging to the ceiling of his clan home. "Hello, Naruto," the Nara patriarch sighed, watching as the Jinchuriki's grin only widened. "You're a little late, you know. You were supposed to arrive with Hokage-sama, weren't you?" The blonde-haired child looked to be about to answer when another, much sharper voice cut in and made everyone at the table cringe. "Uzumaki Naruto." Flames of maternal concern suddenly cast Yoshino Nara into a hellish silhouette as she glared at the interloper, the Jinchuriki for his part trying his hardest to meld into the ceiling and look innocent as the elder Nara fixed him with a piercing gaze and pointed hard at the floor. "What did I tell you about that trick of yours? I won't have you worming your way up the walls unless your feet are closest to the floor and the ceiling is completely out of bounds. What would happen if you fell and landed on your head? I'd dent the floor." He didn't even miss a beat with either his answer or his grin, but seeing the woman's stony face, folded arms and tapping foot, decided to err on the side of caution and ducked his head back meekly, maximizing the amount of his body in contact with the ceiling of the hallway from where he'd reared up like a cobra ready to strike. "Hi Yoshino-san, won't happen again, but I needed to make an impact and, you know." He suddenly spoke again after breaking off for a minute, and looking past the hostess for the evening to see part of the organic wreckage his impact had left in its wake. You guys might have been part of a team once and I can understand you're close because of that. But even so, that looks really disturbing from up here. At the sudden reminder of their position and the fact that everyone turned to see what the brat had seen, Enoichi and Chuza sprang apart so fast it appeared they'd never even come together in the first place. Despite their speed, however, it wasn't quite quick enough to prevent the Hokage from being forced to mask a sudden smirk as he caught a glimpse of the back of the Yamanaka's head being cupped softly by Chuza's massive hands, supported by the Akimichi's lap. As the two clan heads brushed themselves down, and Enoichi tried to get some color back in his cheeks after his sudden shock, the burning question on everyone's mind was skillfully delayed for a moment as the second Naruto's sandal hit the floor. He found the upper arm of his jumpsuit gripped firmly but not unkindly by Yoshino, the woman already talking, as she began to pull him away towards the back of the kitchen, towards where one of the Nara pantries lay. "Can't you do anything quietly for once?" Recognizing a loaded question when he heard it, Naruto wisely remained quiet and followed as the taller shinobi dropped her grip and looked down at him with an expression of almost fondness in her gaze, something that shocked all the other ninja present and made the Hokage raise an eyebrow. Now this should be a story to hear and no mistake. "Well, what's done is done, and you're here now if a little on the late side. Luckily I managed to save some of those butter muffins my aunt makes before Shikamaru got his mitts on them. Get yourself a plate made up while Shikaku and I fill the others in on your offer." Licking his lips with anticipation for the feast to come, Naruto didn't even bother trying to argue. Instead, he merely inclined his head politely towards the flabbergasted audience of senior ninja, darted ahead to the open doorway Yoshino had pointed down, and disappeared from sight. Everything that boy does is troublesome. The gazes that were being turned his way were so strong and so demanding he couldn't just feel them, he could virtually see them. Not for the first time since the Uzumaki had literally turned up on his doorstep uninvited and thrown his previously ordered schedules into almost complete disarray. Shikaku felt a headache building even if the comforting presence of his wife helped dissipate the pressure somewhat. Taking a last deep breath and letting it out in a sigh, the Nara leader looked up at his peers and superior and started to speak. "Before you say anything, I would just say that Naruto is here on, well..." The black-haired man let out a gruff snort of laughter as he shrugged. "Actually, he is here on his own behalf, but he has my permission for such an act." "What act?" Hayashi, having finally recovered from his coughing fit and with eyes still watering from the impact of the potent rice wine into his nasal cavities, rounded on his friend, only just able to suppress the urge to flare his bloodline limit as he went on, gesturing across the table and then at himself to emphasize his point. "Aside from scaring Inoichi-san half to death, knocking Sim's Ninkin into next week and ruining a perfectly good kimono, to say nothing of half drowning me, what has that boy achieved?" "Nothing yet," Shikaku conceded, though there was an inflection to his voice that made his former teammates pay close attention to his words as he went on. A lifetime of working with the relaxed ninja had given them an almost preternatural ability to understand when he was being serious, and this was definitely one of those times. "But both Yoshino-chan and I both thought that some months back, and he surprised both us and the clan as a whole, as I believe he will you. You remember that storm, the really bad one at the back end of this summer? It blew down one of our deer enclosures and I think riled up your Kakaich or something chronic, Shibi-san?" The Aburame nodded. "Hi, that storm was unusually fierce, but I failed to see the relevance of a natural weather event and the presence of Uzumaki Naruto at the gathering of clans." Shikaki gave an embarrassed, sheepish sort of grin as he remembered the first time he'd heard about the interloper in the Nara clan grounds. "It matters because, to the shame of our clan, we were the reason Naruto-kun ended up right in the middle of it. Dad," the fact his son was actually shouting loudly enough to be heard was reason enough to realize something was wrong. "I found the burglar." There was precious little in Konoha as a whole that could be guaranteed to get Naro Shikaku up and moving at anything even approaching high speed, but the potential of a threat to his family was most certainly one of them. Everyone in the clan had been on high alert since the chakra-detecting seal matrix placed on the outer fence of the clan compound had been activated, though due to the inclement weather that was rushing in to meet them, no one was going to rush out there to check without further proof. Now, however, as Shikaku rushed towards the sound of his son's voice, he cursed that someone perhaps should have paid a little more attention. With a few other members of his clan and the sight of Dyusher, an uncle of his noted in Kiri's bingo book as being almost equal to one of their 7 swordsmen with his skill in the Kusurigama, giving him confidence in the situation. The head of the shadow-manipulating clan burst into the first-floor hallway area of the west wing of the clan house and almost immediately stuttered to a stop, the remaining Nara on his heels just about pulling up in time to avoid running him over. Black eyes darted from the slouching form of his son to the window he was looking out of, and beyond that, the small, bright orange figure that was balanced precariously on the thin window ledge. "Ah, hi!" the would-be thief managed with a nervous chuckle and a slight wave as he clung on against the battering wind. "Believe it or not, I can explain everything." Such an explanation happened not a minute later. Having hoiked the trespasser in through the opened window and pushed him into the nearest sitting room, Shikako had sent for his wife while the child, who he had belatedly recognized as the Kyubi Jinchuriki, was left under the watchful eye of Dyusher, hardly daring to even breathe too loudly in case the chain-wielding ninja took offense. While they waited for Yoshino to arrive, Shikako slumped into his favorite chair and fixed his most fearsome, half-lidded glare towards the stranger stood opposite him, smiling thinly as he watched the boy squirm. "So," he began slowly, already finding this too troublesome to carry on for long. "Uzumaki Naruto, that is you, isn't it?" "Hi, I was." "Good," Shikako overrode him, carrying on without breaking stride. "Well, in that case, tell me, how do you think the Hokage would react if I reported to him that his favorite orphan was developing a case of sticky fingers and had been caught red-handed trying to sneak into the home of one of Konoha's 7 noble clans? I'm not 100% on the laws of Konoha as they stand now, but in my day they tended to execute people for that sort of thing." As he'd expected, Naruto's eyes grew huge at that sort of threat, and he drew in a hasty breath to explain himself, but Shikako wasn't quite done yet, still impaling the Jinchuriki with his cold stare. "That, of course, is just the public punishment. As a ninja and an owner of property in the village of Konoha, I am quite within my rights to punish any trespassers as I see fit," the Nara informed him casually, holding in his smile as he realized he was getting through to the captured party. "So with any luck you won't be doing this again. So, convince me why I shouldn't beat you to within an inch of your life. You have 5 minutes, go." Of those 5 minutes, as he'd expected, Naruto lost the first 15 or so seconds fighting down hyperventilation and gabbling sentences desperately before, after a calming tap between the ears from Dyusher, he seemed to recollect himself and looked up to meet the more experienced ninja's eye, wary respect and obeisance, if not outright groveling, present in those blue orbs. "Right, well, first off, I'm not a thief," he claimed challengingly, almost daring anyone present to gainsay him before. Realizing their silence, he continued, "I was on the training fields and running back to try and get out the way of the clouds overhead, got lucky and had an anbu pitch me over the wall, and I was set to get home when I saw something, a light flashing on and off. I had no idea what it meant but thought someone should check it out. I tried looking for another ninja on my way here but couldn't find any of them, not even the anbu, and I ran here to your compound. You caught me just when I saw what the light was. That window I was climbing towards, the shutter was blowing completely loose and it was banging open and shut. I thought someone was trying to send a signal or something. I couldn't just leave it until I knew nothing was up." At this explanation, Shikako blinked for a moment, lost so deep in thought that it was actually Dyusher who spoke first. "You broke into our clan compound because you saw a light?" "Yeah, well, I didn't want to break in but I couldn't find anyone around. I tried shouting but it's howling a gale out there. I don't think anyone heard me and no one was sorting out the loose shutter and I couldn't see if the window was shut. I'm no genius but even I can figure out that a storm like that through an open window wouldn't be good for any property. So the only thing I could do was try to get over the gate and sort the problem out myself." Shikako mulled this over before shrugging. "Fair point, I can understand that." The clan had accepted that logic before moving on to the meat of the issue. "So though, from there how did you get into the compound?" "We were tipped off by the seal array that chakra had been used on the wall. That was you, I assume, climbing over it." Yeah, that must have been it," Naruto confirmed with a nod. "I tried shouting over the wall but no one heard me. You had the gate guards brought in because of the weather, right?" "Correct. I'm not cruel enough to force some of my clansmen to stand out by the gate when it's threatening a monsoon outside," Shikako informed him, leaning forwards in his chair and fixing his eyes on the Jinchuriki in front of him. "So then, you got to the window where the light was coming from and tried to close it?" Naruto started bobbing his head rapidly before the lazy Nara's next question brought him up short. "And it didn't occur to you to just knock and let us know about the issue?" "No, I guess it didn't." Seeing the expression of dumb incomprehension plastered onto the Uzumaki's face, the shadow manipulator just about bit back a sigh of exasperation. The words he had meant to speak next, however, were lost for all time as with a thunder of feet his wife arrived with their son in tow. Shikamaru for his part looking disgruntled and trying half-heartedly to pull his way out of Yoshino's iron grip as the incensed woman glared around before her eyes locked onto Naruto like a Bausite, you, she proclaimed damningly, her son once more shouting for his freedom and demanding liberation from the troublesome woman as Naruto for his part swallowed hard and nodded. Were you the one who scared my sweet Shikamaru-kun by trying to sneak in? Hi, but it wasn't my fa-ho-ho-how. Lego. Unfortunately Yoshino, having crossed the room faster than a heartbeat and seized the Jinchuriki by the ear with a grip as hard as Marita's smithing tongs, was all but breathing fire at the orange miscreant and in no mood for excuses. She began dragging Naruto upright before giving a hearty shake, was feeling too bloody-minded to care for his suffering. I'll let go, young man, the second you're outside. I don't care if this was a prank, a dare or anything else as ridiculous. I'll teach you to invade our home. Shikaku, the Nara patriarch, knowing full well it was a fool's errand to try and argue with his wife when she was in this kind of mood, sprang to attention and promptly began nodding in the right places. Stop looking ornamental and make sure Shikakun drinks his deer's milk with dinner. I'll deal with this delinquent. With that she let go of her own flesh and blood and only tightened her grip on the stranger child, Naruto all but clawing at her hand to try and alleviate the pressure on his trapped appendage. Oh yeah, let go, you crazy bit. He was cut off by a resounding slap to the back of his head, dazing him before he was forced to try and catch up as the Nara woman stormed off, dragging him away to Kami knows where, a running commentary being muttered venomously from under her breath. These days, my Shika would never be so rude as to try and barge in like that. And what were you thinking, climbing up a wall like that? Through a film of tears Naruto saw the raven-maned hellion glare down at him, but before he could get so much as a word in edgeways they were off again as a fast clip, leaving him stumbling to try and keep up. You might have slipped and broken your neck, and if Shika had screamed or you'd fallen and one of the ninja of this clan might have attacked, or even killed you without realizing you were a child. I don't know what you were thinking, but mark my words, you won't be thinking it again after this. She came to a halt in front of what Naruto dully recognized as the front door before throwing it open, the sudden rush of cold wind mercifully cool on his burning ear as she let go, and pushed him none too kindly forwards, transfixing him with a penetrating stare as he glared up at her, outraged building that his would-be good deed had been spurned in such a painful manner. We won't report you to the Hokage or the Uchiha police, but this is your only warning. You won't be so lucky second time around. Now go home. Yoshino pointed down the path, the gates of her clan ground just about visible through the darkening gloom and the first few spots of rain dotting the ground around them. You got in, you can get out the same way. But it's gonna lash down in a minute, Naruto pointed out, feeling out from under the porch with a hand and shivering as he felt his hand and the sleeve of his jumpsuit were deluged with raindrops. Have a heart, Nara-san, I was just, none of your excuses. Yoshino was generally relatively even-tempered for a kunoichi, but when something threatened someone dear to her, as she'd heard this orange little sneak had done by staring into the window and startling her son, she was as dangerous and merciless as a tigress defending her cubs. This'll learn you to respect other people's property and not go traipsing onto clan grounds. If you're quick, you should miss the worst of it. With that she stepped back and shut the door in his face, shaking herself down and muttering under her breath at the youth of today while her former unwelcome guest was left staring at the door that'd been slammed in front of him. What was that for? Brain slightly confused by the situation that had spiraled completely out of control and landed him out here, facing a soaking, Naruto was left to ask the obvious question. I was just trying to help and they threw me out on my ear. If anything, they should be thanking me. A rebellious fire of indignation was lit in his mind as he replayed what had happened and how, if he'd been so inclined, he could have struck a very serious blow against the so-called noble clan. I gave that boy a shock. If I'd been an enemy, I'd have done a lot worse. And I will. As heavy drops of rain, round and shiny as glittering pennies, started falling around him and began churning the ground to mud, Naruto gave the locked portal before him a last petulant kick before hoisting his jumpsuit jacket over his head and making a dash from the Nara clan gate. Hoping to retrieve his precious rucksack from where he'd hidden it in a bush prior to starting this ill-fated adventure before any of his stock succumbed to rust, thoughts of revenge now spinning and crystallizing in his irked, betrayed mind. Soon as I figure out how, I'll get the Nara for this, I will admit, Yoshino said regretfully to the assembly before her all, the clan heads looking half amazed, half amused by the situation thus far, even if one or two of them were trying to put together how this related to the presence of the Uzumaki this evening at a clan meeting. I misjudged him, badly. It was only when Shikakun told me what had actually happened that I realized I'd been a little hasty and punished someone who'd done us a favor. I did ask the rest of the clan to keep an eye out for him on the training grounds to offer an apology, but he seemed to be avoiding us completely. No one in the clan saw him for 2 months after I threw him out. We thought he was avoiding us. In fact, I was on the verge of coming to you, Hokage-sama, to find out where he lived and apologize in person. Thankfully, however. She turned around just as Naruto reappeared from the pantry, a large breadboard in one hand and a packet of butter and a knife in the other, grinning as he'd heard everything thus far and was looking forwards to the next bit as Yoshino tried to lance him with a basilisk glare but couldn't quite hold it, instead looking away with something like slightly fond annoyance in her voice as she finished. Due to his talents, he was able to rectify the situation before it got too far out of hand and bruised more than our clan's pride. Curious despite the sinking feeling in his stomach, Sarutobi looked between the Nara and the Uzumaki, who had pushed himself up onto one of the kitchen work surfaces and was slavering one of the cut-open bread buns in butter, and felt the curiosity curdle to trepidation in his gut as he asked the thousand-ryo question. Do I dare ask how you managed this, Naruto-kun? And if the answer is going to involve a lot of tedious paperwork, then something tells me I'd be better off not knowing. Butter muffin halfway to his mouth, Naruto froze and lowered the tasty treat, regarding his adopted grandfather with something approaching hurt in his face. Gigi, I'm shocked. The Jinchuriki foamed, hamming up the act of being betrayed by the aged Hokage. You know I hate that stuff as much as you do. Anyway, I didn't do anything too bad. Apart from shocking some 3 or 4 years off my remaining natural lifespan. Shikaka grumbled, gazing at the child sidelong from his seat. Naruto for his part merely grinned and scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, this was revenge and besides. He shrugged carelessly, not even Shikaka quite able to keep his face completely stony under the effect of the megawatt grin as he went on. What's a minor heart attack or two between friends? In all honesty, he should have known, or at least suspected, something strange was afoot. After all, no Nara in history had ever, after being put to bed with brushed teeth and a kiss from his mother on the forehead, ever gotten back up and confronted his parents with the words that Shikamaru had spoken, words that had almost resulted in his mother dropping an armful of crockery and his old man fainting dead away in the kitchen. Tusan, Ka-san, I'm not tired. And he wasn't at all. Recalling for the first time in his life the horrible memories of being forced to chase around the house after his suddenly hyper son, the smaller Nara using his whipcord-thin body and newly found reflexes to evade every lunge, grab and tackle Shikaka made until he was forced to resort to the Kaigamane to keep him in one place long enough to catch properly. In fact, I think a light neckbind would probably have been easier than settling him down the hard way. Not that I'd ever let Yoshinohime know that. The thought of what his wife would do to him if she knew, or even had a suspicion, that he'd use a potentially lethal technique on his own flesh and blood in exchange for a quiet life was enough even to make a war veteran such as him shiver in his sandals. Get him bedded down for the night, Shikakun? He looked over fondly at where Yoshino was already in bed and reading from a book as she waited for him. For his part, he groaned as he sat down and reached for the buttons of his jounin vest. Hi, though Kami-sama alone knows he must have had an imp of some kind possess him for a moment. I can't explain it any other way. He's a true Nara, never goes out of his way to play around especially at night. I have no idea what must have gotten into him to act like that. Well, I could give you a hint, but it'll cost you. Naro Shikaka froze, absolutely stock-still as the unfamiliar voice echoed around his bedroom. Feeling his head turn without moving his neck, his horrified visage met that of his wife, as white in the face as a corpse as she too realized there was a stranger in there with them. A sudden flare of chakra broke the spell. Even before the pulse receded, Yoshino had sprung to her husband's side and the Nara clan head had his hands flashing those seals, ready to unleash the shadows at his unseen enemy, though as the silence was broken by the sound of sudden, unstoppable laughter, much too high-pitched to be a potential assassin, the Nara clan head felt his fear drain away to be replaced by something else. Something even rarer for him to feel. Anger. Whoever you are. His tone was completely neutral even if his face spoke murder, as he located his target in a split second, the helpless giggling emanating from under his bed. Come out slowly and I may make your death painless. Don't. The unseen lurker managed to choke out, his obvious mirth at the life-or-death situation almost straining Shikaka's temper enough to go in for the kill and pincushion the underside of the bed with shadows anyway. Listen, I'm no hot here to do anything. Let me out and let's ta-da-ha-ha-ha-hem. Let's talk face to face. Come out slowly. Shikaka repeated, tone betraying nothing even as his fingers remained in the rat seal. However, as the first arm of the figure emerged, slightly grimy but still clad in an instantly recognizable ensemble, it was all he could do not to let his arms follow his jaw and drop open helplessly. "You!" Yoshino breathed like a dragon by his side. Recognizing the voice, Naruto immediately leapt back and slapped both hands over his ears. "Hold it, crazy dear lady," the Jinchuriki demanded, waiting for a long second to make sure she wasn't going to move before slowly lowering his hands. "Going for the ears is striking below the belt." You. Shikaku stuttered, not quite able to believe the sudden absurdity of this situation. "What in Kami-sama's holiest name are you doing in my bedroom? And no matter what the Hokage says, if you were here to see my wife undress, I'll kill you." "I think a better question would be how in Kami-sama's holiest name did you get into my bedroom?" Naruto pointed out mildly before his face became more serious, and he stood to his full, if diminutive height. "And it's a question only I know the answer to, Nara-san. I know you're smart, so listen up, hear the offer I've got for you, and let's see if we can't be reasonably and do business here, rather than scream and shout at each other till the cows, or the deer in your case, come home." So we did just that. Naruto shrugged, breaking the spell of his story as he went on. "We talked, I did some explainin', and Shikaku-san made me a deal after we decided honor was even following me being chucked out. Good deal it was too, same one I'm here to offer the rest of you." The response to this was similar to what he expected. Not all the clan head were convinced this wasn't some sort of convoluted joke Shikaku was trying to pull on them, but one or two, the Yamanaka especially, seemed to be looking a little deeper into the situation. Even as he looked around, however, a deep, bass voice rose up to speak for the assembled clan leaders, Akimichi Chuza looking out for his former teammate. "Naruto-san, you say you infiltrated the clan holdings of the Nara, not once but twice," he rumbled, normally smiling face stern as he regarded the child as he would an untriggered exploding tag, a potential threat, but not dangerous at the moment. "The first I can understand, but why the second? If you had wanted an apology or damages, why not speak to the clan directly, or, if you were afraid of that, go to Hokage-sama?" The Jinchuriki shrugged. "I could have done that, but it was personal pride, I guess. They'd called me a thief, the least I could do was act like one. But apart from that, I did what I did because 1. I did a lot of thinking over the 2 months I was stewing for a way to get back at Shikaku-san and his clan after they slandered my good name and came up with a potential bonus for me out of getting my own back, and 2. His sharp eyes darted to the side for a minute and a wicked smirk graced his whiskered cheeks before he finished. It gave me the opportunity to answer a question that had stumped Medneans for generations." Shikaku seemed to shiver for a minute before lacing his fingers in front of his face and, seeing the question writ large on the faces of his peers, muttered evilly. "He poisoned Shikamaru." "I did not poison Shikamaru," Naruto argued before the killing intent could rise too high. "That was a medical experiment to see if Nara laziness could be countered by appropriate medical stimulation, and as we now know it acted like an. You spiked his bedtime glass of deer's milk with a crushed solid pill. You con some ninja, who will be wishing he'd never been born the second I find out who he is and get my hands and shadow on him, into giving you." Shikaku half snapped before groaning, reliving a particularly vivid nightmare as he recalled how infuriatingly energetic, and hard to catch, the ninja stimulant had made his son at the worst time of the day. "I was up half the night trying to scrape him off the ceiling. And you were asleep half the morning after, so no loss there," Naruto countered skillfully before another voice broke into the conversation. "Soldier pill?" Chuza repeated, trying hard not to look too amused as he pictured the skinny Nara scion under the effect of the medicine and failing spectacularly. Before he could break down too badly, he faced the Uzumaki again and asked his final question. "Well, either way, Naruto, I must ask. The first I can almost understand, what with the storm and all, but how did you manage to get into this compound the second time?" "Oh, you know." The Jinchuriki tried to look innocent but wasn't quite able to meet the big man's gaze as he answered and simultaneously crossed his fingers. "Bit of trickery, lots of background reading and questioning, a pinch of chakra and about 3 feet of pure brass neck. All in all, pretty much the same way I got into yours." As he'd been expecting, that admission simultaneously thickened and froze the atmosphere around the table. Before anyone else could speak, however, Yoshino was the one to seize the initiative and begin the explanation. "We, or actually Shika, really determined the scale of the threat after Naruto-kun explained his infiltration method." Seeing the Jinchuriki nod from the corner of her eye, the Nara woman went on. "And on paper it was so simple we were both kicking ourselves that we hadn't thought about it more. All or at least the vast majority of the security of this house, and your own houses as well, are reliant on chakra to some degree. Whether it's the seals that dot the walls, the traps that are triggered by alien chakras, or even your own eyes, Hyuga-san. Hayashi nodded at this, conceding the point as she went on. The ninja dwellings of Konoha are virtually impregnable by conventional ninja means. However, in this case, she cast a sidelong look at the youngest person in the room, who was trying and failing to look belatedly innocent as he prepared himself for the clinching evidence in the picture, the final nail in the coffin of the doubters he could see all around him. Naruto-kun was able to infiltrate us by the simple fact that, as he told us, when he goes somewhere quietly, he doesn't use any chakra to do so. And because of that, Naruto continued, taking a big bite from his latest muffin before putting his hands on his knees and gazing down from his eyrie on the Nara worktop. I dodged all the traps in the ninja. They didn't see me in here, and they also didn't see me when I made a few mouse calls earlier. At this point Hayashi could hold it in no longer, and he stood to his feet, arms folded and glaring at the speaker impassively as his deep voice intoned solemnly. I have heard quite enough from you, Uzumaki. You say you have infiltrated the clan homes of each noble clan of Konoha gathered here. That is a fanciful story, nothing more. You are a child, a jounin ninja. Perhaps even Uchiha Itachi could not perform such a feat. Naruto for his part merely shrugged. Yabu, I'm not Itachi, whoever he is, still. He fumbled around in his pocket for a minute before pulling something, or actually a group of somethings, out with a hiss of triumph, arranging them neatly by the side of himself as he faced down the Hyuga head, blue eyes meeting pearl ones and not backing down as he spoke again. I had a feeling no one would believe me, so I decided to get a bit of proof before I turned up here for the night. Knew I'd need something a bit special to expand my client. Naruto's face screwed up in concentration as he tried to form the elusive word. Clit. Clientele, Shikaka supplied smoothly, noticing Tsume's raised eyebrow and deciding to step in before the Jinchuriki accidentally offended anyone. In that endeavor, however, he appeared to be too late as, if anything, Hayashi's face had become even more wintry as he folded his arms and declared loudly. Now you say you stole from us all, he orated, gesturing to his fellow clan heads even as Shikaka glanced behind him, recognized the devious expression that had flitted across that whiskered face and began mentally imploring the Hyuga to stop digging the hole he was in before Naruto stepped in and comprehensively buried him. It appears that Nara-san was right, either you are a thief, or you are a liar and a fool. Silence fell over the kitchen, the denunciation ringing off the walls as the clan heads and Sarutobi all held their breath. Shikaka silently prayed that whatever Naruto had planned wouldn't castigate the Hyuga's pride too much, and Naruto for his part simply froze, not looking down, not looking away, still continuing to meet the flinty gaze of the veteran ninja as, slowly, he reconnected his tongue to his brain and repeated the accusation that had been left at his door. A thief, a liar, or a fool, he stated quietly, glancing for a second to his right and plucking something, a sealing scroll, for the worktop, holding it negligently in one hand as he faced the Hyuga head down again. Well, I prefer to call myself a future Hokage, so I guess that puts me two categories, a thief and a liar. No offense, Gigi. Sarutobi, recognizing the language and how it related to all ninja, merely nodded and allowed his potential successor to carry on unimpeded as he unfurled the scroll somewhat. As for the fool part, well, I think I'm more of a prankster. There was a puff of smoke. Something unsealed from the scroll and the collective room drew in a sharp gasp as Naruto seized his prize and brandished it aloft, a cutting edge on his mile-wide grin as he flipped it around to taunt its owner. Dis look familiar? To his credit, Hayashi barely reacted, one of the reasons he seldom left a card table poorer than he joined it, despite the cover of the gaudy publication, to say nothing of the fact that sudden pangs of nervousness were racing around his body as the thought of what would happen to his clan's reputation if the merest idea that its leader read such gutter-level smut as Ika Paradise was to become common knowledge. His reaction was restricted to little more than a disdainful sniff and slight shrug of the shoulders. That proves nothing, Uzumaki-san. You could have picked that out of any lowbrow bookkeeper in, dear Hayashi-kun. The boy's words stopped him cold, the sight of Naruto reading from the inside front cover with a tone of pure mischief in his voice sounding as dolorous as a funeral gong to his last few hopes of riding out this storm with pride intact. No matter that the only reason he ever received such a copy of the perverted literature was that the Hyuga clan as a whole had a major stake in the printers that published it. Or that he had repeatedly informed the Gama-sanin, with varying degrees of politeness, that his tokens of appreciation were really not necessary. The consequences of this night, Hayashi knew, were going to be held over his head for a very, very long time. As Naruto finished reading the personalized message Jiraiya always made sure adorned that particular spot of his personal copy. As ever, my thanks for your help in making this great work happen. Still wish I had your eyes, but alas, the ultimate peeping dojutsu will be forever out of my reach. All I can do is try to illuminate to less fortunate men the wonders only the Hyuga are permitted to see. As ever, your faithful servant, the Holy Toad Master, who is known to all women, Jiraiya. Snapping the book closed and passing it over to a goggle-eyed Yoshino, the Nara woman looking absolutely torn between rage and hilarity at the revelation before her, the triumphant child merely smirked smugly at his now decimated former opponent. I think that's pretty conclusive, don't you? Silence, punctuated only by barely repressed sniggers or gasps of alarm, fell. Hayashi flopped back into his seat with his face as bloodless as his eyes appeared to be, numb with disbelief and unable to stop himself cringing as he watched the book. The hated paperback that had just dragged his name through the mud like an anchor was passed around the table. Each of the assembled clan heads scarcely able to believe their eyes as they opened it and read the exact words Naruto had recanted. Well, all but one. Even as he saw her all but straining across the table to snatch the publication from Chusa, Hayashi could only brace himself for the absolute worst as some virtually ripped the book open, took the meanest glance at the inked words and promptly shattered the silence with her raucous laughter. At last, she managed to choke out as she flopped half over the table, stomach starting to ache as she howled with mirth. Proof that Hyuga Hayashi is a man, no one with ice water in their veins could keep something like this so close at hand. Fortunately for the Hyuga Lord, who was by this point actively wondering if it was feasible to use a broken sake dish to commit seppuku and if so, how he could get away with it while everyone else was all but breaking down in helpless hysterics, Tsum's laughter a sore test for everyone's self-restraint. It appeared that his former nemesis had a change of heart, and had donned the attire of a savior, as he raised his voice above the hubbub and shouted them all down, leveling his eyes at the one sniggering loudest of all. True. He was tempted to point out the other person in the room who he knew for a fact wasn't as pure as the driven snow when it came to such less than salubrious reading habits, but resisted, realizing that he was probably going to annoy several very important people here tonight and as such, would need all the help he could get staying in one piece should it all go the shape of the pair. And a ticked-off Gigi probably wouldn't be all that much help in pulling them off my battered body. If anything, he might just stick the boot in himself a few times. But remember what I said in Zuka-san, I paid a mouse call to all your homes, so. The laughter seemed to die away and be replaced by prickling unease as he reached for another of the small scrolls to his side. I wouldn't be logging too much at Hyuga-san, after all, Confucius say. Oh, Kami-sama. Despite himself, Sarutobi shuddered, recalling a few previous incidences where Naruto had mentioned that particular name. They had never seemed to end well for his intended target, anyone but him. Women who live in glass house should get changed in wine cellar, least of all. As a second plume of smoke issued from the countertop Naruto was sat on, Sarutobi had a heartbeat to feel his heart stop beating as he leapt to a guess about where this was going, and braced himself to shield his surrogate godson from the result of his folly. An enraged Inuzuka, least of all Tsum, was never good to anyone's health. When she's getting changed into something like this. At first it didn't seem too bad. The small section of brown material didn't appear to be too much, perhaps only a pillowcase. Then Naruto twisted his hands, the ensemble fell forwards in front of him, and all present found themselves getting an eyeful of one part of their female friend's wardrobe that she'd have much rather preferred to stay in the closet. Tsum froze, so utterly and hopelessly gobsmacked that a newborn pup could have taken her out and been named Alpha as a result. Before her shocked and appalled eyes, the Uzumaki was flaunting one of the last reminders she had of her husband, the grin plastered over Shippokun's face as clear now as it had been when she'd first unwrapped the present he'd brought her after her first S-ranked mission had been deemed a success. Though she wore it now in his memory, it was much to her chagrin that she recalled eventually been sweet-talked into wearing the garment, a thigh-skimming, bust-revealing and impractically ruffled one-piece evening nightgown the same shade of brown as her eyes, while he'd been alive. Though it had cost Shippo the grin off his face, a black eye and the ability to walk in a straight line for a week after she was through with him for the joke gift. But this time, the joke's on me, very fetching, Naruto commented dryly, poking his head forwards and folding the shoulder straps of the nightgown over it, letting the whole thing hang off his ears. Still warm too. That last comment was enough to galvanize her back to life, face as molten red as her embarrassment. Tsum sprang from one side of the table to the other without hitting the floor once, clawed hand whipping out and snagging the pilfered clothing, virtually wrenching Naruto's ears from his head as she yanked it back. "Give me that!" she hissed venomously, not caring at his wince as he rubbed his ears, sorely longing to get a good grip of his neck scruff and shake him until he pleaded for mercy. This desire only increased when, rather than cowering, he met her blazing eyes the same way he'd faced down Hayashi's frigid ones. "Help yourself," he shrugged before smirking. "I don't think the frilly bits suit me." Some snarled at the comment. It was either that or lose herself to an almighty cringe as she hastily tried to stuff the gown up her sleeve and out of sight, knowing even as she did so it was far too late. A quick glance around the table all but confirmed it. Enoichi had both hands clamped firmly over his mouth and his face scrunched up to try and keep his reaction inside. All she could see of Chusa was a patch of red hair as he ducked under the table to try and hold it in. Heck, even Shibi's collar was rippling slightly, outright hysteria as far as an Aburame was concerned, belatedly turning maroon in mortification as she realized that, much like Hayashi's pride, her former hard-assed image was now little more than a broken effigy lying littered in the dirt, least of all as she realized the ruffles at the bottom of the gown were still poking out her sleeve and try as she might she couldn't stuff them back out of sight. Sim turned back around to rend the one responsible limb from limb before she realized he was offering something out to her, a small, white something. "Here, put it away in this," he suggested, holding out his storage scroll. Swiping it from his hands and determined not to say thank you, Sim nevertheless complied and barely held back a huff of relief as the incriminating evidence vanished into the parchment, and out of mind. So, one less thing to worry about. Now to make sure no one else ever hears of this and it never happens again, starting by silencing the little brat who infiltrated. Hey, wait a minute. As a creeping suspicion began to crawl up Sim's spine like a spider carved from ice, she thrust her face forwards and glared death at the Uzumaki, breath all but smoking from her lips as she spoke her next question as a demand to be answered. "Okay, brat, one question, and unless you want to die horribly, answer it right. There's only one place in the Inuzuka clan house this is kept. How did you know where it was?" His eyes were the giveaway. Despite being, both she and Hayashi would be forced to grudgingly admit, a fair infiltrator, he wasn't experienced enough yet to keep his face neutral and as a result inadvertently sold his partner down the river, leaving some open to spear him with the finger of outrage. "You!" Shikaku seemed unperturbed, parrying the bludgeon of her temper with the rapier of his cool logic. "Merely gave him a few schematics and some points about where to go when he got in. He did the rest himself, including deciding what to nab." Naruto chipped it. "I saw plenty of stuff there, but it had to be something that was definitely yours. I was thinking about a few bottles of your lipstick before I flipped over your pillows and found that." The Inuzuka's hands bunched into fists, more than ready to clean this cheeky brat's clock just out of principle. No one could expect to break into a lady's bedroom and expect to escape unscathed after all. Before he snatched up one of the 3 remaining parchments and winked over the table, next victim in mind and, inadvertently, mollifying Sim a little in the process. After all, if everyone's getting the same treatment, not even Hokage-sama could stop us all if we went in swinging. "Don B. Too hasty, Inzuka-san, you're all in this together, don't forget, Akimichi-san," he called in a sing-song voice, forcing Chusa to straighten up and glare as best he could as he tried to keep a lid on his laughter and adopt a warlike expression. "I'll warn you now, Uzumaki," the large man threatened, shaking a ham-sized fist. "If anything to do with my or Kami-sama forbid my dear wife's nightwear pops out of that scroll, I will personally punch you over Konoha's walls. They wouldn't fit in the scroll." Naruto shrugged back, apparently unaware that he was skating on very thin ice at the backhanded insult to the Akimichi waistline. Before Chusa's expression could blacken too much, however, a third plume of smoke cleared as he found himself facing down something he knew very well indeed. "Lucky this did, though." "Aye, and lucky you didn't damage it either," the Akimichi warned, checking the side of the apron he could see for any damage as the gold thread letters still shone brightly, their simple message of Shifu no Kisses still as bright then as they had been the day his father had presented it to him. "That apron of mine has lived through a ninja war and is much older than you are." "Very true," Shikaku agreed, looking over his shoulder to see what rabbit his most recent pseudo-employee had pulled from his hat this time. "But I thought you'd gotten rid of it, Chusa?" The Akimichi chuckled, shaking his head as he raised a single, massive palm. "No, in fact I use it every day," he told them all, looking on as Naruto resealed his ill-gotten gains and passed the scroll to Shikaku, allowing it to pass through the merry-go-round of the gaming table. "I wake up next to Chimeheim, give her a kiss, don my apron and start cooking breakfast. When she wakes up she returns the favor and we eat together. It's been that way since we were married and I've never had a reason to change it. Though I may have had you not come here tonight, Uzumaki. Once more Chusa's face was shadowed, Naruto for the first time looking slightly intimidated by the sight of the monster of a man staring him down. Unlike his previous two victims, Akimichi Chusa simply looked threatening just by virtue of his size and obvious power. Had you not returned it, and I learned of the theft later, your head would have had pride of place on a platter at my clan's next great feast. Self-consciously rubbing his neck at the threat, Naruto decided it would probably be for the best to move on and shifted on his seat to appraise the man he decided was, in the nicest possible way, the weirdest person in the room. Ano, Aburame-san. Chibi inclined his head a fraction, and, after a second of silence, Naruto realized this was the best he was going to get and plowed on. Well, yours was the worst one to get into, almost got caught a few times getting in and even more getting out, still I got this. The characteristic pop and white smoke appeared, fading to show a small, compact something sitting in the Jinchuriki's grip, the sight of which made some snort with ill-tempered humor. Oh right, so the Aburame gets his glasses case nicked while I get virtually panty-raided by Konoha's newest pervert. All we need now is sightings of this little lecher at the hot springs and that's it. I'm packing up my clan and we're leaving for IWA. You jest some-san. Chibi, as always a voice of reason, accepted the return of his stolen goods with a small but respectful bow. And if it is any consolation, this case is as valuable to me as your negligee is to you. It was my father's. Cringing once more at the reminder of the indignity that had been heaped on her scant minutes earlier, Tsum just about choked off a growl as Inoichi, realizing he was the only one left to take the plunge, made a last-ditch plea to get his head off the potential chopping block. Ah, Uzumaki-san. Just about to draw his thumb across the scroll and release his chakra in a theatrical flourish, the Jinchuriki looked up as the Yamanaka clan head made his bargain. I think you've made your point. I'm more than willing to take it on faith that whatever's in there belongs to me and you liberated it from my clan house. And you'd be right, Yamanaka-san, but sorry. He gave a helpless shrug as he indicated the others around the room. I think these guys would lynch me if I welched you out the deal, though if it's any consolation, I dunno what this is. Inoichi would quite freely admit after the event that this ignorance was an unfortunate thing as, had Naruto known what he was dealing with, even he might have been reluctant to pull his last ace from his sleeve. As it was, however, and the smoke cleared for the fifth and final time, the small leather roll that dangled between Naruto's knees, to say nothing of the varied and quite shockingly painful-looking blades it held within it, was enough to draw every eye to the suddenly squirming Yamanaka. Much as I know how much of an annoyance a daughter can be at times, Inoichi-san. Hayashi began in a tone as close to snidely humorous as he ever got. Don't you think those are a little excessive? Poor Kanisa-chan. Chusa muttered with a low whistle as he turned to regard his younger friend, who was currently doing his best to imitate a kusa lotus flower in full bloom. I never thought you'd be into that sort of thing, Inoichi, but I guess it's always the one you least suspect. I was looking after them for Ibiki-san. The former interrogator snapped, standing up forcefully and marching around to snatch the roll of prototype interrogation devices back from the stunned Naruto, who'd rather been left behind by the twist of the conversation. He didn't want Enko-san to start playing with them before they'd been officially sanctioned by Hokage-sama. It'd raise a lot of awkward questions if a prisoner died suddenly due to the interrogator not being skilled with the implements given to her. Oh. Belatedly recognizing a name he knew, Naruto was all smiles as he looked up at the Yamanaka clan head, nothing but honesty shining from his suddenly guileless eyes. You know Enko-sensei, Yamanaka-san? What did I say? Wondering why it had all gone so suddenly quiet in the kitchen, save the Hokage, who was trying hard to fight back a smirk and fit of the giggles, Naruto was just about to ask if he'd done something wrong before Inoichi, looking slightly pale but with a weak sort of smile on his face, glanced back at him and spoke with a tremulous voice. Enko-sensei? At the Jinchuriki's cautious nod, the former leader of the interrogation and torture department of Konoha shook his head and gave a half-weary, half-worried laugh. You know, somehow that explains so very, very much. Though a billowing kind of silence had shuffled forwards over the Nara kitchen-stroke gaming area in the aftermath of these revelations, all the assembled clan heads were hastily hiding their former treasures and trying hard not to catch each other's eyes as they sought to secrete their secrets. However, only a few minutes later order appeared to be restored. The 7 assembled shinobi assembled around a table that now resembled a council of war rather than a stress-free gaming area and, as the person who'd been least burned by the machinations of the mouse, Shibi was elected as spokesperson. Uzumaki-san, you have proven both our doubts and Hayashi-san's accusations wholly wrong. Hayashi looked like he wanted to interject at this point, but, perhaps reminded of the weight of the Ika paradise now weighing down his kunai pouch, he thought better of it and let the aburame continue unhindered. You have infiltrated the clan houses of 6 of the 7 noble clans of Konoha. Because of this, 2 questions now remain. Dark glasses flashing in the electric lighting as he looked across the table to where Naruto sat seriously now, his plate of food set to the side for a moment as he made to move from pleasure to him. Though he wasn't as sadistic as his former teacher, there was no denying it was fun to see other people, especially adults, cringing before him, to business as the aburame finished. How and why? To a barely noticeable sigh of relief from around the table, the Jinchuriki appeared to be willing to speak freely as he clasped both hands of his knee and started to rock back and forward slightly, pouting slightly as he tried hard to think. Well, I can answer the first question first. The way I got in was a 2-step thing. There was a brief pause before, unable to bear the tension, Chusa was first to snap. Yes? Yes, what? Naruto blinked in confusion for a minute before the Rio dropped. Oh, you want to actually know the 2 steps? Nope. As the mass sweat dropped, he merely shrugged and grinned cheerfully. A ninja's gotta keep his secrets. Right, that's it. Temper already ground away to the thinness of a rice biscuit, some shot to her feet and made to stalk around the table, glaring a dreadful promise as she advanced. Secrets be damned. Unless you want me to tan your hide until your ancestors can't sit down for a month, I suggest spilling it. Sorry, Tsum-chan. The honorific, to say nothing of the fact that he was all but laughing in the face of her threat, reminded the Inuzuka once more that she wasn't dealing with an ordinary boy as he landed yet another thumping blow on her pride. Might be me being greedy, but in relationships I'm always the same. Anyway, apart from that. He hastily changed tack as Tsum stumbled to a halt, not quite able to believe he trumped her threat so easily and glaring around at whoever had snorted so loudly with laughter, though virtually everyone at the table looked like they could have been guilty as a result of Naruto's last line. Best check with Gigi if it's okay, you know part of it, Gigi. Sarutobi merely narrowed his eyes at this, recalling both what Naruto had said earlier and Yoshino had unwittingly given away in her part of the explanation. Do you think I should give the game away? I see no harm in it, Naruto-kun. The aged Hokage replied after a short time spent thinking on the matter. If anything, it may prove to be a boon to them in the long run. You may well end up serving with one or more of their children when the time comes for you to graduate the Shinobi Academy. Though his voice was perfectly neutral and nothing showed on his wrinkled face, Sarutobi wouldn't have been able to call himself human if he hadn't felt a hint of internal glee at the expression that crossed the faces of most of the clan heads present. Heck, even Hayashi had given a shudder as the thought of his little princess being corrupted by someone like the Jinchuriki during their school days and beyond. Naruto, however, seemed oblivious to this and instead nodded, treating the words from his surrogate grandfather's mouth like a decree from Kami-sama himself as he faced the table at large again. Hi Gigi, well in that case, all you need to know is that my henge, when I use it, is very. Your henge. Some cut across him, the Inuzuka still challenging everything unfamiliar to her as was the nature of her clan. You know that technique? Hi, but, he tried to ward off the second question he could see coming with a raised hand, but it was all in vain as she snorted, shaking her head. And let me guess, you just walked into my clan house with a false face on and walked out the same way. Do me a favor, kid. The Ninkin would have ripped you apart before you'd gone 5 steps if you'd been boneheaded enough to try it. Now spill the real reason. That is the real reason. Naruto wasn't by nature all that argumentative, but he definitely didn't like being accused of lying or, worse still, breaking his word, something that Tsum was perilously close to doing right now. My henge isn't the same as yours. Hyuga-san. Stirred from his introspection, Hayashi looked over just as Naruto began making hand seals. Keep your eyes on me and tell the others what you see. With that, he glanced at his target one last time. Think I don't know henge, Inuzuka-san, clapped his hands together and called out his technique. Henge. Try this on for size. As the chakra smoke cleared from where the boy had been sat, everyone strained to see through it until, as it drifted away, all eyes lowered to the floor in embarrassment save the two that widened in both horror and rage as a second form of Inuzuka Tsum was revealed, grinning widely as she reclined in a copy of her formerly flaunted negligee. With a teasing lilt in her tone she leant forwards, the motion doing interesting things to both the ruffles across the garments, bustle and the cleavage it was struggling to contain. Like what you see, Hayashi-kun. Why are they all looking down like that? Through eyes that weren't his own, Naruto saw the reactions to his prank and tried to work out why it hadn't gone as he thought it would. I thought they'd laugh seeing her dressed like this. Do all men react like this when they see a woman wearing something skimpy? Is that why Anko-sensei dresses like she does? That could be useful to know. Filing the question away for future reference, Naruto was jerked away from his introspection by the sudden noise of a chair clattering to the floor coupled with sharp nails on the tiles as both Sum and her partner broke the lock of paralysis that had fallen over them and surged to their feet. "I'll kill him, I swear I will." All but frothing at the mouth and throwing around killing intent like there was no tomorrow, the embarrassed alpha of the Inuzuka clan was only prevented from throwing herself bodily over the table at the form of her doppelganger by Shikaku's quick reactions. Kuramaru, on the other hand, rushed under the table and was able to get within sniffing distance of the closest leg of his fake mistress before the Kage main caught and held him steady as well. "Desist." The Hokage's sudden thundering voice brought all, even the rage of the animalistic shinobi, to a halt. Sarutobi half standing as he glared between both Sum and her body double before, with his eyes still lowered, he addressed the disguised Jinchuriki. "Naruto, get out of that henge now. It's unseemly and a grave insult against Sum-san. And so was her incinerating that I couldn't do henge." The false Sum retorted, folding her arms under its chest with a motion that made most of the men present avert their eyes once more as they all subconsciously realized the mistake in the Uzumaki's speech. "And I'll swap back soon as Hyuga-san's seen what I need him to see. My apologies, Uzumaki-san, but there is little in that henge I would like to see, and I think you meant insinuating," Hayashi pointed out mildly, twisting the knife of embarrassment that had lodged in Sum's flesh and grateful for the disgruntled growl that met his announcement. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed ignorant of the Inuzuka's discomfort and instead leant forwards again, a sly smirk now adorning the face of his most recent mask, making the faked Sum look almost sultry as she spoke her last request. "Look harder then." It took a second for the Hyuga to realize exactly what he was driving at, and with less than a gesture he activated his bloodline legacy. As soon as he'd done so his head shot up, heedless of the potential risk of unseemly behavior, as his vein-rimmed eyes quite literally stared through the hinged child. "Impossible!" the Hyuga Lord declared before speaking aloud to the others. "Everyone, sense for him, that henge has no chakra network." "What?" Inoichi was the first to respond, flaring his chakra and as shocked as Hayashi when he realized his friend was correct. "I can't sense it at all. I can't feel a thing." "Oh, don't." The false Sum shrank backwards coyly, bringing a hand delicately to her mouth in a gesture everyone knew the real Inuzuka scion would have rather bitten her own fingers off than performed. "So many hunky men looking at little old me, you're making me blush." "Hey!" She suddenly slapped at something tiny and black that flew easily out of reach of her hand. "Ruddy flies, oh sorry." If he was offended by the attempted murder of his Kikeichu, Shibi gave no sign, instead extending a finger and allowing the returning bug to settle on his digit and falling silent for a minute before speaking again. "It is confirmed, the henge has chakra levels present well below those of even a civilian. I would propose that this would make the henge almost impossible for any but the most well-trained of sensor ninja to detect, assuming they had prior exposure to Uzumaki-san's chakra. This alone, I believe, would prove Yoshino-san's words earlier, as Uzumaki-san's infiltration method does not require chakra. It would circumvent most conventional detection and defense methods utilized by Konoha, including the Kikeichu." The darkened glasses turned towards the disguised Jinchuriki. "I assume this unusual henge is the method by which you gained entry to our clan houses?" "Partly. It was half of the method." The disguised Inuzuka clan head sank her chin onto her fist and looked forwards, leaning forwards onto her thighs and ensuring nothing was going to be seen by an unfortunate peek from the tabletop audience. "The other half, the real killer if why-like, was one particular henge." The Jinchuriki clapped his transformed hands and vanished with a slight bang. A second bang occurred as the child transformed again, though, as the smoke cleared, the counter he had been sat upon appeared bare. Byakugan still active and alert to any potential trick. It was Hayashi who saw the new form first, though before he could utter a syllable of warning Naruto had abandoned his hiding place and scuttled into plain sight. From behind one of the butter muffins still on his former plate, a small blonde furred mouse skittered across the polished wood of the Nara kitchen top, boosted itself up onto its hind legs and, as much as it was able to, gave a clumsy, shallow bow to its audience. So then Naruto, having been briefed about his young charge's unscheduled one-day sojourn into the realms of structured education following visiting the Hasawadas and inquiring about how Naruto's business was doing, Sarutobi was the first to overcome his shock and eye up the tiny creature before him. "You have adopted that henge of yours into this form, then? Quite ironic given your nickname, I must admit, But how did you manage this while making sure you wouldn't have another accident like last time? The mouse for its part didn't, and in fact couldn't answer. Instead it crept to the top of the counter and peered over it to the floor, whiskers twitching as the human mind driving it sized up the new environment, and, after seconds summing things up, darted over the edge, scuttling quickly down the wood in front of the cupboard and onto the floor. Yoshino stepped back a little too hastily to be entirely casual as Naruto's hinged form disappeared in smoke for a second, the Jinchuriki himself waving away the chakra vapors with a slightly regretful expression on his face. Sorry Gigi, what was that? I'm getting better but I can't hear other people very well in that form, the mouse ears are really sensitive. It's like trying to listen to a thunderclap. As Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this and repeated his question, the other ninja assembled around the table, having seen the second half of Naruto's infiltration technique, realized just how potentially powerful the idea of a completely innocuous mouse morphing into a shinobi, least of all a Jinchuriki of all things, and simultaneous shivers of both fear and intrigue rippled around the table. Having heard the old man's question, Naruto scratched the back of his neck and shrugged a little. Wasn't that hard really? I remembered what Enko-sensei said about visualizing the form you wanted to henge into, insides and all, and cause of that most of the pet shop owners in Konoha now think there's an epidemic of children keeping snakes and buying mice to feed them. I brought a load, dissect them all and figured it out from there, though I did have my fingers crossed first time I tried it. I can imagine. The Sandame drawled dryly before noticing the attention of his subordinates converging on the Jinchuriki again and decided to take the initiative. As you've all seen, Naruto-kun's henge is somewhat unique, an apparent combination of henge and the Kanpakina variant. He can transform into any human form and apparently, a mouse body as well at the cost of his ability to access and mold chakra. A formidable espionage technique as you are now doubtless aware. Several of the assembled ninja cringed once more while the others, especially Chuza, merely smirked wryly. As to why this is, I have no idea. Naruto was the only one in the room who missed the slight inflection of the Hokage's voice simply due to his lack of experience and world weariness. The rest of the clan heads accepted the unspoken explanation without further comment, Chuza speaking for them as he reappraised the Jinchuriki with something akin to respect in his eyes. So the mouse truly is a mouse now, and a potentially lethal one at that. The Akimichi summarized before recalling what his former teammate had said at the very start of this whole debacle. So, aside from teaching all present a lesson in humility, what was the bargain Shikaka mentioned earlier? The same one he has with us now. Yoshino answered for the Jinchuriki, Naruto taking advantage of the Nara woman's forthrightness to take a bite out of one of the 3 remaining butter muffins. Naruto-chan used a churka pill and his voice to give my husband a heart attack. She allowed them a second, just one, to start to smile at the memory before saying words she knew, she was sure in fact, would shock them as deeply as it had her. But if he'd used a poison and a knife, he'd have ripped my husband's heart in two and gutted our clan in the process. Yep. Naruto nodded at this as he polished off the last remnants of his meal and sat looking at the other assembled clan leaders. I didn't actually think of that until Yoshino-san pointed it out, but she's right. I got into the Nara clan and could have done damage by killing the clan heir, so that got all of us thinking. Could I do the same to everyone else and, at the same time, what could they, or you, collectively? He pointed out the half-dozen assembled ninja before him. Do to stop it happening? Like you said, your clan homes are almost impervious to normal ninja getting in, but cause of my henge I'm not a normal ninja, or would-be ninja. So here's the deal. Despite themselves the crowd leant in slightly, still not quite sure what to make of the Jinchuriki even after all his revelations so far and curious as to what he had to say next. I henge into a civilian, gets rid of my chakra so nothing you've got can sense for it, and try breaking into your clan houses. I won't use mouse form till you want me to, feels too much like cheating because it's so small. Still, I keep trying to get in until you've all got enough measures in place TC and stop me. While your home's getting mouse-proofed you'll be teaching me stuff for my troubles. Now normally the idea of a mere civilian trying to gain entry to one of the noble clan houses of Konoha was so unlikely it was laughable. Who in their right mind would be insane enough to even try to steal from an entire clan compromising a majority of highly armed and trained killers without so much as a single D-rank technique to call their own? However, having had the answer and the consequences of said answer given, and in some cases literally paraded, in front of them, it was an offer every one of the veterans found themselves considered with a great deal of thought. In fact, so deep was their contemplations that it was the oldest ninja present who spotted a potential loophole in the bargain and made to close it before anyone stuck their head through and got themselves accidentally strangled. Teaching Naruto-kun? At the sound of his grandfather's voice, the Jinchuriki looked up, seeing Sarutobi raise an eyebrow as he went on. Much as I am an admirer of the idea of night classes, I think it best I have at least an idea of what you'd be learning. Oh, don't worry, Gigi. No, you don't want me learnin' ninja things till I'm in TH Academy. Naruto put the old man's mind at ease with a smile as he pointed to the two Nara present. Shikaku-san's showing me how to play shugi and Yoshino-san's teaching me how to knit. Little things like that, that's all I'm after. Mollified by this and inwardly grateful that the child wasn't actively biting off more than he could reasonably chew, Sarutobi gave a nod of acquiescence before a slight laugh broke the silence, Chusa looking across at the seated demon vessel. Knitting? You don't look like the type kid. Neither does the little old lady in the house across the way. Naruto answered. One of the missions Anko-sensei had regaled him with coming back to the forefront of his mind and helping to emphasize the point he made about learning non-ninja skills. Just a harmless old woman who kept cats and knitted scarves and socks for some of the village children. Just rocking her chair on her porch all day, watching the world and the village ninja come and go. Who'd ever suspect she was able to throw a kunai so quickly, or hit an A-rank ninja in the neck at 50 paces in the dead of night? Certainly not the village guard and police force, so no one ever guessed who carried out the assassination, or why Konoha's leaf ninja were able to unmask a potential sleeper agent in their ranks before he was activated and started making life difficult. Unsurprisingly, there was a bit of a pause at this story until Inoichi, who'd sat in on the debrief for that particular mission and actually written up Anko's commendation for such a flawless execution and discovering information above and beyond the mission parameters, gave credit where it was due at the same time as seek answers for one particular niggle that had been in the back of his mind for a while now. Well, Naruto-san, when you put it like that, I have to say knitting doesn't sound too bad. Course not, Yoshino-san's teaching me, it can't be bad. He butted in, making the Nara woman shoot him a sidelong look even as a slight smile twitched her lips. Flattery will get you nowhere, Naruto. You get points for trying though. It'll help your finger dexterity too, one of the reasons I learned from my mother. Seeing Naruto nod and wanting to get back on track to have his question answered, Inoichi casually used a quick psychological trick to ease things along, find common ground with the subject, then go from there. Better than flower arranging at any rate, don't ask. As he'd expected, that comment had piqued Naruto's interest, but Inoichi warded his curious gaze away with a raised hand, not like the others won't fill him in when they get a chance anyway. Apart from that though, I'm impressed with how you've pulled this trick on all of us. He had nothing to lose by admitting that sliver of admiration, and besides, it was true. But there's one piece of this little puzzle I can't get to fit. Just as the first hint of doubt was beginning to slide of the Uzumaki's face, Inoichi went on, half an eye on the Jinchuriki's face, and casually dissecting his reactions to paint a clearer picture of what was going on, and cut through any lies Naruto might have employed to cover his tracks. I know that you had to have carried out most, if not all, of these thefts today. I would have noticed had those interrogation implements been missing more than a single day, and I imagined Sum-chan would have been in the same boat. Only a lifetime's experience of mastering his own psyche kept the smirk off his face as the Inuzuka growled from the corner she was stewing in. But if you hit all of us in the same day, and Hokage-sama, you said he was helping out in the office earlier? Well, I didn't say it exactly, but he did help out. That was one of the reasons I was able to come here tonight, in fact, something I'm sure you two planned between you. He favored both Shikaku and Naruto with a stern but not unkind eye, making them both squirm like delinquent schoolchildren under the eye of a schoolmaster, before the Hokage turned his eye back to the Yamanaka. What of it, Inoichi-kun? Hearing this made a glimmer of both triumph and trepidation to glint in the shinobi's sky-blue eyes. After all, with what he'd already done tonight, what else could he have up his sleeve? What I mean is that Naruto-san must have had help in his work. There's just no way he could get all over Konoha in that amount of time straight after breaking you out of that tomb of parchment you call an office, Hokage-sama. Unless Sticky Fingers over there has mastered a way of being in two places at once, of course. Inoichi really had meant that last line as a throwaway comment and had even chuckled weakly at his own joke. Then he caught sight of the sudden guilty look on the Jinchuriki's face as the laughter abruptly dried up. And not only from him either. Naruto, suddenly looking very stern, the Hokage half stood and fixed his surrogate grandson with a piercing gaze. Inoichi-kun has raised a very good point, and I know that look of yours far too well. How did you do it? It was a loaded question and not one he was going to dodge either. The problem was that, Unlike with Anko, who'd probably have laughed, rubbed his head and tried to find another inventive way of pushing him to the threshold of death and terror, Naruto had no way of knowing how Gigi would react to the actual answer. He stalled for as long as he could reasonably push for before, seeing the patience of some of the clan heads start to wane. Naruto instead decided he had no chance but to come clean, cross his fingers, hope for the best, and if all else failed, blurt out about Sarutobi being as bad as the Hyuga with regards to his reading materials and then dive out the nearest window. Okay, you got me, mouse out the bag. He held up both hands, doing his best to look confident even if he was shaking in his sandals. I didn't have help, well, not exactly. I've always got all the help I need now with this. Sorry, Gigi, but it wasn't me in the office helping you out, it was only half of me. At that moment, before the most powerful ninja of the village of Konoha, the boy who would strive to become its next Hokage raised both hands in a familiar seal and intoned a quartet of words that would one day become his trademark. A blessing to even his most embattled friends and a curse most dire against every enemy that stood in his way. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You have got to be shitting me. Unusually, Yoshino didn't take this opportunity to swipe a handful of Ryo from her friend's pocket as she was too busy, as was everyone else, gawking at the spectacle of a perfect replica of the Jinchuriki appearing on the floor next to the counter, looking around nervously before giving a grin and exploding into smoke. Hey! Naruto had suspected the clone would inherit a good portion of his nervousness but hadn't expected the doppelganger to make a run for it so quickly off the bat. You coward! Even as he speared the dissipating smoke cloud with an affronted finger, however, he felt an aura of oppressive doom sweep over him like a tsunami and wondered if it was in any way possible for him to vanish the same way. The Hokage was so incensed he appeared calm, though as he stood up slowly Naruto wouldn't have been surprised to see storm clouds billowing out from under his robe as a low, grating voice addressed two of the most likely culprits of this latest crime. Nara. Nothing to do with me, us. Shikaka hastily corrected himself, holding up both hands as he felt the killing intent leveled on him like a crossbow bolt. I'm as shocked as you are. Sarutobi held his eye for a long time, and it was with a deep breath of relief that Shikaka realized he was off the hook as the Hokage blinked first, seeing no lie in his eyes. In that case, who? He demanded of the room in general before homing in on the only person who could answer that question. Naruto-kun, which abysmally foolish, and soon to be deceased. Ninja was suicidal enough to teach you a kenjutsu that powerful? And how in the name of the kami did you manage to make it work? Loads of practice. The Jinchuriki managed to stutter before mastering his sudden fear of his grandfather and speaking again. And don't take this the wrong way, Gigi, but in a way you taught me it. The ire in the room was immediately sucked away to be replaced by shock. Sarutobi shook his head as though he'd been physically hit before he managed to reconnect brain to tongue and speak. Me? But I've never. But I have, or at least I might as well have, the same brain, the organ that had made him the professor and such a legend on the battlefield, supplied the answer, the only opportunity that Naruto could have used to gain access to such a technique. One night he had to get the scroll, and Asuma and I wouldn't have thought to frisk him for notes he'd taken. Since then, since Konohamaru was born. Afraid his Gigi was going to get angry again, Naruto nodded and crossed his fingers, hoping for the best. Hi. I couldn't do the bunshin no matter what I did, and it was the only technique I looked out because it was a bunshin technique. I was careful, took me 6 weeks to get it right, and I can only make about half a dozen a day even now. Half a dozen. For once Chuzo was grateful he didn't have anything to chew on as he was certain he'd have choked to death by now. Kid, there are some chunin who can't do that jutsu to that level. Really? The revelation seemed to come as a surprise before the Jinchuriki smiled widely and clapped his hands in celebration. Hey, I'm awesome! He was interrupted by a sudden groan as someone around the table made everyone look over. And a complete pain in the tailbone, knowing my luck. Massaging her eyes, some glowered across the table at her new nemesis. Can those clones of yours use your henge as well? The sight of the Jinchuriki nodding at this question made 8 people shiver simultaneously, the mood summed up by the dognin herself as she rested her forehead on the table in front of her. Great, as if one mouse wasn't bad enough, now we've got a plague of them, and he's 6, 7. Naruto muttered under his breath, having celebrated his birthday a fortnight ago. The number was caught only by Yoshino and Shikaku as their feral friend went on. So it's only going to get worse from here. Mum was right, no such thing as a single mouse, they all come married with families. Okay kid, anything else we should know about? A summoning contract? Bloodline limit. Right now I'm about willing to believe anything you tell me. Seeing the weary half-chuckle on the Inuzuka's face, Naruto replied in kind and rubbed the back of his neck. Actually the clones can use henge easier than I can. They don't have organs so they can't get hurt when they change shape like I do. They also don't weigh much, so they can go anywhere because when I change my weight stays the same, so I can't run over squeaky floors or narrow tree branches safely, and I can't fly either. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Takes me a long time to learn a henge cause I have to actually see and work out how to change into anything other than a person while my clones can do it right off the bat, but on the other hand my clones can still pop after time or if they get hit. Oh my Kami. The idea of that was enough to tempt even a mind as jaded and experienced as the Sandame's. If Naruto learns what the original purpose of Kage Bunshin was and can use his clones like he says he can, we have a future spy master right under our noses. And he wishes to learn infiltration. Actually, if the clans agree, we can use this to cut his teeth on getting in and out unnoticed. Deciding to postpone that line of thinking for a moment, the Hokage instead looked around the table and, seeing all present almost reeling from the shock of the image that had assailed him, decided to put an end to the night's revelations. Well, Naruto-kun, you appear to have given us a lot to think over. However, the night is getting on a little and I wouldn't want your clone's work to go to waste. I will see you in the morning to discuss exactly what you've been up to. The unspoken and you'd better not leave anything out went without saying as Naruto nodded and his Gigi went on. And the clan heads will get back to you in their own time. Or I'll just drop in and say hi. The boy commented casually, grinning at the shudder this statement called before he suddenly perked up as though remembering something and pointed at the table. Why do I have to go? In fact, consider this first bit of teachin'. I gave all your stuff back so. He hopped off the counter and pushed carefully between Shikaku and Shibi, the Aburame looking down inscrutably at the tuft of blonde hair that had popped up by their side of him as the Jinchuriki stood on tiptoes so he could see over the table, pointed at the box of tiles and declared loudly, "Deal me in." Unfortunately Uzumaki-san. It was Hayashi who took it upon himself to break the news to the would-be player. This is a gathering of clan heads and you are, sadly, ineligible to play. Why? There's no other Uzumaki in Konoha so that makes me a clan head by default. Chiza grinned. Nice try kid but we've had this before. Sorry but you can't be a clan of one. You have to have at least 3 generations of serving ninja to apply for clan status and last time I looked, you hadn't gone through the academy yet. That's no bother. Naruto waved the concern off like a cloud of mosquitoes, his eyes not wavering as Shikaka flipped the box open and began shuffling the tiles. When I become Hokage I'll retrospectively change that law and make it legal. The Akimichi opened his mouth to argue, closed it again as he thought about it then, defeated, looked to his leader. Can he do that? I'm not 100% sure. Sarutobi responded, simultaneously wondering if it was an Uzumaki trait to make everything in his life difficult at the same time as try not to snicker at the absurd situation of a child trying to gatecrash an esteemed clan gathering as an excuse to learn how to play mahjong. I'd like to say no but there is a chance he could be right. If that is the case I would recommend giving Uzumaki-san the benefit of the doubt. All eyes immediately snapped to Shibi but, unperturbed as always, the Aburame carried on. It is unwise to isolate and ostracize someone who has demonstrated an aptitude for discovering hidden items within secure locations. Having never been one to speak in fancy language, Naruto was about to ask why the tall man in the dark glasses had suddenly started speaking a foreign language when he was put out of his misery by Tsum, who had once been in his shoes and only by dint of long exposure had managed to understand her Aburame counterpart to any degree of competency. He said it'd be best for us to keep you close because you know or can find out where all the bodies are buried. The Inuzuka instructed him, half standing to stretch off her legs. Pull up a chair, brat. Let's see if you can handle political pressure as well as you can creep along the wall. Naruto let out a cheer and started bouncing around until a rap to the top of the head courtesy of Yoshino brought his excitement to an end, and he hopped into the chair she had brought for him, looking over the table expectantly. So then, how'd you play this then? He made a valiant effort but, in the end, not even Naruto could triumph over a child's greatest adversary. Just before he toppled face first into his mahjong tiles, he found his shoulder caught by Sarutobi, the old Hokage smiling down at the youngest player and half pulling him to his feet. I think that's enough, Naruto-kun. Let's get you off to your own home. It's been a busy day and a late night for you. Hi Gigi, the Jinchuriki managed to murmur, stumbling back from the table with a huge yawn. Which way's home? Stifling a soft chuckle, Sarutobi began to lead the Jinchuriki towards the Nara front door, the rest of the clan heads watching them both go and pausing the game as their leader departed. The cold air of the night seemed to perk Naruto up somewhat as Sarutobi let himself out of the clan compound, though there was no way he'd ever make it home in one piece tonight, and the Hokage didn't want to run the risk of his curling up in a convenient bush somewhere along the way. Plenty of time for that when he's older and Anko-chan can legal challenge him to drinking games. For now though, with a gesture Sarutobi had an anbu appear after a few seconds, allowing the Hokage to hand the virtually slumbering child off to the masked ninja with a set of simple instructions. Please see that Naruto-kun gets home and settled in for the night. The anbu nodded and made to disappear, hoisting the Jinchuriki into his arms and grateful for the mask hiding his smile as he heard the village leader speak again, mostly to himself. Thanks to him I have some bruised egos to soothe. Before tonight is over. A few minutes later, having let himself back in and retaken his seat, Sarutobi looked around the table and shrugged quietly, amused despite himself as the air cleared with the removal of the only pair of innocent ears from the table. This ought to be rich. So then, needing no further encouragement, Sarutobi struck the match and threw it on the tinder-dry atmosphere. Uzumaki Naruto, what can you say about him? The explosion was coming, brewing like a katon jutsu in an Uchiha's lungs as every one of the clan heads present looked like they all had something they wanted to say, or scream, in some cases, but hadn't quite found the words to say them, before 3 words echoed in the air, spoken by the quietest member of the clan gathering. 3 words of grudging respect that blew away the explosive quality of the atmosphere around the table and centered conversation where it needed to be rather than on pointless interruption and embarrassed recrimination. He's her son! As Kuramaru climbed to his feet and shook himself off after being laid on the floor for so long, his partner found herself recalling the woman who, she was certain, would have been stood right behind Naruto and cheering him on every step of the way, when she wasn't actively giving him a hand at least, had it not been for the tragedy of the same attack that had taken her husband from her. You got that right, Kurokun, Tsum said softly, scratching the broad muzzle of her ninken as she recalled. The red-headed woman who had been all at once one of her closest friends and fiercest rival. Kushina-chan must have been laughing herself sick up there in the light place when her boy caught us all out like that. Bloody Uzumaki, even from beyond the grave she still gets the last laugh on the lot of us, some more than others. Hayashi, usually, found himself agreeing with the Inuzuka as a few choice memories of the red-haired and even redder-tempered Uzumaki girl forced themselves to the forefront of his mind, mostly those involving finding out that Juken, for all its power, is absolutely no use when your enemy had tackled you to the floor and is throttling you at the same time as making an imprint in the ground with the back of your head. And I see too much of her in Naruto to feel completely safe, least of all as he seems able to circumvent the eyes of our clan. At this Inoichi looked over, expression puzzled. How? I thought you could see chakra even if it wasn't focused, or in a network. Your clan can see seals after all? Correct, but the less structured the chakra, the less impression there is to see. The Hyuga Lord explained, nodding towards where the Uzumaki had been sitting. When I saw him in your form, Tsum, it was like seeing a very faint ghost, barely an outline with a chakra shadow filling it. I would guess it may be easier to see a smaller henge as the chakra is more concentrated, but still, I wouldn't like to chance it if the safety of my clan is at stake. With that proclamation, the unspoken elephant wandered back into the room and sat there, forcing all present to divert attention towards it. Naruto was at once a potential goldmine of future potential and already prodigiously skilled with his infiltration method, aided by his unusual henge, but at the same time was a massive security risk. He could, if captured, deserted or gone rogue, highlight to enemies how to best attack and cripple Konoha's main clans from the inside out. Hayashi especially was sensitive to this risk, having lost his brother and almost his daughter to a botched kidnapping some years earlier that had earned Kumo the undying bitter enmity of the entire Hyuga clan, and he would easily snuff out a potential threat that might repeat that evil day prior to it occurring. Luckily, however, at this point Sarutobi roused himself from his own memories of both the Uzumaki mother and son enough to quash that worry. Naruto-kun is as loyal to Konoha as I am Hayashi-kun, there is no need to worry. The reassurance of the third seemed to mollify all present as Sarutobi went on. I have seen that boy grow from a baby and I have to say he surprises even me continuously, though tonight was extreme even by his own standards. Though he has you to thank for that, I'm sure, Shikakun? The Nara held his hands up in admission of his crime. True, but what I said was true. I gave him some hints about where to go and he did the rest off his own bat. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say he's been planning this for about 2 months prior to tonight. No, think about it. Seeing disbelief creeping over several faces, he made to explain his reasoning. Even with his advantages, hitting 6 separate targets on his own in a at best 12-hour time period. Distance alone would have been an issue, to say nothing of actually getting in and finding what he needed to take. No, this was a long-term, well-planned and well-executed mission that he did solo, just to get some more people who'd be willing to teach him things or, more importantly, just talk to him when he shows up. That succinct summary was enough to make Inoichi something of an expert in this field due to his clan jutsu and personal reading on the subject. Steeple his fingers and add his 10 ryos worth. Hi, Naruto-san seems to just be lonely at some level. You saw how he wanted to join in our game? As the others nodded, Inoichi mimicked them, glad he didn't have to explain it to them all. To me that looked like the very first time he'd ever been able to join in a game of anything, or at least a game with more than 2 players. I know he works, for want of a better word, with ninja. I guess he felt he should go one better and play with them as well. Let's face it, he got off to a good start with Anko from what Ibiki was telling me, and if he can get the snake mistress to warm up to him. The Yamanaka snorted with rough laughter, glancing over at the seat Naruto had been warming until a few minutes previously. I think every ninja in Konoha is in danger of unofficially adopting a little brother. Assuming they haven't already done so. His former teammate chipped in, all listening to the scarred shinobi as Shikaku went on. Most of the clan that meet him on the training grounds like him, even look for him in some cases. Effort from Inara must be serious. Choose a chortle before sweeping up the majority of the mahjong tiles in a single meaty hand. Well, I'll be taking him up on the offer. A good few recipes and, when he's a bit older, a visit to a few of our butcheries and abattoirs should help with his henges, small beans really to stop someone sneaking in when they feel like it. Actually, the more I think about it, the luckier I think we've been. That's a matter of opinion. Some snarled lowly, though her fierce expression softened somewhat as she was forced to grudgingly concede the point. But you're right, Cho. Up until now it's only respect for us and the thought of being messily ripped apart that stopped villagers wandering onto our clan lands. Ninja, on the other hand, wouldn't have that fear. I can't believe we missed something that basic. All that work on stopping every technique the Uchiha could steal, and there's nothing in the way of the enemy walking through the damn front gate. Nothing yet, Sam-san, though there will be for all of us soon. Chibi corrected her, already thinking of potential insect breeds that could be used or integrated in the Aburame hives to forestall all intruders, not just those who had a supply of activated chakra. I am in agreement with Chuza-san. It is illogical to refuse such a generous bargain. At this point, Inoichi, who had been silently considering a different matter, felt it time to interject. I don't doubt we'll all take him up on it more or less, but this does raise some other interesting issues as well. Before continuing, the Yamanaka clan had looked to his superior for permission to stray into potentially treasonous territory. Such as the nature of Naruto-san's henge, and what other avenues this training of his could eventually lead down. Seeing where this was going, Sarutobi considered putting the moment off until a few years down the line but dismissed such concerns quickly. Here and now, with only the shinobi and no civilians to distract from business, this was likely to be the best chance the Hokage ever had to explain both his ideas for Naruto's eventual future and, more importantly, the reasons behind them. The nature of the henge is, as you've probably guessed, something to do with Naruto's tenant. The old shinobi began, feeling older with each word he spoke as he once again cursed Minato for being such a damned hero and condemning his son to life as a Jinchuriki. Kyuubi are known to be shapeshifters and tricksters. This may be an element of that nature expressing itself through Naruto's character. I can't prove it, of course, but I believe that both this and his somewhat flamboyant nature are at least influenced by the demon he holds, though I'd stake my hat on his temperament being inherited from his mother. I'd throw my apron on such a wager as well, Hokage-sama, as well as Hayashi's Aika. Chuza commented slyly, the twitch of the Hyuga's jaw a sight well worth seeing in his eyes as the Akimichi took a whip to his solemn friend's pride. Sarutobi smiled at this before beginning again, his voice this time more distant than before as relived every decision he'd ever made concerning the container of the nine-tailed fox. True, though, that spark, his personality and drive to make people see him as himself, a future Hokage, rather than a monster such as the Bijou, will become the will of fire that saves him from the fate that befalls so many Jinchuriki. Though some of the assembled ninja present had encountered Jinchuriki before, or at least Jinchuriki used by enemy countries, they were in the minority. As a result, all listened rather than spoke as Sarutobi went on, describing the fate he had tried to shield his adoptive grandson from. From what I have seen and read from Harashima-sensei's personal journals, no human can ever understand the pain most Jinchuriki feel in their lives. As those who contain demons, they are often, in fact, usually feared, shunned, and hated. Their training can be barbaric, breaking their minds and spirits until nothing is left but a callous, murderous psychopath, more demon than man but utterly loyal to the village and Kage. I saw this could happen here, in this very place my sensei built, and I swore upon my own will of fire that it would not be so. I would not destroy a child, a hero of this village, just to allow Konoha access to a weapon that, with the will of Kami-sama, we would never have cause to use, and I believe tonight has vindicated that decision. Naruto-kun, alone and without even being aware of his burden, has done what no other Jinchuriki could ever hope to do. He has stepped down the path of being a shinobi, rather than just a mere weapon. Sorry Hokage-sama. Yoshino managed a slightly abashed smile as she shrugged. I don't quite follow. I understand about how being around people should stop him feeling too embittered because some idiots can't see past the end of their own noses. But the shinobi and weapon I don't get. Sarutobi considered this, thinking of the best way to explain before. After a long pause, he drew in a breath and spoke again. Much as I detest this mentality, think of all ninja, every ninja in the world, regardless of age, rank or clan, as a weapon. In this example, most ninja would be something akin to a kunai, or a ninjato, sharp, multifunctional, can do virtually any job required of them. Everyone understands so far? Seeing the sextuplet of nods, the Hokage carried on. In this example, therefore, an average Jinchuriki would not be one of these weapons. If anything, they'd have to be classed as something like a Tetsubo war club. Jinchuriki are not ninja. They contain living forces of nature and are trained to use that power to smash past or through any barrier or enemy in their way. A Tetsubo is a devastating weapon, but only if wielded correctly and against the right target. Jinchuriki can and have wiped out entire battle squadrons of ninja and wiped small villages off the face of the elemental nations, but by the same token many have also gone rogue from their home nations, driven out by hatred. Also, Jinchuriki can be assassinated just like anyone else. A dagger to the throat in the dead of night will kill anyone, even a demon vessel. Naruto-kun, on the other hand, has not been trained like a normal Jinchuriki. In fact, he hasn't been trained apart from the instruction he has earned himself. And be honest. A cunning smile, the one a gambler might wear when he held a winning hand and with an ace stashed up his sleeve for good luck, wormed its way onto Sarutobi's face as he leant forwards and finished his example. Does what he did tonight against your clan houses look like the work of a Tetsubo? The wisdom of the Hokage was enough to persuade all others present even without the tangible effects of the Jinchuriki's handiwork, one hand still patting down his weapon pouch to make sure the incriminating book wasn't getting away from him. Hayashi was the first to speak. No, Hokage-sama. If anything, using your example, the work of Uzumaki-san appears to mimic the action of a Senbon, or the blade your wife uses a Kimichi-san. Having seen Chime practice in the clan dojo several times in the past, Chizuo was more than prepared to nod at this as the Hyuga went on. A single, clean strike, straight through to the heart of the target. The way all ninjas should fight. Most Jinchuriki would by now be working on drawing on and trying to master their tenant's chakra. The older man replied. Many, in fact, are taught nothing of or very little ninjutsu unless their tenant gives them techniques, or a bloodline limit of a sort. Those that they do learn are almost always widespread area destruction techniques, nothing subtle like Naruto-kun has used. And just as well. Sim snorted, the reminder of her former childhood nemesis enough to rekindle former flames of contest that she thought had been snuffed with Kushina-chan's untimely passing. The thought of another one of him running around somewhere in the elemental nations would be enough to make every woman fear for their privacy. If Jiraiya Hentai ever gets hold of him, and that henge of his, we might as well all walk round naked and save him the bother of peeking. Sum-chan, it's not nice to tease the elderly with visions of paradise before they're nailing down the coffin lid. Yoshino teased slightly, the dog Nin making an obscene gesture but not uttering a peep as the Naro went on. Besides, it's nothing Hayashi-kun hasn't already seen. The Byakugan does not allow clothing to be seen through. The Hyuga Lord stated firmly, inwardly cringing as he knew this would never wash. Much as Jiraiya-sama might wish it was, it is not the ultimate peeping jujutsu. Just as well, or I'd be forced to claw your eyes out after staring at my body like that. The Inuzuka riposted, grateful that this time she wasn't the one on the receiving end of the banter. For shame, Hayashi. As I said earlier? He responded frostily, not wanting to give her the satisfaction or baiting him into an argument. I have no reason to look at such a disgusting spectacle. Are you calling me ugly? At this point someone around the table simply couldn't help himself and leant over the table to stage whisper to his friend. I find these pre-mating rituals rather baffling, and potentially violent. All conversation stilling, both dueling parties glared over at the Aburame as Shibi finished his suggestion to the table at large. Should we retire to a safe distance? Aburame-san. Hayashi's voice was deceptively soft and laden with promises of pain. What did you mean by those rituals of yours? Could just be me, but I think he means Sim-chan should be slipping into something more comfortable. Inoichi knew he should be keeping quiet, but hell, bruises healed, and it was a rare day to catch out both Hayashi and Sim in a single night. And if it helps, you can borrow those toys of mine as long as I get them all back. Not even Shikaku could react fast enough as, pushed beyond the limits of tolerance, Sim roared out a battle cry, pounced on his former teammate, wrapped an arm around his neck in bar choke and started to squeeze.